Hey, hey, salut à toutes et à tous les amis, hey, on se retrouve pour un tout nouveau live, une toute nouvelle rediffusion, un tout nouveau live, une toute nouvelle rediffusion de live. Avant que la commence, n'hésitez pas à la liker, abonnez-vous et activez la cloche des notifications pour recevoir une notification sur une nouvelle rediffusion de live. Et n'hésitez pas à me rejoindre sur Twitch, pour suivre les lives, pour me rejoindre en live. Les amis,
gouvernementale, fermement défendue par le ministre délégué au PME.
les résultats, c'est dans moins de 30 minutes. Les résultats dans moins de 30 minutes. Les amis, je vous balance.
Feared, but still Appleton, which is a key return area there.
Les amis, je suis toujours là. Nous allons suivre en direct le sacre du nouveau président des États-Unis. Pour le moment, c'est Trump qui l'emporte et je le savais.
Ouais, ok.
Pour un deuxième mandat.
People went nuts and there was a bit of rioting in DC. But on election day, the prep that you're...
J'ai envie de dire, c'est beau, hein. C'est beau.
Les amis, je vous diffuse.
economy is the dominant issue. 62% of Trump voters say the economy, the most important issue. 17% crime and safety. Obviously, that was a big message in the last several months from Donald Trump. Coronavirus, only 5% of Trump voters said coronavirus was most important issue to their vote. Look at Biden voters. Among Biden voters, racial inequality is the top issue. 36% of Biden voters say racial inequality is the most important issue to their vote, followed by the coronavirus at 27%. You see crime and safety down at 6%, the economy, 11% of Biden voters said that was most important. Jake, Dan, Abby?
All right, David, thanks so much. And this is fascinating because obviously it's a real reflection of not just what the candidates' messages are. Donald Trump has been, hammering home the point that he's best on the economy and that Joe Biden will, the streets will run red with blood, but also the electorates that they're appealing to. I have to say, I am surprised, though, that coronavirus is not a top issue for either Trump voters or Biden voters in terms of being the top issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that Biden's voters are much more split about what they think is their top issue than Trump voters, who are much more heavily skewed in the direction of the economy. It tells me that Biden's voters are worried about a lot of different things, and a lot of them are people of color. So they're going to be worried about the issue of racial inequity, which has been front of mind all this year, even through the coronavirus, Jake. I mean, this is a virus that had a disproportionate impact on communities of color. So it doesn't surprise me that between those top two issues, you get a good chunk of the Biden support.
And for the Biden voters, it's not just that racial inequality is a big issue, it's the biggest issue. According to, 36% over coronavirus, over healthcare policy, which was the driving issue in 2018, the economy, crime, and safety. That's a remarkable number. Yeah. That's a remarkable number, 36%. The top issue Biden voters say that they're going to the polls and focused on is racial inequality.
Well, especially also when you consider the fact that normally healthcare and the economy are the number one.
Exactly, the bread and butter issues.
And this year, it's a very 2020 reflection of where Biden's voters are. Racial inequality, number one, coronavirus, number two. Wolf?
Jake, thank you. We got a key race alert. And take a look at this. This is a bit of a surprise right now. 8% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is in, and Biden is ahead of Trump by about 21,000 votes, 55.3% to 43.1%. Biden ahead in Kentucky right now, 8 electoral votes. 8% of the estimated vote is in. In Indiana right now, Trump is way ahead. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 25,000 votes, 67.2% to 30.9%. Kentucky, John King, a pretty reliable red state, so I wouldn't necessarily say this is the bottom line, but let's take a closer look at Kentucky right now. Maybe for a few minutes, Biden will be ahead.
I wouldn't say it's the bottom line. And if you're a Democrat at home, especially a Democrat from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, if you want to use your phone to catch a quick screen grab, take a picture, be my guest. Kentucky is blue at the moment, but let's pull it up. Look, we don't expect Kentucky to end blue at the end of the night. Doesn't mean it won't. Doesn't mean it can't. But we certainly don't expect that. This is 77% of what you're seeing on your screen right now is early vote. And what do we know? What do we mean by early vote? We know it was disproportionately Democratic. Joe Biden voters, Democratic voters, were much more likely to vote early by mail, to vote early in person, but especially the mail-in ballots right here to pass them in. So you're looking in right now 54, 55 if you round it up, to 44 if you round it up. Remember, in 2016, President Trump won this state by nearly 30 points. So this is not expected to stay where it is. We're just looking at early votes, and this is one of the quirks we're going to have to go through all night in states that are competitive and states that are not so competitive, as we don't expect Kentucky will be at the end. Just we have to walk through transparently with people about why things are
You mentioned the Cincinnati suburbs. In northern Kentucky, there's one blue county already up there.
This is 77% early votes. If this holds, if Kenton County, Kentucky holds blue, this would be a huge deal. If it holds blue by that margin, it's a ginormous deal. I wouldn't expect that to happen. But why is that important? Because this is a county that President Trump won, essentially 60 to 34, if you do the rounding there. Why are we looking at it? Again, we expect Kentucky to be red. Covington, if you've ever flown into the Cincinnati airport, is in Covington, Kentucky. Cincinnati, Ohio is right here. This is a Cincinnati suburban area. And so if the president's going to do well in Ohio, if he's going to do well anywhere where the suburbs matter, which is all the big swing states, North Carolina, Florida, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, we'll see if the suburban revolt against the president continued. This is 2016. Here's where we are right now. again, Democrats see this, and you have every right to celebrate, but just remember, this is disproportionately early vote. We have a long way to go in the vote count.
In that county, 28% of the estimated vote is in. That's a significant number.
It is, but if it's all early vote, mostly early vote, and then other vote comes in behind it, the traditional vote, we'll see, though. We'll see. Now, Frankfurt, you see here in Fayette County, this one we expect to stay blue, right? Fayette County, Lexington, Kentucky here. This is a Democratic county, but you see that margin there, 73% right now. You go back in time, 51%. It was a 10-point race, just shy of 10 points, 9 points 4 years ago. So again, this is one of the things we're going to look at tonight, and we need to be careful early when we go through these states. This is disproportionately early vote, which means we believe it is lopsided in favor of the Democrats. So we just need to be calm and not think it's a final total. But again, as we go through the night, remember where we started, see how much it changes. Is Joe Biden, even in places he's losing, is he running ahead of Hillary Clinton in urban and suburban areas? Because if it's happening in Kentucky, then this is, a lot of these areas are a lot like you can find towns like this in North Carolina. You can find towns like this in Georgia, other places we're going to be looking at tonight for key votes. So let's just pull back out to the rest of it. And again, another thing we're going to look at, and it's early on. So we don't know if this is apples and apples or not until we get through it later. But right now, 78% of the estimated vote in tiny Casey County. President gets 86% when you round up 86% now, 85% 4 years ago. So pretty consistent, right? That's one of the tests we're going to have throughout the night. And again, it's early. We'll see if it changes. But so what are you watching? Is Donald Trump, where is he? Where is he compared to 2016? About the same right here, right now. Let's just move over here and just take a look at it. Lincoln County, 2020, 76, if you round up. 78, 77. So he's running about the same in these places. Again, it's early, so we don't know if that's going to hold, and we'll check back throughout the night because we expect this state to be red in the end, but there are places like this in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in Georgia, towns just like them that could be very important in other swing states. So we will learn lessons here. Just want to look again over here. Anderson County here, 58 to 39. This is 2020 right now. Go back to 2016. The president wins his county with 72% of the vote. Again, Democrats seeing these early counts would be optimistic. I just want to caution you, this is disproportionately early vote. But again, it's something we're going to watch throughout the night, and we're going to be careful, be transparent with you about what we know about this vote and how contextual it is, if you will. This is not contextual yet, but these are places we will watch. You mentioned that for a reason. You picked that out for a reason. This would be very significant if it holds because the suburbs are the key. If Joe Biden is going to win North Carolina, it's going to be because African Americans turn out and because of the suburbs. And so again, we talked about this earlier and we'll continue to talk about it. We expect this to be red in the end. Let's just watch out. It's blue right now. We expect that to be red in the end. It is red right now, but we'll learn lessons from these early states. We always do.
We certainly do. All right, we'll stay on top of Kentucky and Indiana. In the meantime, let's go back to Anderson.
Wolf, John, thanks very much. David Axelrod, I mean, how much of what we know about early voting, about disproportionately favoring Democrats, is because of President Trump going after early voting, going after the election in general, just saying that it's rigged?
Yeah, no, I think that had a lot to do with it. And there were Republicans, and I'm sure Rick can speak to this, there were Republicans who were very uncomfortable about it because Republicans traditionally have used absentee voting, particularly older Republicans. And so there was a concern that he was discouraging people from voting the way they normally vote. But the question, it did create a disproportionate participation by Republicans on Election Day because so many Democrats voted early. And the question in all these states is, does the Republican surge in these states overcome the advantage that Democrats had in early voting? And that's what we have to wait and see. But Anderson, I just want to say one thing about what John just talked about is just so important because Donald Trump won last time by putting overwhelming support in these rural areas together with a slight win in suburban areas, which are the largest segment of our country. That's where half of America lives. We've seen in 2018, we've seen in polling a big drift toward Democrats in these suburban areas, and particularly among women. The question is, if that continues tonight, where does Donald Trump make up those votes? And now we see in the exit poll, college-educated voters are slightly more participating, non-college whites who are his base less participating. These are the numbers that would concern me if I were sitting in Trump's headquarters right now.
Participating more than they were in
2016. Yeah. It is now drifting toward more participation by college-educated voters who favor Biden.
And And that was so interesting to watch during the Biden campaign, which is that Biden would venture into previously red areas in a state like Ohio and try and chip away at what he saw as the advantage of Donald Trump. He did it over and over and over again. So did the campaign, because they understood that if you could just chip away at the edges of some of this stuff, that it would be really important. But one thing I also want to say about looking at the Trump and Biden voters, there is nothing in common. I mean, on the coronavirus, and I know our colleagues were talking about this a little bit before, but it cannot be said enough that Trump voters rated it, only 5% said it was the most important issue to their vote. Racial inequality was the only thing that was less, and that was 3%. However, Biden voters, racial inequality, issue number one, 36%, and COVID, 28%. And then came health care. The only thing the voters seem to have in common is that they care about health care. And that's an issue that, as we know, the Biden campaign was talking about over and over again, including during the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett and what the Supreme Court would do. These are two, it's a divided country and a divided electorate. I guess that goes without saying.
Well,
but
also just
it's
the age of voters. I think for younger voters, the existence of racial inequality rates much higher as a priority.
Because you're dealing with the most diverse American generation ever. So even if you're white, you've got a best friend who's not, you've got an ex-girlfriend or boyfriend who's not, you're in school with somebody who's not. You look at a kindergarten right now. I mean, kindergarten looks like the United Nations in this country. So the younger you get, the more all of this rug burn over race is a personal issue for you as a young voter. But if you just take all this stuff all together, the initial issue set that we were talking about made me very nervous. I was having rumblies in my tumbly. I was like, I don't like these issues because it looks like, maybe it's more favorable to Trump. But as you look at the actual demographics, much more favorable to Biden. You have,
what do you point to?
Well, the fact that you have such a big drop in the number of white voters compared to last time. The fact that you do have, a lot more of it seems like there's the young people are hanging in there, maybe growing a little bit, a tiny uptick with the older voters, but some of those older voters are breaking more toward Biden than usual. So in other words, we're on a little bit of a roller coaster here, a little bit of a seesaw. You might get seasick tonight looking at these exit things. The issues cut one way, the demographics. There's something happening out there we don't know yet, and we're going to have to wait to see.
I'm going to agree with Van that I was feeling much more confident with these early exits than
now
I did.
Your stomach is rumbling.
Yeah, my stomach is not rumbling.
You guys are going to be basket cases.
Yeah,
I thought it was the subway. I didn't realize it was you guys on the other side.
You're going to hear lots of rumbling both sides. No, the college educated. Now, first off, these are early exits, and I've always. I've witnessed this in my own elections, that blue-collar workers, non-college educated, vote after work. They don't vote during the day like seniors do. So the uptick in seniors, you'd expect that because they vote early. They don't vote late at night where workers do. So I think that number is going to change. But the fact that it's more college educated, that's not good for Donald Trump. The fact that it's down from 71% white to 65% white, that's not good for Donald Trump. So both of those things certainly give me pause as to whether this electorate is actually lining up. And then the final thing is just look at the votes. I mean, Covington County, suburban Cincinnati, and the Kentucky side. I understand it's early. I understand it's mail-in, and I don't want to read in too much. But those are not good numbers for Donald Trump. I don't think anyone expected him to do as well this time in Covington than before, but those are still not good.
We should also point out these early exit polls are not just people who've shown up today to vote. Some of them are also for people who have voted early. CNN's coverage of Election Night in America continues right now.
We're standing by for the first big round of poll closings, but right now more early votes are coming in. We have a key race alert. Let's take a look at Kentucky right now. 11% of the estimated vote is now in. It's very close. 1,400 vote lead right now for Biden over Trump in Kentucky, 49.5% to 48.9%. 11 electoral votes in Kentucky very early. In Indiana, 5% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead already. 41,700 vote lead over Biden, 62.9% to 35.1%. We're about to get our first chance to make projections in this historic race for the White House. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 7 p.m. here on the East Coast. That's when the last polls are scheduled to close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. A total of 60 electoral votes are up for grabs in those states. Remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win this election. Georgia is the key battleground in the hour ahead. It could give us an early sense of how the night is going. If Joe Biden appears on track to turn Georgia blue, or if President Trump holds on to that traditionally red state he won 4 years ago. Jake, Georgia is competitive for the first time in decades.
That's right, Wolf. And we're watching the voting in Georgia and other battleground states. We're seeing voters turn out in these final minutes before polls close in Norcross, Georgia and suburban Atlanta. But we're told voting is being extended at some locations in at least 2 Georgia counties. Right now, let's check in with our reporters covering the campaigns. Jeff Zeleny, it is crunch time for the Biden campaign.
Jake, there is no question about that. And Joe Biden right now at this hour is at his home here in Wilmington, surrounded by his family, getting ready to watch these returns and early projections. I'm told by a friend that he is taking in the weight of all of this. Jake, we should point out now, before the returns come in, that he would be the oldest president ever elected if he should win tonight. And it wraps a career starting out his presidential campaign run. This is his 3rd run. When he ran the first time in the 1988 campaign, he was the youngest candidate. So throughout the day, he has been steeped in nostalgia, starting it with a visit to his son Beau's grave here just outside of Wilmington, as well as the grave of his late wife and baby daughter. That has become a central part of his narrative as he has campaigned for president. He moved on to his boyhood home in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And Jake, we are told that he assigned one of the walls of the home. It says this: "From this house to the White House with the grace of God. Joe Biden, November 3rd, 2020. So it is with this nostalgia as Joe Biden is settling in to watch his fate in this presidential campaign tonight, Jake.
That's right, Jeff. And I think he wrote a similar message in 2008 when he was running for vice president, except instead of the living room, he did it in the bedroom of that Scranton house. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now, covering President Trump. Caitlin, what are you hearing from the Trump team tonight?
Well, we haven't heard that President Trump has written anything on the walls of the White House, but we did just hear from the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, who held a call with reporters. And Jake, before these polls have even closed across the U.S., they're expressing optimism in what they are seeing. Of course, this is just from the Trump campaign. This is their view of things. But so far, they say they feel good about it. And of course, the question is, what are they seeing actually in these states? They did say one thing, Jake. They believe in Florida that if these early votes are counted, they believe it's going to be in Biden's favor, but will later shift to their favor. And one thing their senior advisor, Jason Miller, said is the campaign, including the president, feel better at this point than they did in 2016. Of course, Jake, if you were at that election night party for Donald Trump 4 years ago, at this point, they did not even think they had a chance of winning the election. So that's not really saying much. But one thing that Bill Stepien did say is not what we heard from the press secretary earlier. She said they believed it'd be a landslide. He conceded it is going to be a tight race, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now. He has some new exit polls.
Jake, looking at these 2 key states coming up, Georgia and Virginia, it's fascinating how much they look like the nation overall. In Georgia, the most important issue to voters, the economy, 36%, racial inequality, 22%, coronavirus, 14%. And which is more important to do now, containing the coronavirus or rebuilding the economy? In Georgia, a slim majority says containing the coronavirus. 42% say rebuilding the economy. Virginia looks similar, and I have to remind you, these early exit polls are representative of the whole electorate, no matter how you voted. If you voted early, by mail absentee, or in person today on Election Day, that's all included in these preliminary exit polls. The economy, again, the top issue for Virginia voters today, 35%. Racial inequality, 23% say that was the most important issue. And coronavirus places 3rd here again in Virginia, 17%. Again, we asked, which is more important, containing the coronavirus or rebuilding the economy? This is what we see nationally. It's what we just saw in Georgia. A slim majority, 53% of Virginia voters in this election say containing the coronavirus is a higher priority than the 42% who say rebuilding the economy.
All right, David Chalian, fascinating. Thanks so much. And we are waiting for, at the top of the hour, some key Florida counties are going to start reporting actual votes, Florida obviously hotly contested. As the former senator and current senator, former governor Rick Scott said to me on Sunday, it is a 50-50 state, and it's just a matter of who gets their voters to the polls.
And sources in both campaigns are telling me it is so incredibly tight. Democrats I'm talking to say that they feel better about the post-work Democratic vote, that more Democrats have been coming out in some of their key counties, but looks like it could be just like Florida usually is. We'll see, though. Look, this is exciting. This is the first time we're going to see results from the swingiest of swing states.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fun part of the night. Florida will tell us a little bit, but especially they will have an earlier count. They know how to do mail-in votes. They know how to do early votes. And it will tell us a little bit more about whether we'll have a long night or a shorter night tonight, which will be good. Going back to what Rick Scott told you, turnout obviously in Florida is so key, but what is so hard for Democrats is that their voters are some of the hardest to turn out in that state, which is why Democrats I speak to are optimistic, but they know it is tough. It is hard what they have to do, especially with the coronavirus.
Yeah, Democrats, people on the Biden campaign are far more optimistic about obviously Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, but also Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida is actually rather far down on their list. Wolf?
All right, Jake, thanks very much. Let's get a sense of how soon we expect to get votes from two crucial states that are coming up. Pamela Brown's over at the voting desk watching this closely.
Yeah, as we were just hearing, this is an exciting part of the night because we are about to find out results in those two important states in the South, Florida and Georgia. We turn to Florida first and look at the process there. We expect it to be fast. We expect the first results to be a big chunk of early votes with some election day votes mixed in. That's because Georgia had a 2-week head start prepping ballots. Georgia's also been using high-speed scanners, so all they have to do when polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern time in most of the state is press a button. They'll get the results. We know that polls are open a little bit later in at least one county there in Georgia, but we're going to be finding out the bulk soon. And then you look at Florida, it's a well-oiled machine when it comes to counting early votes. They've had a 5-week head start prepping ballots there. Also in Florida, they've already counted most early in-person and most absentee votes. What hasn't been counted yet are election day votes and the rest of the pre-election day votes. So election officials in both states are saying right now it's been smooth and steady today. Bottom line, Wolf, as far as Georgia and Florida are concerned, election night should be off to a quick start.
That's good to hear, John King. We see Indiana and Kentucky now both red, at least right now.
At least right now, smooth and steady. Let's hope we keep saying those words throughout the night as we count the votes. Right now, Indiana and Kentucky, very early results. We'll keep counting them, but that's where we expect them to be. Kentucky was blue early on. It has moved to red. Here's something we don't expect to be the case at the end of the night. Donald Trump leading right now in the popular vote, 73,000 votes ahead. We know he lost it in 2016. The expectation is he will again. But where are we going? As Pam just noted, we're going to two of the most interesting laboratories of the night, two states that will tell us a ton about who's going to win the presidency and who came out to vote. Let's start in Florida. We will get the first wave of votes here. This is one state where the Democrats had a slight edge, but not as big an edge as they had in other states in early voting. So let's watch when those results come in. We know the history here, but let's go back to the 2016 map to do it. Florida is always close, a point or two either way. 49 to 48 if you round up 4 years ago. Absolutely critical for the Democrats down here. Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade. Democrats have to run it up there. President Trump has to repeat what he did 4 years ago. We've been talking about this a little bit in the earlier counties, but just look, this is Georgia and Alabama. Northern Florida votes like the South. And so you look here in these counties, 57% here. You move over here as you come across 63% here. Small counties, not a lot of people, but this is the key to the president. Run it up in the small counties and get the math. And when Florida's close, it comes down to the I-4 corridor. And what we're going to watch for tonight is this. Number one, Democrats in the suburbs. You think of Orlando as a recreational place. Yes, it is. But you have Latinos. You have growing suburbs. Orange County. Hillary Clinton carried with 60% 4 years ago. What does the president do there tonight? What does Joe Biden do there tonight? You move over here. Wolf, remember election night 2016. In the middle of our count, early in the night, I had a call from a Democrat working the ground here in Pinellas County who said, we are bleeped. I won't say the word on television. Pinellas County went red, not by a lot, but you see it going right there. That'll be a key thing. If you go back to Barack Obama's wins, right here. So do the Democrats get the suburbs back? Do they get retirees on this side of the coast back? That is a critical test tonight. We'll stay on the 2016 map for a minute. Again, Florida, 29 electoral votes. The president cannot win re-election without him, without a doubt. So we'll watch the Florida, and then we move just up to the north, a state that we have not talked about in presidential politics for some time on election night because it has been so red, not since Bill Clinton. Have Democrats carried this state? The big test here, do African Americans turn out in Atlanta? And how do the Democrats do in the suburbs around Atlanta? around Columbus, in Augusta. You see all of this red down here, absolutely critical for the president in Florida and in Georgia and in North Carolina. Run it up in the small rural counties because he knows Democrats are coming out to vote in the cities and Republicans are suffering under his leadership in the suburbs. Wolf.
We're just moments away, John, from the first big round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 6 states with 60 electoral votes at stake. We're watching all of these states, especially the battleground state of Georgia, for early clues about where the race may be heading tonight. All right, we have our first projection of the night. CNN now projects President Donald Trump will win Indiana. Trump beats Biden in Indiana, wins its 11 electoral votes, the first projection of the night. It's too early to call in these states right now. Too early to call in Georgia, a key battleground state with 16 electoral votes. Too early to call there. In Virginia, too early to call there. 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. Also, too early to call right now in South Carolina. 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. Too early to call in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes there. Too early to call in Vermont. 3 electoral votes right there. All right, let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Donald Trump has 11 right now. Biden has 0. Remember, you need 270 to win this race for the White House. Let's get a key race alert. Right now, we'll start off with Kentucky. Right now, 12% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of about 9,400 votes over Biden. Look at this, 50.9%, 47.5% for Biden in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes once again at stake in Kentucky. Let's go to John King over at the Magic Wall right now. We're looking at the suburbs in Kentucky. John, it's pretty significant what's going on, potentially. Let's not get too far ahead, though.
Right. We know that this is disproportionately early vote, but we also know that we learn lessons from states. And again, you've just projected Indiana. That's the first state, 11 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You got to get to 270. He has the first 11 we've projected tonight. Now we're looking at the Commonwealth of Kentucky, expected to be red. The Senate Majority Leader is up for re-election there as well. But again, we're looking for clues, right? When we come here, so Fayette County, this is Lexington and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden, disproportionately early votes so far. So let's come back in an hour and see if this holds up, to see if it stays this way. 73% right now. If you go back to Hillary Clinton, only 51%. So if Joe Biden can do this stuff right here, we'll see what's happened. So we're going to
John, hold on for a moment. I want to go to Florida because we're beginning to get some numbers in Florida right now. So let's take a look in Florida.
Here we go. Our first votes in Florida. Again, at this part of the country down here, just north of Naples, very critical to the president. It's 5%. Florida's a huge state. We're going to be at this for a long time, but it's nice to get the first votes out of Florida. Where are they coming from? You come over here, Pasco County along the coast. That's a pretty quick report. Again, Florida, we expect to be good, and we also expect it to give us a lot of clues about the electorate tonight and about the win, about who might win tonight. 130,000 to 101. This state is absolutely essential to the president. Joe Biden would like it because he knows it would block. Let's just go back and take a look. 59% 4 years ago. 56% right now if you round up. That's close, but we're going to watch this. Is it significant? We don't know until we get more vote here.
79% of the vote, yeah.
That's 79%. We don't know. So one county's not going to do it, but if you're starting to see the president couple points below, that will be significant. Mainly, look at the vote count, 130,000 to win it. Again, in a state like Florida, it was 142,000 then. We're not done yet. Let's watch this at the end of the night. But these are the markers to lay down. Is the president performing, overperforming, underperforming, about breaking even with 4 years ago? And how is Joe Biden doing compared to Hillary Clinton? So that's one place we'll watch. Let's come back to 2020 and see what else we have on the map here. Let's come down here. Lee County, this is 81% they're up to there, 57 to 42. If you do the rounding there, and again, we go back in time and we look, 59. So again, a little bit down. Is that significant? We don't know yet. It's very early, but it's one of the things.
These are Republican counties, basically.
These are very Republican counties. The question for the president, the president has to win them. We know that. The question is he getting the extra votes there? Is he running up the margin there because he needs the math from places like this to offset we expect to get when we get here? Now, this will be key here. Let's come over here. Along the coast right here. You start the I-4 corridor and you go all the way across. In Brevard County, 54.3. Let's just go back and take a look. 57.8. So again, another county where right now the president is a little underperforming. It's early. We don't know if that holds, but that's what you're going to watch throughout the night, especially in a state that is always as close as Florida. If the president is underperforming where his vote, the question then becomes, can the Democrats overperform? Can Joe Biden overperform Hillary Clinton? Where's the trade-off in the math? That's what we'll see as we get more votes in Florida. Let's just pop out and see what we have. Again, go back in time. I'm just going to highlight this for us. So we'll go back in time to 2016, and we see, you see the blue here. We don't have those votes yet. So if you come in here, this is red, as it was 4 years ago. Let's bring it out to see. Lake County, let me get this out of the way so it's not distracting. 55 to 44, that's where it is now. 59, 60. So again, there's 3 counties we've looked at where the president's numbers right now are down a bit. The percentages are down a bit. So you look at the percentage down, then you want to match up the math. 102,000 votes there to take that county 4 years ago, 87 and change, almost 88,000 votes now. We don't know if that's significant yet, but that's what you do when you're doing a little election CSI in a state like Florida. What we need is more votes, Wolf. We need more votes. When we start to see some Democratic votes down here, the Trump campaign has been optimistic. It will cut in. Miami-Dade, you know it well. Look at the totals here. You go back 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton, you look at that in the largest county in the state, right? That's what the Democrats need, and it wasn't enough, right? Hillary Clinton still narrowly lost the state. The Trump campaign has been confident, especially inroads in the Latino community. It would do something here. We don't know yet, but we'll see.
Biden really has to do well in those 3 southern Florida counties in order to win this election. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County, and Broward County.
Miami, Broward, Palm Beach. You pull them out and you look at them. It's said often, but I'll say it again. The farther south you go in Florida, the further north you get. Essentially, retirees from the north, senior citizens, electorate. If you go back and look at it here, this is in defeat. Hillary Clinton lost Florida 4 years ago, but look how close it was. Look how close it was. 113,000 votes if you round up in a giant state. 49 to 48 if you round that up. And again, if you go back, you see the blue. It doesn't change that much, but let's go back to when Barack Obama carried the state. And you see the difference in the margins here. You come down here. Obama gets 61. Clinton gets 64. She did her job in this part of the state. That was one of the lessons in 2016. The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job in the early vote. The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job down here. What surprised them, President Trump over here, and then just the volume. In all the smaller red, especially the Southwest, there's more people down here. Up here, there's fewer people, but they came out to play in 2016. It's these small counties. I'm going to say it all night long, 83% in a county like that. 2,800 votes, you think that doesn't matter, but that's 2,300 vote difference right there. One county, you start matching that up as you walk across the board and you go from county to county. That is how you get math, right? Will those people come out this time for the president? That will be the test as we watch this state fill in tonight. But there we go. See Pinellas County right there? Again, it's early. If that's
75%.
If that stays blue, Joe Biden has a good chance to carry the state of Florida. Doesn't guarantee it.
4 years ago, it was red.
4 years ago, it was red. That's why I said I remember a call on election day. The Clinton campaign was so confident about Florida, and I remember getting a call, and somebody came out and said it was the Clinton campaign thought we got good early vote here. We feel good about this. And one of the ground organizations went out to some polling places and saw a line stretching down the street, saw the MAGA hats, and texted me, "We are bleeped." And that was right here. And again, President didn't win this county by much, but it was a statement, right? It's a statement here. So this right now in 2016, it was red. At the moment, it is blue. What is this? This is Tampa, St. Pete. It's a suburban area. It has retirees. It is growing. It's a place where Democrats understand. If you want to get this state back, if you can keep that blue, you're on your way. Doesn't get you there. It's not enough, but we'll watch it and see if that one stays blue. Then you know Joe Biden is in play for Florida. And as we know, Wolf, from having done this a few times, we're going to be at this map for a few hours.
Yeah, but if Democrats are looking at that county over there, they're getting a bit encouraged right now with 75% of the vote in.
Right, and look, that's one of the great dramas of an election night, right? And it also can be one of the great frustrations on an election night. You see something like that early on, and you think, if you're a Democrat, you think that's it. We're going to be at this for a while. We're going to rock through it. It's great to get excited. People at home should get excited about their candidate, about their side. But we've got a ways to go. And again, the key here, does that stay? What's the actual turnout, right? We expect the turnout to be even higher. So we're going to have to match up the math as we go. And then the big test for me, number one, can the Democrats hold the suburbs here and build, take the 2018 suburbs that made Nancy Pelosi speaker and do it again in these states here. And then how does the president do up here? Does he match his numbers? He might have to exceed his numbers up here if Joe Biden is doing well across here. You had a question?
It's interesting. Already more than 1.5 million votes have been counted in Florida right now. And just to show our viewers, Trump is at 53%, Biden's at 46.1%. He's ahead by 104,000 votes.
He is, and as you say, 1.5 million counted. But just to remind people, we have a ways to go. 4.6 million to 4.5 million. So we're early in the Florida count. But look, Florida is always, I say fun. I don't have a horse in this race. If you're a partisan watching at home, you go back and forth on the up and down in all of this one. But look, this is one of the most fascinating states because of the diversity, because of the senior citizen vote, because of it's the most complicated Latino vote anywhere, because of the diversity just within the Latino community. The Democrats sent Obama down here twice, trying to get African Americans in Miami-Dade to turn out. You've got the suburban revolt against the president. Does it hold up in a state like Florida, which is now his adopted home state? And again, up here, does the Trump army come out in 2020 like it did in 2016 in these small counties? The complexity of Florida is what makes it so fascinating, and it's always so close. Jake was mentioning his conversation with Rick Scott the other day. I talked to him as well the other day. He's won 3 elections by a point. By a point. He has won 3 elections by a point in the state of Florida. That's the way Florida goes. Twice for governor and once for Senate by a point. So we're going to watch this fill in. It's one of the most fascinating. And again, it'll also, its neighbor, it's almost the reverse when you come to its neighbor, Georgia. This is the South, right? The northern Florida votes like the South. So this part of Georgia votes like the South. It's white, it's rural, it's reliably Republican in recent years. But then we get up here, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, the suburbs. African-American votes in the inner cities, the suburbs around them. How far out? How far out can the Democrats stretch it in the suburbs? That'll be the key, not only across here, but to the north in Georgia as well, in an election that the Biden campaign tells us, and the polls tell us could be a very different election, but the could be part disappears now. We count votes.
So the only thing that jumps out at you right now is Pinellas County over there.
Pinellas County, and again, I looked at those counties, and I'll do it again. Let me come down here. I don't want anyone to make too much of this early because we're trying to get votes. But one of the things in a close state like this, especially with an incumbent president on the ballot, is to match him up, right? 39,000 votes. 67% if you round up in 2020. You come here 68%. So it's roughly close, a little down. I wouldn't jump up and down about that one. It's down a little bit. We'll see. 28%, 22,000 votes, 29% if you roll up there. Joe Biden's percentage is a little better. We're not done with the math yet, so we don't know. These are the little things in a very close election that you do in a campaign war room. You're matching up county to county, and you're looking through it to try to see. And especially, in places where the polls are still open and they know the votes, then they're trying to surge voters in. So you look at Lee County here, again, 81% estimated vote. Some of these things can be a little off this year too because of the early voting and the mail-in voting, but 57% to 42%. Again, for me, it's the math, 185,000, 186,000 if you round it up, 191 last time. This is what we're just going to go through. If turnout is up everywhere in the state, the president probably needs to exceed his numbers from 4 years ago, especially in the smaller, more rural places, to match if the Democratic numbers are up as well. And now, since we've been waiting here, we get Hillsborough County here, and this is Tampa. So this is
a big county.
The double whammy here of Hillsborough and Pinellas. That's the signal about the suburbs right here, right? And so you look at this, it's the 4th largest county in the state of Florida. Democrats can run it up here. It gives you a cushion, right?
Before we go to Hillsborough and Tampa, take a look at the state right now, because the gap between Trump and Biden seems to be narrowing pretty significantly right now. Trump is at 50.9%. Biden's at 48.2%. Trump is ahead by almost 65,000 votes.
64,157. And again, welcome to the roller coaster that is Florida. That's why it's so fun. I just want to come in here and take a look. 55 to 44 if you round the president's total up there. And then you go back in time here again, 51. So if this holds, and it's a big if, Hillary Clinton at 51, Joe Biden at 55, if that's exactly what Joe Biden needs to do. Run a little stronger than Hillary Clinton. Take
a look at the state right now. Biden has just taken the lead with 22% of the estimated vote now in. They do it quickly in Florida. Very impressive. Broward County, that's Fort Lauderdale. It has now come in. Look at this in Broward County. Let's take a look at Broward County right now.
Sorry, I was trying to get you the full totals there. Welcome to Roller Coaster Florida again. 12,000 there, 75%. It's only 16% of the vote in. Again, this is the 2nd largest county in the state. So we're going to get a lot of votes out of here, and Democrats need them. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, 1, 2, 3, as we go through them here.
We got a lot going on in Florida. We're standing by for another round of crucial closings. The battleground states of North Carolina and Ohio are up for grabs just minutes from now. Our special coverage of Election Night in America continues right after this. We're back in the CNN Election Center, standing by for the next wave of poll closings. Right now, let's check in on the fight for the critically important electoral votes. Right now, Trump has 11 electoral votes. Indiana, Biden so far has 0. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. We have a key race alert right now. Take a look at this, see what's going on. In Florida right now, 35, more than a third of the vote is now, the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a lead of nearly 100,000 right now, 50.7% to Trump's 48.4%. 35% of the estimated vote, once again, is in. 29 electoral votes. Look at Georgia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by almost 32,000 votes, 61.8% to 37% in Georgia. 16 electoral votes at stake. In New Hampshire, less than 1%, very, very early right now, but Biden is ahead by about 2,300 votes, 72.2% to 27.8% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes. Less than 1% of the estimated vote is in, 62.7% to 37.3%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden. Very early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.3% to 36.7%. And Trump is also ahead in Kentucky, but 15% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is now in. Trump is ahead by about 35,000 votes, 54.1% to 44.3% from Biden. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at the big picture first, and then I want to focus in on Florida.
The big picture is the question of the night. Can Joe Biden flip states that were Donald Trump states in 2016? Can Joe Biden flip them? Well, that would be a flip. Again, it's early. That would be a flip. Again, it's early. The president right now leading in Virginia, but it's a very early count. If the president could pull off that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the votes. But these would be 2 big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early. Everybody needs to be careful about this, but at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or 3. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up. 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map. Number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started, if you're a Democrat, by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton. Right, 64% if you round up to 34%. So this is something to watch. The Democrats, this is their basket where they need to run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is election day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. If Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade, we'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward. This is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like. But again, you see that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back for the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment Hillary Clinton by percentage.
Trump just took the lead in Florida if you go statewide.
So you pull back out. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000 votes, right? And so this is what we're going to do. And what's happening? This is again, trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see all that filling in red? Not a lot of people live here. If you look at it, it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207, you think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there, that's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states with these smaller counties like this. Interesting,
though. John, 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because, just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative, 77%, but look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast-changing areas all across America. But in the Sun Belt states like Florida, you have the city and the suburbs around it. 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely, but Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency side. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for Joe Biden, we always think about down here is critical for the Democrats, up here critical for the Republicans.
Let's not forget, John, in the
up to 67,000.
The central time zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour.
Right.
The eastern time zone in Florida, they've closed.
Right, and so again, if you look across, just watch across here. They're still voting out by Pensacola and on the Panhandle. So let me just go back and show you, just to remind you, all these smaller counties, you're going to see a lot of red, right? That is the key for the president. Again, they're not very populist, but when you add up one, then another, then another, then another, you get the votes to offset some of this. It takes time, which is why Florida sometimes roller coasters through the night. But look at,
I see Palm Beach County is now in.
Look at
check
this. That's 2016. That's 2016. You do see this though. Palm Beach County is in right now. But look, this is 91 to 28. Yeah. We have a long way to go in Palm Beach. But this is the quirks of the map. When you're watching at home, you see this county red. If you're a Democrat, you panic, which is why we need to visit it.
Go back to Miami.
Remind you that we're very early in this count here. And so let me take the lines away so you're not distracted. But if that stays blue, that's a big deal for Democrats. If that stays blue, it's a big deal for Democrats. You come back down to Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right? Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. And we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again, if there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%. And again, part of it's the percentage. That's one thing you look at. The other thing you look at, especially because we expect turnout to be up this year, sometimes that helps you, sometimes that helps you more. 624. See, in Miami-Dade 4 years ago, the president got 334,000 if you round that up by that one. So you come back here, remember 624 and 333, and you see the president right now already has a significant 120,000 more votes out of Miami-Dade than he did 4 years ago. Now, is that just because turnout is up everywhere, or is he making inroads with the Democratic constituency in Miami-Dade? That is what we'll learn as we go deeper into the night. But if there's Joe Biden right now, if you're worried about anything in Florida, you're worried about that you're winning Miami-Dade, but not by the margins that you wanted. Still, though, 74,000 votes with a long way to go. And again, this is blue at the moment. red at the moment. We don't expect it to stay that way, but we'll see as we count them. And again, the key part for me, here we go. Orange County has filled in 700 votes and change there. So it doesn't matter. This has to be blue at the end of the night. If that stays red, Joe Biden's not going to win Florida. But it's very early on as we go through. And as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here. You come through, 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go through county by county. You match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year compared to then, and you average it all out.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by 91,500 votes, 51%. Florida is very fast. The numbers are coming in quickly. Let's look at Georgia right now.
So you move up, you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue. And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue because right now Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. Could, I emphasize could be, because we're early. But you look at right here, it's only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. Right? Used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47. So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night. Especially, suburbs are growing. Suburbs are where the people are. Suburbs is where you get your math. Especially if you're a Democrat, you know Donald Trump's going to run it up in all these smaller rural counties. As you see, this is 2016. You come up to 2020, you're starting to see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president, that's not a huge margin there. We'll see how it goes. But in these smaller rural counties, the president tends to run it up. You move up here, let's just see 83%. In a county like that. And again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does to offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs. So one of the tests tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County, 59% there, come back in time, 50%, 51% if you round up. So those are the things you're looking for, especially in these places where Joe Biden's performance in the suburbs is absolutely critical. He needs African-American turnout to be up in Atlanta, in Augusta, in Columbus, in Savannah, and he needs, when you get into the suburbs, and the Democrats do very well in the close-in suburbs, more and more increasingly in the Trump age, they've been moving out into the outer rings of the suburbs, out to the exurban areas. So you watch this play out here. You look 16,000 votes ahead there in the state of Georgia. Just take a peek in South Carolina. The president winning quite handily here so far, but that's very preliminary in the vote. One of the things we'll watch throughout the night, are the president's margins about the same, or do they shrink even in the places he wins? Just want to peek one more time at Florida as we go here. Florida 2020. Welcome back to the roller coaster. Joe Biden has pulled ahead by 7,784 votes in the state of Florida. But again, 49.6, 49.5. We're early in the night. Florida is as close as it gets, which is pretty remarkable. Let's just take a closer look at what we're seeing here. Palm Beach turned blue. We thought it would. And a big vote dump to get it blue. That's why the state changed, right? We had just a few hundred votes in Palm Beach a few moments ago, and the president was leading. Right now, Wolf, the Florida vote coming in as Joe Biden would like it, as we wish, but we will keep counting.
We certainly will. Florida's emerging as a major fight that's going on right now. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Biden-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when most polls will close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. All right, we got a key race alert right now. Too early to call in these states, including in Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. Too early to call. Too early to call in North Carolina as well. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Too early to call. West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in West Virginia right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. It still remains the same. 11 Electoral College votes for Trump, Indiana. 0 so far for Biden. 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, in Florida right now, let's start. 29 electoral votes. Donald Trump has a narrow lead right now with 59% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Got a lead of about 25,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.4%. This is a must-win for Trump. He must win Florida. If Biden were to win Florida, it would be very difficult for Trump to get reelected. We're watching Florida so closely. In Virginia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 33,000 votes, 65.4% to 32.9%. In South Carolina, also very early. Trump is ahead 70.4% to 29.6%. In Kentucky, 18% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 75,000 votes, 58% to 40.5%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look. Georgia, it looks like it's going to be a battle over there. Biden is ahead with 4% of the estimated vote is in, about 16,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In New Hampshire, Biden is ahead there. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 3,300 votes, 59.2% to 40.3%. And Biden is ahead in Vermont, but less than 1% of the vote is in. Only 610 vote lead, 62.7% to 37.3% in Vermont. Let's go back to John King. Florida and Georgia, 2 very critically important states, lots of electoral votes at stake. Let's look at Florida first.
Let's look at Florida first. It is red at the moment. It has gone back and forth several times in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, and that's what Florida does. The President of the United States right now, President Trump, it's his new adopted home state, 50% to 49.1%, a 1-point race in Florida is what makes it Florida, actually, election night. 56,000, 57,000 votes if you round it up. If you're looking at the map, it looks like a traditional map. 1+ for the Democrats, Pinellas County here. One warning sign for Joe Biden as we watch this play out, and we got a ways to go. Remember, 3.4 million votes, 3.4 million votes. 4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year, so we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. You could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there. It's 28
Biden just took the lead in Florida once again. It's moving very quickly
so let's move
back and forth.
Let's come back and see where it came from. Now, by 134,000 votes. They are reporting very quickly in Florida. Congratulations to Florida. We hope it plays out.
65% of the vote is in, two-thirds.
Play it around the rest. So let's see what happened here. We got a big jump in Palm Beach County. 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago, the president was ahead there, but it was only a few hundred votes. So again, you're looking at 60% there, especially if Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, and we'll go back and check on it in a second. If he's underperforming there, you got to make it up somewhere else if you're going to win the state. And Hillary Clinton lost, right? So you look at Palm Beach County here, 60 to 40, 60 to 39. You come back here, it's a little bit better. She's at 57. So if you're Joe Biden and you're underperforming one place, you got to make it up somewhere else. We'll watch and see if that holds up. Let's just move south as we go. Broward County, 66. To me, what's more important is the 562 because we know turnout is up this year. We come back here, 66. So about the same there. The vote total is actually incredibly close to the same. If we come back to 4 years ago, he's a little bit above it there, but we got a little ways to go still. So turnout's up a little bit, which you adjust your math, and then you come down here. Again, in the Biden campaign, you think in a normal race, you're winning anyway. You say, 54-45, I'm doing great. No, the Democrats need to run it up more here. And you see Hillary Clinton with 64% when you round up last time, and she lost the state. Remember that. She lost the state, ran it up here, 624,000. You come back to 2020, Joe Biden running under that vote total here. Again, that happens. Elections change. Constituencies change. Donald Trump doing better perhaps with African Americans, with Latinos. It's a very complicated, diverse Latino community in Miami-Dade. So Joe Biden has to make it up somewhere else. You can make it up with senior citizens. You can make it up here in the growing suburbs across the I-4 corridor. And let's see the case. At the moment, Orange County, again, 700 votes and change. So this one doesn't count yet. No offense to the people who voted for the president there, but that doesn't count yet. We're not high enough up in the vote count to understand that. So we are up high here, though. Hillsborough County, which is Tampa and the growing suburbs around it. Pinellas County is St. Pete and the suburbs here as you move over. This went red 4 years ago as President Trump carried Florida. It is staying blue at the moment. Narrow, though. Look at that, 50.3 to 48.4. But again, in a state that often goes a point or two, sometimes within a point, right, little margins matter. Donald Trump carried it just barely by a point 4 years ago. At the moment, Joe Biden carrying it just barely by a point. That's how you win a state as close as Florida in on the margins like that. And if you come over here, 55-43, so 12 points almost.
You know, if we go statewide,
12 points on here. Hold on, I just want to check this one. That's 7 right there. You want to go statewide now. We'll see if it changes again as we pull it out.
Show us where each candidate is overperforming and underperforming.
All right, so we can go back and look at this. We can match this up to 4 years ago. Where is Trump underperforming, right? So where is the president underperforming? He's underperforming so far in these two counties. Now, they're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties, but the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's one county. It's not a lot of people, but in a state that is so close that could come down to several thousand votes. 2000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment, we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden underperforming? Where is Biden underperforming Clinton? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over in a minute. Underperforming. This doesn't count yet because the vote is very preliminary. Let me just check on this one. Also very preliminary there. So this we're waiting on. Don't focus on that.
Where's Biden overperforming?
But look at this here. You see this. This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming again. These are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment, but you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton, he's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's a performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee. But again, this is very preliminary. So let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump overperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood. Let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see if we have many votes in here. 37% here. That helps. It helps in these smaller places. Not a ton of votes, but it helps. Same thing, about 40% of the vote here. But again, this is where it matters, right here. If you're looking at Florida right now, it's a roller coaster. We're going to go through this several times. Lead switches are not at all uncommon, but this is the number one county, number one basket of votes in the county, in the state. 13% of the statewide vote. Right now, it's blue for Joe Biden, but those numbers, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, that puts you in play, but you got a lot more business to do. It's a
Do we know
complicated state.
Miami-Dade if those numbers are today voting or early voting?
I was told a few moments ago that most of this so far is in-person early voting. So we're still waiting for them to count mail-in votes. We're still waiting for more of today's election day turnout. This is in-person early voting. So far, we'll keep counting.
Here's a look at the key races as we count down to polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
People are worth saving.
They're here. That means a test is coming.
All right, let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Florida right now. 67% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 70,000 votes, 50% to 49.1%. It's close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. 5% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Biden is ahead there by 4,200 votes, 50.4% to 48.6%. Only 3% of the estimated vote in New Hampshire is in. Biden is ahead there by some 3,000 votes, 56.6% to 42.7%. In Virginia, 8% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, 50.2% to 48.1%. He's up by almost 8,000 votes in Virginia. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. Lots of excitement going on. So far, we're seeing some blue in Florida and Georgia. And the question is that going to hold?
That is the question. Is it going to hold? You see red in Virginia. We don't expect that to hold, but we'll count the votes early in all these places. We also see this. Donald Trump had an early lead in the popular vote. He still does, but Joe Biden is starting to close in on that as well. One of the questions tonight, that's not how we pick a president, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. And if Joe Biden can stretch that lead out, it should help him in the Electoral College. But we'll watch those numbers as well. But we go state by state. That's how we pick presidents. And Florida has 29 Electoral College votes. So it is one of the biggest prizes on the map. And it is always a battleground state. And again, Biden on top right now, 50.6 to 48.4. In Florida, they call that a blowout. It's about a point and a half. But that's what it's. So we got a long way to go still. And again, three big parts of the state. Democrats need their votes here. This is where close elections are settled. And we're waiting to see what happens up here. And again, you see some trouble signs for both candidates. And so we're still going to watch the votes. We have 72% of the estimated vote. We'll watch as it plays out. Why do I say trouble signs for both candidates? Let me start up here in the northern part of the state. Duval County, very close. Joe Biden on top, 52 to 47. If you round it, 5 points there. It's about just shy of 40,000 votes there. But again, if you go back in time, President Trump carried this. Not by a lot, but in a state that is so close, the small margins in the big counties. This is the seventh largest of the 67 counties. So you're looking for the bigger counties where the votes are and to see what the margins are. Let's just check over here, Leon County in Tallahassee. That's 2016. You come up here, Joe Biden, but very early in a place we expect him to win, the state capitol, government workers, unions, we expect him to win. So let's come down here again. This has been holding steady for a while. And again, this would be the biggest danger sign for the Biden campaign in their war room right now, and the most encouraging sign for the Trump campaign in its war room right now. Miami-Dade is the largest county in the state by population. You get about 13.5% of the vote, depending on how the turnout goes right there. And you see, 54-45. In most states, you'd think that's a good win, but not in the state of Florida because it's so complicated and big. The Democrats need a bigger margin here. Again, the Clinton comparison, 64%, 624,000 votes. She lost the state, remember. She ran it up in Miami-Dade. The Clinton campaign was happy with this. They thought they did a pretty good job there, but she lost the state. You see the 624,000 for Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden running below that total right now. We have more votes to come in, and we'll see, and we know turnout was up. Most of this, not all of it, most of this is people who voted in person early. So we're waiting for the election day vote. Republicans think that's where they do best, but this is the Democratic area. Let's see. That's why the Democrats sent Barack Obama down here twice to try to turn people out to vote in the end. The former president trying to get African Americans and others to turn out. And so now you pull it out and you see the state is starting to fill in. And again, Florida doing a good job counting quickly. Let's just walk up the coast first. Broward County, this is what Biden needs to do here. Again, you want to run it up here. The president's going to win the smaller rural counties, so the Democrats need to run it up. This is the second largest county, just shy of 10% of the vote here. And then Palm Beach County. This is what the Democrats need to do and what Joe Biden is doing right now. Just for comparison, 60.2, 57% when you round up, so a little bit better here. Not as many people here, so it's hard to make up what you're missing in Miami-Dade, but you take everything you can get as you try to go through it. And then this is the key part of the state, the western part, the southwestern part of the state, Naples and surrounding, critical for the president. These votes are starting to come in. 61, focus on the 61 or round it up to 62, and then remember the 120,000. You go back 4 years ago, 105,000 and 62. So the president's got about the same percentage, and more people are voting. More people are voting in this election. Turnout there. Hillary Clinton gets 61,000 votes there. Joe Biden getting more votes, more votes because of the increased turnout this year, which is a good thing in every state. The more people who play, the better for our democracy. But so then you want to come up here, and again, Orlando. Earlier I said it didn't matter. This was red. It was early. We only had a couple hundred votes. Big chunk of votes has come in here. Joe Biden at 64, the president at 35. 341,000 votes. Let's go back and take a look again. So Joe Biden has already passed Hillary Clinton's vote total, 60% there, 64% there. That's how you win a close race in Florida. Doesn't mean it's enough, especially if you have to offset Miami-Dade. But the Orange County here, you think of it as Orlando. This is more and more by the day suburban. More and more Latino, more and more college educated, more and more complicated. And this has been very hard hit by the economy.
Look at this, 75% of the vote in Florida is now in, and Biden has a lead of 142,000 votes. Step back for a moment, John. Explain to our viewers why we're spending so much time looking at Florida. Yes, it has 29 electoral votes, but it's a must-win for the president.
It's an absolutely must-win for the president. Joe Biden would like it. If Joe Biden gets it, it helps him remake the map. It helps him make a statement election. But let's just walk over here and we come back. This is the only state we've called so far, projected so far, is Indiana. So the president has 11 electoral votes. You have to get to 270. And remember, the president got to 306 last time, right? So why does Florida matter so much? Well, if Joe Biden can take away Florida, that right there, in and of itself, gets the president down to 277, right? So then from there, Joe Biden really needs just one more. So if Joe Biden won Florida, let's say he won Arizona, right? Joe Biden could win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania, without winning Michigan, without winning Wisconsin, without winning Georgia. All places where in these three, he leads. Here, he's certainly competitive. Some polls show him ahead, some polls show him a little behind. So that is why 29 matters. I mean, the only thing on the board tonight with more significance is potentially Texas. Democrats think they may have a chance in Texas. But if you take these 29 away from the President of the United States, mathematically, can I find a path to Trump victory? If you want to say that Trump's going to win California, or if you say Trump's going to win all three of these, so it doesn't absolute, but that's essential. We're trying to be conservative, we're trying to be cautious, trying to be fair to the president. If the president of the United States loses Florida, his path to re-election is essentially gone.
And right now it's very close in Florida. 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 83,500 votes right now, 50% to 49.1%. More make or break states are on the line at the top of the hour when the last polls close in the battlegrounds of Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Will we be able to make any projections in the hour ahead? We're going to find out very soon. Stay with us. right, we have our second projection of the night. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Vermont. He beats Trump in Vermont, 3 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the map where it stands right now, the race to 270. Trump has 11. He won Indiana. Biden has 3. He won Vermont. 270 once again needed to win the presidency. We're only moments away from the biggest wave of poll closings in the presidential race. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the last polling places close in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Together, those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania are the key battlegrounds we're watching in the coming hour. Joe Biden posing a strong challenge to the president of Florida and Pennsylvania, states seen as crucial for Mr. Trump's re-election chances. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start off in Florida right now. Florida, look at this. It's very close in Florida. Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Ohio, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, an impressive lead of 347,000 right now, 64.4% to 34.5%. In Ohio, 18 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, only 3% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 54.8% to 44.4%. 2 more states. Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia. Right now, 7% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by 9,000 votes or so, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Virginia, 13% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right, it's fairly interesting to watch. Florida's still Biden. We'll get there in a minute, very close. The president's lead and the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state, Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, whoa, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio? Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. That would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, I'm on your side. I am your voice, trade deals. Joe Biden getting 62%. We're about halfway in the count, so we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right? Can Joe Biden, one of the things he says he can do is that, unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue-collar, traditional Democrats who left the party to go for Donald Trump. We'll see if that holds up here as you come to 2020. That's a big deal. Even if Joe Biden loses in Ohio, that's a big deal when we move over to Pennsylvania. It's a big deal in Wisconsin. It's a big deal in Michigan. Ohio, a more Republican state than any of those 3 that I just mentioned. So you're looking up here, challenge number 1 for the Democrats. You want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican. You got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland. Only about 40% of the vote in, a ways to go, 75 to 24. Let's go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. This is a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden, this is your base. This has to be your foundation, largest county in the state. It's about 11% of the vote when you're all done. But you move out here to the suburbs. This is the battle for the American presidency. Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead, 51-48. It's close, but if you go back in time, this was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States. It's part of the coalition Trump put together in 2016 as he won Ohio rather comfortably. If Joe Biden can hold Lake County, hold the suburbs to the west of Cleveland, that's part of the building blocks. At least get you close. Now, as you see, as we go through this, some more of the middle of the state is filling in. These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people here, but let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up, right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more competitive county. You see that, right? That's about half of the vote, 76%. You come back in time, 61% for Hillary Clinton. That's how, those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities. A lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state. It's unions. It's African Americans. It's turnout. But then when you get out here, away from it, you have to win the suburbs. And that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a Clinton county, more of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well. One of the House districts, Democrats are trying to expand their majority. So it's
John,
Ohio.
I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. There's only a 2,000 vote separation. Biden is ahead by 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television. But this is why this is fun. I mean, look at this. This is
now, Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000
Now,
votes.
Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why elections are fun. And this is why Florida is, of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing, if you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. Then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46 if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable, because you come up here, can you make it up? This is number 2. Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1.
The second largest
This is
county.
this is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough. But you're running ahead there, and then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there, 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden, again, exceeding her total, and right now at the moment exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up from here. Here's where you find number 4. That's Hillsborough. That's Tampa. It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is Speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see that's about, you see 300, 352, so you 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There are some votes there for you. Much closer, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This 4 years ago, it's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in Election Day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91% in. Again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. And so then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle, this is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. But 6,000 votes to 2,000 votes, that's 4,000 votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have many votes out of Leon County yet. That's Tallahassee. And then you move over here, watching this all night to see if it switches. Duval County, again, sorry for the broken record, the suburbs, Jacksonville and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47. If you go back in time, Donald Trump carries Florida 4 years ago narrowly, in part because he won the suburbs narrowly there. So, Wolf, as we watch this play out, I just want to come out to statewide and look. The president of the United States, 2,994 votes ahead in a state that has cast more than 9 million ballots.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia. The biggest round of poll closings tonight, a whopping 172 electoral votes are at stake in the next hour. We got some CNN projections right now. Let's start in Massachusetts. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts, will win its 11 electoral votes. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes. Another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes as well. Trump, we have a projection for Trump right now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now, we cannot make projections in these states. Take a look. Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, and New Hampshire. Also, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. We cannot make projections in those states. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count as it stands right now. Biden has 30 electoral college votes. Trump has 18. Remember, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Biden is leading in these states right now. In Ohio, that's a key battleground. 28% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 370,000 votes, 59.7% to 39.1%, 18 electoral votes. Biden is also ahead in Georgia right now. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is up. It's very close by about 5,300 votes, 50% to 49% in Georgia. A tight battle underway. In New Hampshire right now, only 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 6,700 votes, 57.3% to 41.9% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in these 2 states. Let's take a look right now. Right now, Trump is ahead in Florida. 82% of the estimated vote in Florida is in, but he's ahead by about 11,000 votes. Look at how close it is in Florida right now, 49.6% to 49.4%. A tight battle in Florida underway right now. Trump is ahead in Virginia right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 151,000 vote lead over Biden, 58% to 40.1%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at these states right now, but let's take a look at the big picture first, John. Give us a sense of what we're seeing.
Texas is blue. Look at that. Florida is blue. Look at that. South Carolina is blue. Look at that. Georgia is blue. Ohio is blue. West Virginia is blue. Again, if you're a Democrat at home, pick up your phone, take a picture. This is a map you love, right? It's not going to stay that way, but we'll see how many do, though. Texas, the Democrats think it's in play. West Virginia, I would be shocked. South Carolina, I would be shocked. Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Texas. This is a very different election. We are looking at competitive races in states that have been red
explain
for a
Texas,
long
what's
time
going
ago.
on now.
Well, I don't think we're going to have a lot of vote there, and we don't. See, so that's why we have 700,000, 1.1 million votes. Joe Biden's ahead because of this, though. Again, I'm going to say this repeatedly throughout the night. This is part of the changing Texas. Dallas and the suburbs around it flipped a House seat there 2 years ago. 81% there. Joe Biden leading in Dallas County, 66% of the vote.
I want to just point out a lot of this vote in Texas is early voting, which we anticipated would
early
be
vote. Yeah, it's early vote. Yeah, a lot of the blue you're seeing is because we're early. I mean, this is again a lot of early votes here. So again, you don't expect that to hold up. This is very competitive. This is very competitive. We know Democrats voted disproportionately early. They wanted to vote by mail. Coronavirus safety concerns. They were encouraged by Democrats early on. So we're looking at a map right now. We talked about this earlier. We're going to be talking about this all night long. Some states are reporting in a different way this year because of all the mail-in voting, because of absentee and early, and then you have in-person election day voting. Different states are reporting it in different ways, and some states, within those states, they're reporting it in different ways. Some states are giving you the early vote first. That's why you're seeing a lot of blue in places that are traditionally red, because we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Other states are giving it to us in reverse. We're trying to be as transparent as we can be throughout the night to tell you what we know about what we're getting, but it makes for an interesting and somewhat unpredictable night. Now, that doesn't mean we won't be watching votes in Texas to see how competitive it is. Democrats do believe it will be a lot more competitive. Will it end the night blue? Stay with us. Brew some coffee.
Look at the popular vote nationwide. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by only 4,000 votes, 49.5% to 49.4%.
And remember, we've been, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by a large margin. We can go back and look at it, right? More than 2 million votes, close to 3 million votes, 4 years ago. The expectation is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote this time, but we have to see, and we're going to watch it as it plays out. So let's come back to the states where we know. Florida, I want to just start here because it has been a seesaw back and forth all night long. Donald Trump ahead right now by 22,170 votes in a state where we're approaching 10 million votes cast. We're just shy of that. That is a tiny lead, 49.6 to 49.4. And if you're looking at it, we're still waiting. You're starting to see the panhandle. Pensacola filling in here, Escambia County. This is the panhandle. This is where President Trump gets his votes. We're going to watch this play out. 22,000 votes, Wolf. Florida, we're still counting, and some others as well.
All right, we have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Kentucky. He'll win Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. That's a win for Trump in Kentucky over Biden. This is where it stands right now in the race to 270. Biden has 30. Trump has 26. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are 5 battleground states right now where Biden is ahead. Let's start with Pennsylvania right now. Only less than 1% of the vote is in, but Biden is ahead by nearly 40,000 votes, 79.9% to 18.8% for Trump. In Texas right now, 10% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 58.7% to 40% for Trump. Let's go to Georgia right now. 10% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Only 453 vote lead for Biden over Trump, 49.5% to 49.5%. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by 348,000 votes, 58.5% to 40.4% for Trump in Ohio. In New Hampshire right now, 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 6,700 votes, 57.1% to 42.2% in New Hampshire right now. We got some more states right now. Trump is ahead in these states right now, beginning in Florida. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 65,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.2%. Very, very close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Virginia, about a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is still ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia by more than 214,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.3% in Virginia. All these races so significant. John King, you're looking at all this as closely as anyone is looking at it. What do you see?
I see some unpredictability. I see a lot of swings back and forth. And again, that's the nature of the night. We need to remind everybody, you had early mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting. 3 different challenges for every state, every county in America, and every election agency as they pull all this together. And some states are doing it. Some states are doing it different ways, even within the same state. So you see states that are blue, like a South Carolina. We're looking at it right now. It's only 5% of the statewide reporting. If it ends up that way, that's dramatic breaking news. We just don't expect it. We need you to be patient at home, and we just need you to remember, different states are doing things in different ways. West Virginia is blue at the moment. Early votes, we know Democrats disproportionately wanted to vote early by mail. So when states are counting those first, you're going to see blue in some places that are traditionally red. It's okay. They're votes. They're real. They're real. They're just not complete. It's just not contextual. We just don't have everything. And so again, you see it in Texas here. It looks big and blue on the map. When you zoom in on the state, it's not much, right? We don't have much yet. Small county here, small county here. The most significant vote center here is Dallas. So Joe Biden is leading in the state of Texas right now because we have some votes out of Dallas. I just want to remind you with the history here, though, that alone doesn't mean Joe Biden is not competitive in Texas tonight. We're going to be at this for a few hours, but one little blue spot there is not enough to overcome what usually happens in Texas, which is this. So strap in at home, brew extra coffee. We're going to have to go through all this as we do it. But we'll watch it. Those are real votes. Those are all real votes. Everything you see on this map are real votes. It's just we get them in different orders from different states. We need to be careful and calmly walk through it. In the states where we're going, though, that Ohio is blue right now, we're up to about a third of the vote. That's significant. That means Joe Biden, we don't know if he's going to win Ohio, but we know he's competitive in Ohio. And we know that Donald Trump, right now, Joe Biden is ahead 57 to 42. We know that Donald Trump won Ohio pretty comfortably 4 years ago. So again, win or lose Ohio, there's a lesson in this that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton in these industrial states. And this would be a big one. No Republican has won the presidency in modern times without winning Ohio. So that Joe Biden is competitive here is a source of angst right now at the Trump campaign headquarters. Now, they know more about this, and they know that these small grays are going to fill in, but more of these small grays are going to fill in red, but more of them have been just in the last few minutes, and Joe Biden's still a lead. This is what I mean. This is what Donald Trump does in small town America. 78%, right? 62 to 1,600. Not a ton of votes, but if you do it here and here and here, and you start running it up, that's what happens, right? Especially in the ones where you're getting 70s and more. You come over here and you come over here. You're getting 68, 70%. You start to run up the votes. But Democrats, Joe Biden in the Biden campaign, number one, this is a must. Democrats always win Cuyahoga County, but look how much he's winning it by. About 4, again, we've been waiting for a while. We're at 42% here, and we'll see if it evens out. You have Cleveland, African-American turnout in the city, and then the suburbs around it. The encouraging part at this moment, and we'll see if it sticks, is not just that Cuyahoga County, Cleveland is blue, but that Lake County to the northeast is blue, suburban Cleveland right there, close, but still you're winning in the suburbs, and then you move over here to Lorain County as well. You go back in time here, you see Hillary Clinton carries this, but it's essentially a split, right? 47-47, a split there. Joe Biden right now on top by a more significant margin. These are the suburbs, there are more people. It's the 9th largest county, there's 88 in the state of Ohio. This is also encouraging to the Biden campaign when you come over here. Not just that you're winning, Democrats are supposed to win here, but again, with about half the vote counted, we'll see if it changes. Again, you get early votes, you get in-person voting, they come in different ways. Sometimes you get a big dump and it changes everything, but 62% right there, you come back a pretty close split in this county. This is blue collar, work with your hands. America, it used to be reliable Democratic votes. This is where Trump cut in deeply to the Democratic Party right here. So now you come out here, we're going to watch Ohio come back to 2020. It's a great race. This tells you, no matter how this ends, this tells you that this is a very different campaign than we had 4 years ago, and that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton. You see Michigan votes, you see Pennsylvania votes. That's it right there. Joe Biden can be president if he just changes what happened 4 years ago in the industrial Midwest, but it's everywhere. He's in play everywhere. Let's pull up the red down here. 117,000, Trump vote lead right now, 50% to 49% if you round up there. And we're starting to get the panhandle, right? So you come all the way to the west, Escambia County, Pensacola, 53, so 54 to 44. You go back in time, that's a little, Trump's underperforming a little bit there percentage-wise. 88,000 votes, 69,000 votes, so that could be significant. This is the most populous county here along the panhandle right here. You keep an eye on that. It's red for Trump as it should be, but remember, Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, or at least he was. We'll check on it in a minute. If you're underperforming places, you need to do better elsewhere. Could be some votes there to be made up there. Then you start moving across the panhandle. And again, this is what the president does in smaller counties. And this one's a medium-sized county. It's 30. It's in the middle of Florida. 67 counties in Florida. This one's 30th. You keep coming across. This is what the president does, and you rack up the votes here. And if you pull it out into context, there are a lot of them, right? So you come across here. This is Alabama. This is Georgia. This part of Florida votes like the South, except for the cities. Now, we were waiting earlier for Leon County. This is Tallahassee, the state capital, the suburbs around it. You see blue right here, 63% for Biden, 60%. You might say that's not a big deal. In a state as tight as Florida, those little margins, if you can perform, again, especially if you're struggling in one place, you have to overperform somewhere else. So you see, you're watching that play out there. Again, though, the president's still 112, 113,000 if you round him up. Earlier, I was talking about, this is 2016. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 2016 map. This is Duval County here. It was red 4 years ago. It is blue right now. You come back out. I'm looking at the 2016 total, thinking it was this year's total, because that's the way it always is in Florida. It's that close. 10 million votes are about to be cast. We're really close to 10 million votes, and 131,000 separates them right now. But Duval County is still blue for the Democrats, 51 to 47. That's the suburbs. Donald Trump makes it up in the rural areas. And then we're going to come across here. I just want to see where the margins are. One of the things you get, at this point, Florida's returning so quickly, you're starting to figure out what's still out. Where can you find more votes? If you're going to make up 100,000, which is the lead right now, where can you get it? Orange County, growing, a lot of votes here, but about 93% of the estimate in. We'll see what the numbers are. We'll see what more votes come in. 383,000 here for Joe Biden right now, 329. So that's 50,000 votes. He's running ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000 plus from 4 years ago. The turnout's up everywhere, though. So the president's numbers are up, too. You're going county by county in the campaign war room. This is significant as you come across. Again, Hillsborough County, Tampa in the suburbs, Pinellas County, St. Pete in the suburbs along the coast. This was blue. I mean, this was red 4 years ago. Very close, 49.2, 49.5 to 49.2, 2,000 votes. 2,000 votes there. 2,000 votes matter in a close state. And again, I want to do this again in reverse order this time. Palm Beach County, almost all counted. 56 for Joe Biden, come back in time. 56 for Hillary Clinton, so you're matching it up. Might not be good enough. Hillary Clinton lost the state. Come back to 2020. You come down here, 66%, second largest population center, second largest county in terms of people in Florida, 66. Come back in time, 66. You're essentially matching what happened 4 years ago. The vote count, 553, 562. Turnout's up a little bit, but you're essentially matching the percentages there. And then you move down here, and this is the trouble sign. Again, we're not done. We're not done counting in Florida. Joe Biden can make it up somewhere else. But 54% Miami-Dade, 579 to 486,000. If you look at it there, number one, this is your biggest county in Florida. This is where the most votes are, away from more. But Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here, 624 to 333. Hillary Clinton built up a huge lead in Miami-Dade, and she still lost the state. So Joe Biden is they're looking at that in Biden campaign headquarters, wondering what's left. You'll see what else comes in. You can make it up. It's a big population center. A lot of votes can come in. You can change the math, but you're not going to get back to that percentage. Again, 63% there, 54% there. If Joe Biden loses Florida narrowly tonight, this will be why. But we're not done yet. We're not done counting yet. You come back out, although that lead now 163,000. Just in the course of this conversation, President Trump has stretched it out. He stretched it out as it starts to fill in here. And as we get more of the votes here, this is what he does. And again, this is the Trump coalition. These smaller places, not a ton of people live here, but the president's above 80% in these places. He racks it up. 163,000 Wolf, 574 votes, 10 million now. We are past 10 million votes in the state of Florida. Remarkably close, 50.3 to 49 if you round that up.
89% of the estimated vote in Florida has already reported. We're standing by for the first results from Arkansas just minutes from now, as well as the second biggest round of poll closings right at the top of the hour. That's when a slew of battleground states are on the line: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin. The next hour could go a long way toward deciding who ultimately wins the White House. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We have another projection right now. CNN projects President Trump will win the state of Tennessee, will win Tennessee's 11 electoral votes, a win for Trump in Tennessee. Here's where the race to 270 electoral votes stands right now. Trump is now on top. He has 37 electoral votes. Biden has 30 electoral votes. Remember, once again, 270 needed to win the White House. Let's get a key race alert, see where things stand in several of the critically important battleground states. In Ohio right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead of Trump by some 312,000 votes, 55.3% to 43.5% for Trump in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 3% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden has a 143,000 vote lead over Trump, 82.2% to 16.9% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, very, very early, less than 1% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 10,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.7% in Michigan right now. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. He's a busy guy tonight. Got a lot going on. You got to look at all these battleground states and give us a sense of the latest.
It's a lot of fun. Joe Biden leads in the popular vote. If you care about that at home, I know some people out there aren't fans of the Electoral College. You see 12 million to 12.4 million there. North Carolina starting to come in. It's shaded blue right now. Again, one of those states Donald Trump has to win to recreate his path from 2016. He doesn't have to win them all, but North Carolina is a big one. You see 56 if you round up to 43 right now. About half of the vote says 55%. So what are you looking at here? Number one, you start here. Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, this is the biggest area of the state. And look at that number. Look at that number. About 84% of the estimated vote in. Again, on a night like this, sometimes that swings a little bit because we have mail-in, in-person early, and then election day votes. But you go back in time and look, everywhere we're looking here, right? Is Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton in the cities and the suburbs around them? That's what's happening right here in Charlotte and the suburbs right now, the biggest part of the state. 63% for Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. 69% if you round that up for Joe Biden. So that's a big building block to keeping North Carolina more competitive. Remember, Obama for 2008, record African-American turnout, back to Mitt Romney in 2012, to President Trump in 2016. You start in Mecklenburg and then you come up here to Wake County. This is Raleigh, again, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. It's changing. It's diverse. There are new voters here. They tend to be college educated, younger voters as well. There's a lot of diversity. Not Donald Trump's vote. The new vote here is not Donald Trump's vote. 65, 66%. If you round it up to 33%, again, it's the second largest county in the state. It's about 10% of the state's voting population. 58% for Secretary Clinton. 66% for Joe Biden. So overperforming here, you just move over. This is the research triangle. Again, college-educated voters, suburbs turned away from President Trump during his presidency. 82% right now. In Durham County here, look at that. That's a big number. 82%. You go back in time, 79%. So you think that's only a little bit on the margins in a close state. That's what matters. Because again, this is another one of these states, and we see this all across America. We're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see it in Central Ohio. The president runs it up in the small towns. 67% here. He had a rally here just the other day. This will be interesting to watch. There are Trump super counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting, and they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67% Trump Clinton, right? Catawba County. Let's come back here to go see where we are. It's about the same, right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew their voters are, where they thought they could turn at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out. Again, if you're the Democrats, you got to run it up in the cities. Asheville, suburbs around it, 63% now. 55%, 56% if you round up 4 years ago. Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well 4 years ago, but grow and build, especially in places where the population is changing like it is in North Carolina. Let's pull back out again and just take a look. Just want to wander through all this. You come down to the coast here in Wilmington. It's not as big. It's the 9 of 100 counties in terms of the population, but you're down along the coast here. This is where you find Republicans in the suburbs, right? 52% to 47% is where we have it right now. Donald Trump carried this county with 50%. Again, it's 3 or 4 point swing. You think that's not a huge deal. It is when you're 55,000 votes for the president 4 years ago, 52,000 votes now in a very close state. 2,000 or 3,000 votes could matter. The Democrat getting 58 plus for Joe Biden there compared to 50. So 8,000 votes 8,000 votes can make a difference in a close state when you're racking them up. Now, turnout is up everywhere, so everything you're not making a direct comparison. We have to be careful about that. Let's come in here to Fayetteville. Both campaigns spent a lot of time here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden, 38% for the president. Let's go back in time. 57%. Again, Joe Biden overperforming. Let's actually pull that out and see if we can see how significant the overperforming is as we come into the thing here. Let's see where he's overperforming here. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here, the biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign. Then you come over here to Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the Research Triangle, a lot of new voters with college degrees, professionals in the suburbs. That's what you try to do. And you see Joe Biden, and you come out here, this is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win, but Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden. That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done. We're going to keep counting votes, but let's turn this off and look at the entire state. 54 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there. 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you look at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities. Did you turn out the Democratic base? Did you make inroads in the suburbs? That's what that looks like so far. We got a ways to go. And I say when we have a ways to go, we're looking at a South Carolina right now that is blue, which reminds us, go slow, be cautious. Don't think anything we see now is absolutely definitive about where we're going to end the night. However, this just that it's closer. It's only 9% of the vote. Just that some of these red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there. We'll see how it plays out when we get more votes. Let's keep going down. Ohio is still blue. I was going to go south to Florida, but Ohio is still blue. I just want to check on it. About 40%. That's where we were last time. 55. There's a lot of, not as many though, rural counties to fill in here. And we'll just pull out to the map and we look just really quick. Florida still close, but the president holding that lead there. Georgia still close. Ways to go. Long way to go in the vote count in Florida. In Georgia. Not as much to go in Florida. If you're the president, you're looking at 189,000 in Florida, and you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
206,000 right now. 90% of the vote in Florida is in. Let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
All right, Wolf, thanks so much. So there's a lot of blue on the map right now, but of course, it's still very, very early. What are you looking for?
Look, I mean, you're exactly right. The fact that Georgia, in particular, seems to be so competitive when 4 years ago, if anybody would have told us, watch Georgia, we would have said, no, that's a very red state. And it seems to be really giving Donald Trump a run for his money. And it is, as we talked about, and which is similar in a lot of other battleground states, the changing demographics and the suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we might see tonight a little bit of a distinction. I mean, when we talk about demographics, we often sort of talk about it with just sort of in a way that where we're saying all demographics benefits the Democrats, but that's not always the case. In Florida, Joe Biden is struggling because he's struggling with Latino voters in Florida in particular, but we might see him benefiting from non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia, in places like Ohio, in places like North Carolina as well. So we'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that white voters, which, either college educated or not, you kind of think of more historically for Donald Trump, it seems to be changing, at least in the exit polls that we're seeing so far.
Well, there are, in some of these states, it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. And it's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds of Latino voters, for example. There's Latino voters who are largely Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. And then there's Latino voters who are largely Mexican American in Arizona. And it's a very diverse group politically, in addition to where their ancestors are from. The other thing that's very interesting is how Biden is, even though he's doing worse with some of these groups, like Latino voters, he's doing better with suburban voters. And we're seeing that across the board.
And I think this is where we need to put on our 2020 hats and allow 2020 to be what it is, which is that Biden may put together a coalition that is different than what we've seen from other Democrats, particularly Barack Obama, who was the last Democrat to win the White House. The Obama coalition was something fairly specific. It involved younger voters, involved a lot of black voters, and a lot of Hispanic voters. Joe Biden might need to do something different tonight. He might need to cobble together more older voters, more suburban women, more non-college educated men in order to win in some of the places he needs to win, like a Pennsylvania, in order to get to 2.
Which is exactly what the Biden campaign was telling me, and I'm sure both of you as well, coming into this, which is why they have felt better in the northern states, in the northern Midwestern states, because his coalition isn't the same as the guy who was the president when he was the vice president for 8 years. It's just different.
No, he's middle-class Joe. That's what he calls himself.
Scrappy kid from Scranton.
But they've got to perform. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. And I think when we talk about what's going on in Florida, this is where Democrats were not able to turn out their voters. They have to turn them out elsewhere on the map.
Of course, we're all still waiting for those big 3 Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia with its 5 electoral votes. Trump wins West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes. Too early to call there. Let's take a look at the race for 270. Let's take a look at where it stands right now. Trump right now has 42 electoral college votes. Biden has 30. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are some of the latest numbers. North Carolina right now, take a look at this. 62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot. Trump is losing to Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.9% to 44.9% in North Carolina. In the key battleground state of Ohio, 44% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by an impressive 284,000 votes, 54.5% to Trump's 44.3%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, only 6% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by about almost 79,000 votes, 58.7% to 40.7%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, almost half of the vote is in, 45%. Biden is ahead in Texas right now by 250,000 votes, 51.7% for Biden in Texas. Trump has 46.9%. A huge number of electoral votes at stake in Texas, 38 electoral votes in Texas. In New Hampshire right now, 10% of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there by about 7,500 votes. 53.7% for Biden, 45.3% for Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire right now. Too early to call in several of these states. We're monitoring right now, once again, Florida, Michigan, Georgia, and Virginia. We cannot make any projections in those states right now. Too early to call right now. But let's take a look at the vote in those states right now. In Florida right now, 90% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 50.5% to Biden's 48.4% in Florida. In Michigan right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes, 57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by an impressive 154,000 votes right now, 56.2% to 42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, also impressive, 260,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 58.3% to 39.6%. Let's go back to John King at the magic wall. I'm really curious to see what we're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
It's interesting that we have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination, mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, different states handling those ballots in different ways. The map looks a little different than we expected. Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red, where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way. Michigan's in red at the moment, but again, we're waiting for votes to be counted. We're very preliminary in some of these states. And on the flip side, I just circled some states that you'd be surprised by. You look right down here, Texas is blue, Mississippi is blue, South Carolina is blue, which tells you what? A, we're having an unusual night because of the pandemic election and the different ways people are voting and the different ways states are counting. So everybody needs to be patient. Number two, it's just without a doubt, though, even as I say that, and even as we have a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing in a place like Ohio, where Hillary Clinton was not competitive 4 years ago, we don't know how it's going to end tonight. We know Joe Biden is more competitive in this race and across the industrial Midwest with blue-collar Americans who voted for Trump. We know Joe Biden is more competitive, and we know that because just look at that. That's a 10-point lead in Ohio, only 40% of the vote. There's a long way to go. Ohio is a traditionally Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than those states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden is competitive and the fact that he is doing what a Democrat needs to do, at least so far, we're not at the finish line, but so far the building blocks of a Democratic win in a state as fiercely competitive, Republican-leaning even, as Ohio is. You've got to run it up in the cities. This is the biggest one of all, Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, 75% of the vote right there. You go back 4 years ago, again, 66%, overperforming Hillary Clinton. Lake County in 2016 went for Donald Trump. This is the suburbs to the northeast of Cleveland. Right now, 61% of the vote in those suburbs going for Joe Biden. Remember what happened in 2018. In 2016, Donald Trump narrowly wins the suburbs. He's president. 2018, the suburbs revolt. Nancy Pelosi is speaker. Test tonight. Does that last? Does that accelerate? Does it stay the same? Lake County right now, we'll see. We're not at the finish line. Tells us that the suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump continues. Is it enough in Ohio? We don't know yet. But Lorain County again, to the west of Cleveland, Joe Biden at 57% when you round up. You go back in time, almost 10 points, running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere. So this makes the math a little different this year. 66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden running behind that right now, but we still have 60% of the vote. We're going to watch as it plays out. Again, you come back out to Battleground, Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue. Donald Trump has no path to re-election. If Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has no path to re-election. That's why we're going to spend some time on this. And we're watching it right now, about halfway through, though. About halfway through means things can change. So let's keep an eye on it. Let's come back out. You see Pennsylvania is blue. I just want to stop here very quickly to see we don't have anything yet. So it's blue at the moment with early votes. We'll stay with this one. We're told, Pennsylvania could be tomorrow, could be a couple days after that. We'll watch as it fills in. Joe Biden has a lead early on. It looks blue on the map. You're happy if you're a Democrat, but that's not, we're not there yet. So you come down here. I said if Joe Biden wins Ohio, Donald Trump's path to re-election is blocked. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Donald Trump's path to re-election is almost blocked. You can come up with some other scenarios, but it's really hard. And so you're looking at this one right now, 66, 2/3 of the vote in Wolf, 53 to 46 when you round up, 275,000 vote lead. That gets hard to overcome at some point.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in, and Biden has a 275,000 vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian right now. So we have a sense, David, how much of this vote is early vote? How much of it is today vote?
We do have that sense, as John was just showing you. What you see here now is a Joe Biden lead. He's got 2 million votes to Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97% of the current vote that you're looking at in North Carolina is early vote. That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake County, and in Raleigh area, it's almost all early vote, those big Democratic counties. And we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more election day vote comes in. So it's just the note of caution that right now, the vast majority of the vote that's in North Carolina is early vote, and that is benefiting Joe Biden at the moment. So there's still more election day vote to be counted.
What about Ohio? Do we know Ohio?
Well,
In Ohio, I think what we see here is that Joe Biden's also benefiting from early vote there, but there's more early vote to come in there. So, take a look here. We have 49% of the total estimated vote in. 29% of it right now is early vote. We think that's going to climb. Okay, that 53% is our estimate of the Ohio vote that will be early vote. So it's an opportunity, actually. Joe Biden has the lead now for him to actually grow his lead in Ohio, perhaps, Wolf.
That's very interesting, and John, as you and I well know, no Republican has ever, and you've pointed this out, has ever won the White House without carrying Ohio.
Right. It was so critical. Obama took it back from George W. Bush. Remember the 2004 election? People forget how close 2004 was. 2004 came down to one state, Ohio. That was the first election after 9/11. It was a very close state. But let's come up now to 2020. We can do history another day because we have history unfolding before us right now. And in 2020 right now, this is a very important point that David just made. And this is why we've said throughout the night, we need you to be patient at home. This is all real. These are real votes. However, the context is we're waiting, right? So a lot of this is early vote. We know Democrats voted disproportionately in some states more than others. North Carolina is one of the states where we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Democrats returned their ballots early in the mail-in voting. So now we watch to see the election day vote. And again, that's why the president was traveling the country in the last week in places like North Carolina, trying to get his people to show up today because he knew coming into today he was behind. This tells us that was in fact correct. And so you're looking here in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest county in the state, and you bring it up. The challenge is, we think this is about 84% of the vote. Joe Biden will win Mecklenburg County. Hillary Clinton won Mecklenburg County. It's Charlotte and the suburbs around it. The question is, can Donald Trump close that gap? Close that gap. It's all about margins when you're in a close race, right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous. That's Charlotte. This is Winston-Salem. Again, 59-40, right? So almost a 20-point lead there. Let's just go back and take a look. 59-40, you come back here, 53-43. So a 10-point race, 10 points and change here. 4 years ago, Donald Trump carries the state. With the early vote, Joe Biden has a much bigger advantage. Now we have to count the rest. We have to finish. We might be 2/3, 3/4 even way around the track. We're not finished. And we have to wait for those votes to come in before we can tally. Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do, impressively, actually, when you look at these places, but we're not at the finish line yet. So you come up here to Durham County. Again, 83% in. Let's see when that election day vote comes in. Does President Trump narrow this gap? That's ouch, right? 82-17. If you look at it that way, you go back in time. It was ouch 4 years ago, 80-18, right? But again, in a race on the margins, can he get it just a little bit closer? A little bit closer. Even in a place you're not going to win, you got to get it a little bit closer. And then let's pull back out again. Number two, this is it. The Democrats spent a lot of time here. Wake County, second largest county in the state, one of the places that is growing again. You start in the city, you move out to the suburbs, 65-33, 58-38 if you round up for the president. Again, this is why it matters, but again, we have to see if it sticks, right? We have to see if it sticks. The Democrats got around the track with the early voting. Now we'll wait for the rest of the election day vote to come in. And one of the things you counter with, you see the open spots, the gray spots, right? These are the smaller, more rural counties. Let's just go back in time. We don't have anything there. This is where Hillary Clinton actually won Chatham County. So that's an opportunity there for the Democrats if it comes in. We have nothing there so far in a place. Let's come back to 2020 here again. You come over here. You start getting between Asheville and Winston-Salem, right? This is an interesting area. The president tends to run it up in places like this. We don't have anything yet. You come back in time. This was a 68% county 4 years ago. So this is what you want to watch. When the rest of it comes in, these are smaller counties, so it's hard to overcome a big lead. 250,000 votes. When you're at 67%, you're starting to get into the danger zone. But there's room. There's room on this map for the president to certainly narrow it. I want to check one more down here in Fayetteville and bring this out. Cumberland County, again, the president did a rally here just the other night, 60-38, 56-40. Got to get up a little bit more. Again, you say, oh, that's not that much. It can matter in a very close race to narrow those margins. So let's wait to see if the president can get his vote total up, narrow the margins a little bit as we go through it. And again, you're spending extra time on these states because Joe Biden does not need this. Joe Biden can win the presidency without North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, the president's math gets near impossible. And let's pull back out because another place, if president lost this, it would be near impossible, but they're feeling pretty good. We're not ready yet. Florida's hard. We wait. We count every last vote. They're feeling pretty good at Trump headquarters about that one. Let me just check up here on Georgia. Still very early here to see where Georgia goes again. You want to build a lead. You always want to build a lead, but we're nowhere near done here.
I want to show two maps. The map where we see some of these blue states right now, that could easily change. But show us the Electoral College map, where things stand right now as far as the projections we've already done.
Right. Okay. So just looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours, when we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But again, please bear with us and bear with these election officials, because they're all doing their job, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, large counties, small counties. These are amazing people. And so they're counting. They have mail-in votes. They have in-person early voting. They have election day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, with more people voting, which is a good thing, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, the work is hard. So some of this votes, I'm sure that's early vote. Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine. That's good too. But what you're seeing right here is preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at this map, because the idea is to get to 270. And again, we're waiting on Florida to finish. We're waiting for more election day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, right? We don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early, so you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip, right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, and this. If he flips two of those three and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here. And again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. And just be patient at home, though. They're unlikely to. It's unlikely to stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60% of the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by 216,000 votes in a giant state like Texas. And so you're looking at the map. Again, I just want to go back in time. Most of this is going to fill in red. Most of them are small counties, but it just adds up after a while. So the challenge for the Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see major urban areas, Democrats have to run it up. In the cities, the suburbs around them, a lot of growing suburbs in Texas. You look at Dallas, again, Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here, down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now. You go back in time, 61% for Secretary Clinton. That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's so far a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. The largest county in the state is right here. It's the size of Rhode Island. It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself. Harris County, Houston, and the sprawling suburbs. More than 16% of the vote comes right here, right? There's been a lot of voting here. We know turnout was off the charts here. 789,000 votes for 56% in Harris County, Texas. You go back in time, 707,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas, but those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas, San Antonio. The Latino vote matters here. You're in the city. Then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time, you go back in time, 54%, 55% if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. For me, the vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then. Come up to now, Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing, and we hope that continues. You come down here, this is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. Let's see, Joe Biden here is the 19th largest county, Webb County, 59%. Go back in time. 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperforms Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it. In Texas, again, a lot of votes to count. Wolf, or look in Austin as well. Williamson County above it. then Travis County here. Joe Biden running it up where a Democrat needs to, but a long way to go to count in Texas. And remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there. There are a couple House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House. We'll see. A lot of business to do still.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when the last polls in 14 states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all closed. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. We're watching key races in multiple battlegrounds in the next hour: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, along with two of the most coveted prizes tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin, battlegrounds that may hold the keys to the White House. Those states sealed President Trump's victory in 2016, and Joe Biden is hoping to win them back for the Democrats. Let's get a key race alert. All right, 5 states where Biden is leading right now. Let's start in North Carolina. 70% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a nearly 220,000 vote lead right now over Trump, 52.1% to 46.8%. And once again, 70% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. In Ohio, half of the vote is now in. Biden has an impressive 341,000 vote lead over Trump, 54.9% to 43.9%. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 10% of the vote is in, but Biden has a 210,000 vote lead, 213,000 vote lead over Trump, 65% to 34.3%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes, 62% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of 189,000 over Trump, 50.6% to 48%. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a 7,600 vote lead over Trump, 53% to 46%. Trump is leading in these 4 states. Let's show you these states. He's leading right now in Florida. 91% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. Trump has an impressive 260,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida, 50.7% to 48.3%. In Michigan right now, only 9% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 107,000 vote lead over Biden, 59.7% to 38.2%. In Georgia, a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by almost 177,000 votes right now, 55.9% to 43.1%. More than a third of the vote is in Virginia right now, and Trump has a 285,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2% in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's focus in a little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because if Biden wins those 2 states, potentially, that could be the ballgame.
Those would be the ball game. Those are 2 states absolutely critical. The president got 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. You take away Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue wall. So let's focus on them. Ohio, let's just focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue. Right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the math. And again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. Mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different, and the map's going to bounce around a little bit. And this is real. These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. It could change. It's not where we are in the middle. It's where we get in the end. And for out here, we haven't even begun yet. So let's just get to Ohio, because we're in the middle here, 50% of the estimated vote count right there. And however this ends, this is already a statement tonight about how Joe Biden is performing differently than Hillary Clinton, outperforming Hillary Clinton in the industrial Midwest. Look at this, 54.5 to 44.3. It's almost a flip of 4 years ago. The president carried the state 52 to 44. That was a handy win, almost an easy win for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And so now you come forward here. We're not done. We have a way to go here. But I just want to look at this in Cleveland. You bring this out. That's what you want to do as a building block. That's one way to look at it. You go through the building blocks of a state. Let's look at it another way, right? One of the challenges is, why Joe Biden, not Hillary Clinton, right? We've said consistently, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. That's not meant as a criticism of anybody. It's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. Look at all of these counties. And yes, in the blue counties where Democrats need votes, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities and in the suburbs. That's critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these small places where Donald Trump runs it up. That's why he's president. Runs it up in Pennsylvania, ran it up in Wisconsin, ran it up in Michigan, ran it up in Florida, ran it up in North Carolina. That's why he's president.
It's very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out, that's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio, one county.
Wow.
One county, right? So you come up and you say, well, okay, what about overperforming? Let's turn that off. Where is he underperforming? A lot of places. So Joe Biden is overperforming in Democratic areas and in Trump counties. The president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. You know, it's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters, come to me. They live here. They live here. Right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back 4 years ago, 49 to 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive right now. We just turn this off and come back to where we are about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Well, let's bring it out and we'll take a look. You ask a question, I'll try to get you an answer. Is Biden underperforming anywhere? The answer to that is no. At the moment, the answer to that is no. And again, that was right. Remember back, and Joe Biden said this today when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, you're not the guy, you're not the fit, you're not what we want, you're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden's message was, I can win these guys. Joe Biden's message was, I can do better than Hillary Clinton here and here and here. Toledo, Akron, Youngstown. If a Democrat is doing better than Donald Trump in those places, Democrats are expected to win them. The question is the margins. Yeah. That's how you win.
And Biden is ahead by 300,000 votes right now in Ohio. Let's do the same thing in North Carolina right now.
Let's come over. North Carolina blue at the moment. We're not at the finish line. Democrats would see this and celebrate. Republicans would see this and get nervous. We're not done yet. We're still in the middle chapters here, but we're up to about 70% of the estimated vote. Those numbers will swing a little bit too with the combination of the voting. Early votes came in first. We're waiting to see. We knew a lot of this early. Joe Biden's early lead was because of the early vote, right? The question is, the president was rallying there all week long. The vice president went there as well. Can you turn out today on election day, the Trump army, to overcome the early voting? Well, 51, rounded up, it's 52 to 47. Just to go back for comparison, again, 50 to 47, 3-point race for the president 4 years ago. Right now, Joe Biden. And so Joe Biden, you want to do the performance metrics. Let's look at it. Where is the president overperforming Hillary Clinton? Well, a lot of places and a lot of places that matter. Again,
that's Biden.
Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton by a lot of places, including the places you need votes the most. Most populous county in the state, Mecklenburg. Biden outperforming Clinton by 5% or more. 68.4. 63. This was a good county. This was a good county for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That's a very good job, right? You're looking at that, but Joe Biden is doing it even more so. You know, in this case, some of that's Joe Biden. Some of that, when we flip it and look at the president, some of that's Donald Trump because of the suburbs around, without a doubt. So you come up here to Wake County, number 2 county in the state. This is about math in the end, right? Number 1 county, run up the vote. Number 2 county by population, run up the vote. That's what Joe Biden's doing, 65 to 33. 58 to 37, that's where it matters. Get the votes where the people are and try to run it up. So this is where you pull it out this way. This is where Biden is overperforming, right? Is Biden underperforming anywhere? Let's check on that one first. Again, 1 county, 1 Republican county. That's a pretty good record. And so now we're going to flip it this way. Where's the president underperforming? Several counties so far, not a ton, not a lot. This is a very competitive state. So if you're the Trump campaign, that's not horrible. You don't want to underperform anywhere. Let's see if the president is overperforming anywhere, which is the key. Can you do better than you did in a couple of these smaller counties down here? That's what makes it a battleground state. But the key here was the first metric we showed you. The key metric, if you're the Democrats, you lived the last campaign. Those are a lot of important places. And it's, again, when you see Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Raleigh, those are where the Democratic votes are. Cities surrounded by suburbs. The farther out in the suburbs you can go, that's what Democrats are trying to do. And so if you're Joe Biden, especially again down here along the coast, you're looking for places that flip. New Hanover County, you're along the coast. Wilmington, 52-47. 4 years ago was the other way, 50 to 46. You're flipping counties because you're overperforming. These are suburban voters. This, again, the Republican revolt. Women will watch the women votes number, the gender gap at the end of the night. But if you're coming in here now, let me just turn this off as we go and look. Here's where we are. 193,000 votes. That's a little closer. That's a little closer. The election day vote is starting to come in. The lead is shrinking a little bit. And again, as the election day vote comes in, you're watching places like this, tiny counties, right? There's 100 counties in North Carolina. This is number 21. This is where the president does it. 70%, things like that. You come back in time. 72%, right? So this is where he does it here in North Carolina. We're going to watch this play out. I just want to pull out the map just to see if anything else has changed. Come back to 2020 and take a look. Texas is still blue. Let's just take a peek. Still at 65%, but again, see the smaller here. Most of that's going to fill in red. Most of that's going to fill in red, but if you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that, you're encouraged. We got a long way to go, though. Long way to go. Let's just move around. Oklahoma is as it should be. We see that one coming in red. I want to come back over here and look again at Georgia. We haven't had any votes from Georgia in a while. The vote count's not going up that much. It's a comfortable lead for the president right now, but we got a long way to go here. Let's just come back to Ohio, the state that could decide it all. Again, the president needs this one. Absolutely needs this one, without a doubt. We're at 52%, 54 to 45, battleground Ohio. Map starting to fill in, but still a long way to go, Wolf.
Certainly is. Voting, John, is about to end in 14 states. That's the second biggest wave of results tonight. 156 electoral votes are up for grabs. We're watching 6 key battleground states, from Arizona in the West to Michigan and Wisconsin in the Midwest. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New York and win its 29 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New York State. We cannot make projections at this hour in these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With Biden winning New York State, Biden is now ahead. He has 59 electoral votes to Trump's 42 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. First of all, let's go to North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes. 74% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is still ahead by about 170,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio right now. More than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there. An impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at this, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains a lead. It's close in Texas. He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now, so I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now, and we'll start in Ohio. But then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now, and we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio, and the more of this is starting to fill in, right? So I just want to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up, but as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead, but we still have a way to go. About 53% here. But again, this is impressive, and it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your number one vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here, are up to 61% of the vote. It's close. It's close. It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math, right? The Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. If you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio, you try to do it. So let's move out of Ohio. One place that's been red for a long time, people from home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state, but look, the president has a healthy lead right now, 57%. That's not insignificant at all. However, I just want to make the point, this is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by far the largest county in the state, only about 15% of the vote in so far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have two more projections right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey, will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas 6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. Biden is still ahead. He has 73 electoral votes as of right now. Trump has 48. Remember, you need 270 needed to win the presidency. 73 to 48 right now. The electoral map is obviously the most important.
It is, and at the moment it is filling in as expected, in the sense that nothing that's happened so far on this map, these were all solid states. The red states you see for the president, whether it's Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, we had those solid Trump coming in, so no surprises here. Over here, where we're counting votes, potential surprises. You look at these states up here again, no surprises here. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, New York. Those were solid Biden states coming in. So 73 for Biden, 48 for the president. The question is, where do the big prizes go, right? So you remember this map, right? It's as it was, which means it is as it was. We go back 4 years ago, this was the Trump map. So nothing has changed so far, but remember what we're seeing on the other map. Just for now, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. But if that changes, and that changes, right there gets Trump down to 273. So imagine that, right? So then, if you're looking around, Joe Biden, you have a chance in Arizona. We're not there yet. We got a long way to go before we get west, right? If you keep looking at this map, Joe Biden had a healthy lead at the end of the campaign in Michigan. He had a decent lead at the end of the campaign in Wisconsin. He thinks he can win Pennsylvania, although we'll see how that one goes. But it just tells you the menu. That gets Joe Biden to 322. We don't know if that's the way it's going to turn out, but it just tells you that he has more options anyway. And if you can add Ohio to that, then it's just a buffet. I mean, it's a buffet of possibility to run it up and to take away the president's map. So if you're the president and you're looking at this right now, you had 306, right? So you're trying to figure out, what am I going to lose, right? If you're in the president's campaign, what am I going to lose? Well, again, that was a double-digit lead, right? We don't know. We're going to count votes in Michigan. He's overcome deficits before. Not quite that big in 2016, though. It's a bigger deficit. But if you're in the president's campaign and you think you may lose those two, look where you are now. You're already at 280. And so at Joe Biden, if he can get Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're just starting up here, there are other options. He has so many menu options. But those two coming in look like they were there. This is why, if you're the Trump campaign, at this point, you're getting nervous, because that means you can't afford to lose that, right? And Joe Biden's leading there right now. And even if you hold that, there is just no way you can lose that. That would do it. And again, we're not done with Florida yet, although Trump's lead there seems pretty comfortable. We're not done with Georgia yet. Joe Biden is competitive in Arizona. Texas, we're still early in the night on. The idea is that the menu options are more plentiful for Joe Biden to get there. Doesn't mean he gets there, but if you're sitting in the Trump campaign right now, the state you're watching most nervously, well, I'll give you two. Number one is Ohio. Number two is North Carolina.
Well, let's look at that.
So let's come on over.
Viewers, right now, let's start with Ohio.
Let's come on over. Ohio, right here in the middle. Again, Michigan is red right now. It's a very early vote. Doesn't mean it won't end up that way. It certainly did 4 years ago. That was one of the big Trump surprises. But up here, when you see Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red, we're very, very early. We'll come back to them when we have a significant amount of votes. If we're not spending time on them, that means we don't have any significant votes yet. So we're not ready to do that. We do have significant votes here. And again, it's cliche but true. No Republican has won the White House in modern times without Ohio. So that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this. And if you look at this right now, again, 55%, 52 to 46. That's where you want to be. You want to be on top whenever, but we do have a ways to go. But if you watch this map play out, I just want to go back. Doesn't look a lot different, right? But just watch. Just watch where you see a little bit more blue. when you come back in here. You see it up here in the suburbs. You see it up here along the lake. Again, suburbs outside of Toledo. This is where the Democrats are doing it. I haven't come over here at all tonight. Let me just take a look. Lucas County, look at this. It's only, and again, here's your opportunity, right? Is this early vote? Joe Biden, 73% to 26% at 39%. So watch when that number's higher later in the night. Are the margins still like that percentage-wise? Where does that math go? We go back 4 years ago. Yes, Hillary Clinton won here, 56-38. Let's just see where you are now, 73-26. That matters. That matters. Those margins matter in places where there are votes. Then you come across, again, we did Cuyahoga County, earlier. This is Summit County here. You're dropping down south of Cleveland into Akron. This is a place where Donald Trump made inroads, 67% to 31 right now. You go back 4 years ago, 52-43. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. And if Joe Biden can hold that, again, that gives you your cushion. And this was the central argument of the Biden campaign. Scrappy kid from Scranton, middle-class Joe, pick however you want to describe it, that I can go into these places, not only win them, but outperform Hillary Clinton, make them like they used to be when Democrats were more competitive in the state of Ohio. Move it over here again. You come along the river in the valley here, 61% to 31. Again, we're only halfway there. So let's just see. This is a place where the president has votes. We'll see if they turn out this time. He had votes last time. We'll see if they turn out this time. If I had votes last time, I just want to show you 46%, right? This was very close last time. It's the 10th of the 88 counties in Ohio. It's the 10th largest. So this matters in terms of the votes. And it matters not only here. You go across the border, then you're in Pennsylvania. These two come together in these blue-collar communities. This was the fight of 2016. Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people. It's the same people who swung it. So let's pull back out and take a look at it. Let's come back to 2020 and look. Where else are you looking? You look down here. Hamilton County is Cincinnati. Again, Joe Biden running it up, 69, about halfway there again. So when you're halfway, you're looking at it and you're placing a marker. You say, that's where you want to be. That's actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then, almost 70%, 69% now. That's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is what happens to the election day turnout? This used to be a Republican area. This is, again, a changing community because of the suburbs. And as Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there, game over. There's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching how things play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital. Democratic area right in Columbus. Labor unions, African-American vote. This is Democrat will run it up here. But it's when you get out here and you get out into the suburbs, if you're running 75%, you come back in time, 60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's quite, some of this math is difficult. Some of it's not. Look at that. You're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now. We're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. If that percentage stays there as we go up, but again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy. But you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge that we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are a lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County, but you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. Then Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, that is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters. The president's at the White House tonight, up to 78% right now. It's come down some. It's 126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come down a little bit. That's the election day vote coming out. But you're up to 78%. You see it's 50-48. That's closer too. That's closer too. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's closer, but we're still watching. I just want to see where we are. 82% Wake County. We have more vote to come. Again, does it get closer? 65-33, 58-38. You see the difference there? The question is, as we get the rest of it, can the president narrow this gap? He's not going to win Wake County. That's not the point. The point is, can he get closer? And those would be Republican votes out here in the suburbs. Same when you get up to Durham County. That's nuts, 82-17. Again, Secretary Clinton won this big too, 80-18. President needs to narrow that gap. That is the repudiation of the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. That's the largest. By number one, I mean most populous county. This is where the most votes are, Charlotte and the suburbs. 68% to 31% when you round it up. You come back again. Again, Joe Biden overperforming here. We have a ways to go in North Carolina. That's 2016. We come to 2020. We've got a little ways to go, Wolf, but it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have 2 more projections right now. All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things stand in Georgia. Update our viewers.
So we're looking at Georgia 2020 right here. A healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58-40. A little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this was a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight, one likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes this state even more important. You have a presidential race. The balance of power in the Senate could also hinge on those 2 races in Georgia. So where are we right now? If you look at that, 36% in, that's a pretty comfortable lead for the president. The question is, what is still to come in this night that's a little different than previous election nights because of the mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting, but we'll watch it play out. So let's look. One of the things we've been looking at throughout the night is the president outperforming. He is in some counties right there. And this one tells you this one's important when you look at them. They're all important, obviously. You like every vote you can get, but right here in this DeKalb County outside of Atlanta, the president, now he's getting, you see, oh, wow, it's very early. So I say it's important. It's important if it stays that way. You see that vote count right there is pretty low. It's important if it stays that way. Is the president underperforming anywhere in Georgia? Well, early on, I suspect I'm going to find the same thing, but I'm going to look in these counties here. The question is how much of the vote is in? Not much. Fulton County is Atlanta. One of the reasons, so Donald Trump has a comfortable lead right now in Georgia. Well, we don't have many votes out of the single largest county in Georgia. So that's one of the reasons we're going to keep looking at this state. The Democrats believe it's much more competitive than these numbers tell you are right now. So I say the president's underperforming there. Let's check in later in the night. There's not that many votes there right now. So we don't know enough. Let's see, is Biden outperforming Clinton anywhere? Again, it says he is up here. Very preliminary vote count, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. We come down here and let's see. It's also really preliminary if you look at the vote counts. We have a long way to go in Georgia. You just go back and look at the count now. She won that county with 62,290 votes. And we're at 23 right now. We know turnout is up everywhere. So that tells me when you go through it, we're overperforming, underperforming. We'll check in on it later in the night. Right now, the vote counts are pretty small, so it's hard to know whether it's significant or not. But we got a long way to go. This is where most of the votes are right here. It's a big state. It's an important, I'm not saying the other places are unimportant, but this is where most of the votes in Georgia are, right up here in Atlanta and the suburbs. So you start in Fulton County, you pull it out. I'm going to get rid of the telestration so it doesn't distract anybody. This right here, 10% of the vote, we don't have much in yet. All right, then you move over here, Cobb County, about 30% of the vote in. That's good for Joe Biden. If you're winning by that margin out there in the suburbs, you come back there. It was much more competitive. Again, suburbs, one of the biggest stories in America right now, American politics as they shift. Move over back to Fulton. You come to the suburbs to the east. Gwinnett, 15%. Again, a long way to go. So you see this, a lot of this is early vote. Tends to be disproportionate Democrat. So you look there, you switch back, 51%. If it holds up, that's significant. You're overperforming Clinton there. But we're very preliminary when it comes to Georgia. So we want to wait and see how that plays out. I just want to pull out the map again just to see what else has changed. Texas has gone red. Remember earlier we had Texas blue for a while. Starting to fill in some counties here. 66%, 1,300 votes in a state like Texas. So it's very competitive. A lot of these states are more competitive this time. And again, that's part of the story. This was not a close state 4 years ago. Almost a 10-point race there, 807,000 votes 4.6 million won it. Come back here just to look where we are, 3.8. We know turnout is up. So we have a ways to go in the state of Texas as we count through it. Just want to pull out and look at some more. Again, we don't expect Kansas to be blue at the end of the night, but there's a Senate race out there. Let's just watch. About 40% of the vote in. Where is it right now? It's coming mostly from here, you can see. Riley County, Manhattan, Kansas. Fantastic military base out there. You come out here, you pull out. I want to check in here again because this is it right now. I mean, no offense to any other state. If Ohio stays, that would be the ball game, but we're still at 58% there. Just want to pull back out as we look. Just check down here to see if we've gotten any higher. We're up to 93% in Florida. By Florida standards, if this holds, a 3-point race, that's a big win by Florida standards, not in many states perhaps, but we'll see. We have a ways to go still in Florida as well. Just pulling out and looking. Again, these are the two that jump out at you right now. I know Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red. People are looking, their votes are early there. We don't know enough about them. Let's just look. There's some, I suspect this is very early vote out in Colorado. You see that coming in there. Joe Biden up comfortably. We expect that one to stay blue. So Wolf, I'm a broken record. Well, you see it just had some votes pop up in Wisconsin, but very few. So you see President Trump, 2,300 vote lead early in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all places where we expect to get sort of distorted results. Some states only election votes, some counties only election day votes, then early votes. We'll figure it all out. These ones are going to take a while. But again, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue, this time of the night, that makes it interesting.
Michigan and Wisconsin, pretty early right now.
Yes.
We see they're red,
Yes.
but what, 17% of the vote is in Michigan. Trump is ahead by 200,000 votes.
17% of the vote is in, and you have the President of the United States leading Wayne County right now. That's not going to happen. We don't know what
3% of the vote.
Right. We don't know what the margin's going to be in the end, but the President of the United States is not going to win Wayne County. No offense to the President of the United States, but that's just not going to happen. So that's how you just know this is one of those nights where, because of the different ways people voted, mail-in, in-person early, election day, there's going to be some distortions, if you will, some disruptions in the force. The main point is we'll look early on because they're all votes. We'll look at them early on, but the key is where are we a couple hours from now? And in some of these states, where are we tomorrow and the day after? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday, if necessary Thursday. You have good people doing this in every state across the country. So when anyone says we're done, listen to your Secretary of State, listen to your county election officials. They'll tell you when we're done. Coming back to this again, just because I'm fascinated by it, this is a statement right now. Again, win or lose, Joe Biden is making Ohio competitive and making Republicans in Ohio nervous tonight and making people at the Trump campaign nervous tonight. I know you've spoken to him frequently during the COVID crisis. Governor DeWine was on our air earlier today saying he thought the president would squeak it out. There's still time. There's time. There's time to squeak it out. But that would be the ultimate statement right there. I just want to check in on Virginia again. Because if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, which is in Northern Virginia, you're looking at this and you're thinking, can that be real? I suspect, this is a state, when I started doing this, it was a Republican state. Then it became a purple state. It's considered a blue state now. Again, we're waiting. This is the biggest dump of votes right here. And we've seen this in previous campaigns, including the presidential election in 2016, Senate races in Virginia, governor's races in Virginia. The Republican candidate gets ahead. And then in Northern Virginia and down here, the Democratic vote comes in late. But we'll watch. It's interesting to watch. North Carolina is interesting. Maybe Virginia's interesting as well. That's why we count them. We'll go through. We're up to 80% here, 79%. Again, we're waiting for more of that election day, right? This is why the president did all these rallies late, waiting for the election day surge. But if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, let me come back out to the map. You're happy? The red's down here. North Carolina blue, Ohio blue at this hour. Makes you nervous, Wolf.
All right, there's much more ahead as more polling places close at the top of the hour. Two more important battleground states are on the line, Iowa and Nevada. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes. we stand by for the next poll closings right at the top of the hour, here's an update on the race to 270 Electoral College votes. Right now, Biden has 80, Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now in these states. Let's start in North Carolina right now. Look at this, 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 100,000 votes, 50.5% to 48.4% in North Carolina. 15 electoral votes at stake. In Ohio right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 132,000 votes, 51.1% to 47.6%. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only 11% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of about 200,000. Right now, 62.2% to 36.7% in Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes at stake. 70% of the vote in Texas is in. Look at how close it is. Biden is ahead, but he's ahead by only 5,200 votes. 49.3% to 49.3%. Look at how close it is in Texas right now. Huge prize, 38 electoral votes in Texas. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Pennsylvania, 11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead once again by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. In Colorado, Biden is ahead. 32% of the vote is in Colorado. 235,000 vote lead in Colorado. In New Hampshire right now, only 17% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 15,000 votes, 54.4% to 44.3% in New Hampshire. We have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida right now. 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than 327,000 votes, 51% to Biden's 48% in Florida, 29 electoral votes at stake in Florida. Take a look at that. Let's move on to Michigan right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 213,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5% in Michigan, still relatively early in Michigan. In Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, a very impressive lead of 332,000 votes right now in the state of Virginia, 57.7% to 40.4% in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead by more than 300,000 votes in Georgia right now, 56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%. Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dana Bash is looking very closely at the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. We have 8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Same with Arkansas's Tom Cotton, keeps that seat going on for another term there. And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project that Bill Hagerty will win a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington. Representing that state, it was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey. Cory Booker is going back to Washington representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes, 60.3%. The incumbent Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%, about 30% of the estimated vote in there. North Carolina, the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham is ahead by just a little bit more than 57,000 votes at 48.5%. The incumbent Republican Tom Tillis at 47.3%. And in South Carolina, this is one that people across the country have been watching. Right now, the incumbent Republican Lindsey Graham is ahead pretty significantly. Now, let's look at what this all means in the big picture right now. Democrats are leading in 3 Republican seats. Democrats must pick up 4 Republican seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Dana. We'll get back to you. Let's have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Colorado, will win its 9 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Colorado. Trump, on the other hand, wins in North Dakota. CNN projects Trump will win in North Dakota, pick up its 3 electoral votes. Trump is the winner in North Dakota. Here's the Electoral College map where it stands right now as a result of these projections. Biden is up to 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 54, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at all these races. 89 right now, Electoral College. This is the most important. 89 for Biden, 54 for Trump.
Right, starting to get the building blocks, right? And again, a lot of unpredictability in counting votes on some of the other maps. A lot of states in play like Ohio and North Carolina that would be flips for Joe Biden. This map so far filling in a predictable way, but that's because we haven't called the battleground states, and we'll see where we go. But 89 to 54, 270 is the goal. You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states. The big states are what gets you the lead. Joe Biden has New York, right? That's why Florida, Texas, California will be blue at the end of the night. So that's why battlegrounds like Florida, Texas this year, Ohio, that's why they're so important, because they're big chunks. You want to, that's the best way to get there is to build big. Pennsylvania, the biggest of the blue wall states. So if you're looking at this map right now, there are no surprises so far on this map. Again, if you come over here, I just want to pull out 1 second, ask Brian to take a peek here. If you look at the 2020 map right now, we have Ohio blue right now. We have North Carolina blue right now. So let's come back over here and explain the significance of that, because we're at 89-54. You come back to the Trump map 4 years ago, right? Nothing has changed so far in the blue states. So far, Joe Biden is winning the Clinton states. The red states we've given to the president are states we expected him to win. But if you look at the map where we have it right now, and if that stays, right there you get Donald Trump down to 273 and Joe Biden up to 265. So you're thinking, you have a scenario here where with just one more state, right? Just pick a state. There's 2 congressional districts here and here. That could get Joe Biden to 267. But you could get to 270 with just Michigan. All right? If Donald Trump somehow holds on to Michigan, you could get to 270 with just Wisconsin. If Donald Trump somehow held on to Wisconsin from 2016, you could get, if you're Joe Biden, to 270 by flipping Arizona as we move west later in the night. This is the dynamic of the night. Joe Biden has more options. The menu to him gives him more options, especially if Ohio is competitive and North Carolina is competitive, and he's leading in those states right now. That is the challenge. President Trump has a much more narrow path to re-election as he tries to defend this map. And the Ohio and North Carolina early results, we're not there yet. They're all the more significant because we do know heading into the final days. And again, 2016, the president was behind. He roared back. Election day turnout overwhelmed Hillary Clinton's lead in the polls. Joe Biden's lead in the polls was bigger this time. It was bigger in Michigan. It was bigger in Wisconsin. It was bigger in Pennsylvania. So there was a path for Joe Biden to win without Ohio, without North Carolina, without Georgia or Arizona. Joe Biden has more options on the map, which is why in the Trump campaign headquarters right now, you're looking at Florida, you're happy. We're not done yet. You're looking at Florida and you think, okay, we're doing pretty well, but you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at, because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your 2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up 2 of your bigger prizes, which would be Ohio and North Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina, you get it back by taking Virginia. I just want to say, though, people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that has been trending blue, and here's the but. And this is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times in these different states. So we have a lot of Democratic votes still to come in. Fairfax County is the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones early. A lot of Democratic votes still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting, right? Maybe it's going to be closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia may change in a little bit. So we come down to North Carolina. Look at that lead, 85,000 now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point. We're down to 113. Now we're down to 85,644. We told you early on the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early for COVID protection reasons. Democrats encouraged them to do so. And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it? We're up to 80%. We shall see. right? 50.3 to 48.5, a much closer race in a state that is a 50-50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But when you look at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County, 57%, 90%. You get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, how much more can I get out of this? If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5, let's go back in time, 56.7, right? So you don't think that's a lot, right? 71,000 votes then, 16-point race. You come back here, 17-point race. Look at the turnout everywhere in America. And this is a good thing, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Look at that number right there. All right? In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at, a higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing. No matter who wins the election tonight, that's a good thing. More Americans came out and participated in the election. So we'll come there. Let's look at Wake County. That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now, from 58 to 65. That's a big deal. 355,000 votes, 302,000 votes, 53,000 more votes in the Democratic column there. Let's look at the president's numbers from 2016, 196. You come forward, 179. So higher turnout in this county. The president's not. He's got a ways to go, 80% there. We'll see if he can narrow the gap. And again, you're looking at these blue areas. You see the dots in the middle. These are your urban areas. This is all around America. Democrats run it up in the urban areas. The question then is, how do the Republicans do in the suburbs? They're getting shellacked. The president's getting shellacked there, as he did 4 years ago. He's getting beat here. Wolf, just one more. I just want to look quickly. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte in the suburbs. This is the most populous county in the state. 68 to 31 when you round up, 63 to 33. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county out there. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first, I just want to show you this board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina, as you were just discussing with John, he's got a 1.77 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's got just over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more election day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina, Wolf.
All right, David, thank you very much. North Carolina, it's really important right now. Look at 80% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has gone down from 150,000 to now 84,000.
And David was just outlining the challenge for Joe Biden in North Carolina, in Ohio, in any of the battleground states, which is that the Democrats were happy with their early voting. In many of the states, if you looked at the data, disproportionately for the Democrats. So they got a couple laps in, if you will, on the Republicans. That's great. It's great to be leading the race, but you have to finish the race. And you finished the race today on Election Day. And that was the challenge for the Democrats. And that was the concern as they saw the president going around. How many rallies did he have in Pennsylvania? How many rallies did he have in North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan? The president retracing his 2016 map, trying to get voters out of the woodwork to vote today. And so as David makes the point here, you've gone from 120 something to 111, now to 84,000 votes ahead. You want to be in the lead. You'd rather be in the lead always, of course. But now we're going to keep counting these Election Day votes. And so in some of these places, you're in more rural counties. I keep coming back out to here, 95% in. If you're Joe Biden, you're happy because this is one of these Trump super counties. This is where he had a rally the other day. You hope that there's not many more votes to come here because you just see the margin, right? 30,000, just shy of 30,000 votes, the margin here. You come back 4 years ago, same idea. The president ran it up there by about 27,000. And you loosely run it up. This is one of the places, I call it Trump super counties, where they go there for a reason, because they know they have voters that they can turn out on Election Day, and that was the challenge. So now we're going to see. The Democrats don't have to beat Donald Trump today in the Election Day vote. They don't have to beat him, but they have to be competitive. They can't get, if they get shellacked today You lose you lose what you gained with the early vote. And so we're going to keep watching as this comes in. And we have some places where we still have no votes, right? So you're watching those as well. It's just we're waiting for people to report. This was a big Trump county. Not a ton of votes, but if you're down, right now you're down 84,000 votes. 4 years ago in this county, look at the difference. There's 24,000 votes more than that, 26,000 votes. So you can get them in the places we're missing. When you come back in here, some of the places we're missing are places where the president did quite well in 2016. So that's the concern. If you're in the Biden campaign headquarters, you like how this looks, but you know there's more to come. And so what every campaign does right now, they know what's missing. They know which counties, they know which precincts within those precincts. They know what their data tells them about who lives there and how they're doing.
Let's go to Ohio.
Durham County there, 86%. Again, just one quick point before we do it, before we leave. This is a place where they ran it up 4 years ago, so that's not quite as significant. I want to move over here. This is the thing. We'll come back here to Raleigh, to Wake County and the suburbs. Does the math change and does the margin change as that election day vote comes in? So we'll use that as a marker. Now you want to go back to Ohio, and you come back here, 64%. It's been sort of we got some good votes early on, but it's been a slog since, and look how close that is. 13,461 votes. They call them battleground states for a reason. 49.5 to 49.2 with 64% in. And again, you have the same dynamics at play, especially in some of these smaller rural places. It doesn't look like a lot. You don't think this is a lot, right? Because it's 8,000 votes in a giant state like Ohio. But you're halfway in. You're getting 8,700 to the other guy's 2,900. That matters, right? That margin matters when you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here. That's how it adds up. And so, again, you'd rather be leading than trailing, but you're watching those leads shrink as election day vote comes in, and you're trying to figure out, is it enough to hold, or do we have trouble?
Let's go back to David Chalian. David, take a look at Ohio right now. How much of the vote is very close? Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden in Ohio right now. How much is the early vote as opposed to the today vote?
Yeah, you're noting Joe Biden's very, very close lead over Donald Trump. That's with 64% of the vote in. But let me show you that right now, of that vote that's in, 41% of it is early vote. That's helping Joe Biden. But unlike North Carolina, we expect the early vote share to grow here in Ohio. At the end of the night, we estimated it should be about 53% of the overall vote. So there's the potential as more early vote comes in, Joe Biden could potentially pad that lead. It's something to watch. Obviously, those rural counties can help Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia. So really, it is all coming down to what we said months and months ago, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down. Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole MO of the Biden campaign from the beginning was to rebuild that blue wall. And there's also another state that's going to come in later, which is Arizona. And that is still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally flip from red to blue.
Yeah, and I think that we also are looking at a situation in which Biden is not maybe expanding the map as much as they might have hoped that they would. The states that they thought that he had a good chance, maybe because of turnout, maybe because of demographics, are tight, which is fine, but it's election day, and you have to actually win the state in order for it to matter. So, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but this is a map that, as you just said, is probably just going to come down to what we always thought it would come down to, that blue wall up there, that Biden really, really at this point must hold on to in order to get to.
Although the Biden people, we should say, have not conceded any Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, and they feel very good. They still feel good about North Carolina. They still feel very positive about Arizona and the blue wall. But it's just not going to be as some Democrats were hoping for. That they thought it was going to be an early landslide, which was really always a pipe dream.
Yeah, I mean, there is no landslide that we're looking at. No way, given the numbers that we've seen, particularly when you start the night in Florida, when it's as tight as Florida tends to be. And it's maybe even less so right now as they continue to count the votes. What is interesting is Florida, one of the reasons why the Biden campaign thinks that they are doing not as well as they'd hoped is because they're really underperforming with Latino voters.
Right.
They're hoping to change that dynamic in a big way when Arizona starts to count the votes, that they're hoping that that is what helps to buoy them in Arizona.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. The Latino voters in Florida, a great deal of them are Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. Very different from the Mexican American, Central American voters, Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats who are saying, wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story. Even in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important for Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said, what is happening in Florida, I can tell you, Democrats are not happy about it. At the end of the day, the situation in Miami-Dade is something that in the autopsy of this election, they will be looking back at and trying to figure out what went wrong.
And I'll tell you what they think went wrong is that the Trump attacks have worked.
Yeah.
Calling the Democrats socialists work with people in that area in particular and that segment of the population.
And a lot of disinformation campaigns going on down there as well that we've covered on this air. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jake. You know, John, let's take a look at Michigan and Virginia right now. What are we seeing?
Well, we're seeing red, number one. Michigan and Virginia. Virginia certainly we thought would be blue. It has increasingly become a blue state. Let's start at Michigan because Michigan, of course, was critical to the Trump win in 2016. You see a lot of red on the map right now. But again, 20% estimated reporting. We expect red up here. Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back? So let's come back to 2020. Remember the blue down here. That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. Donald Trump leading right now is 3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, it's 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, legendary home of the Reagan Democrats, if you go back to the 80s, who were the blue-collar workers disaffected from the Democrats, supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we've told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here, 56-41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian. Give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. Only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at Virginia. John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria, Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. We've got two more projections right now. All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina, will win its 9 electoral votes. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama, will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes, 270, of course, needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's when polls will close in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states have 21 electoral votes. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Iowa and Nevada are the battlegrounds to watch in the next hour. Joe Biden looking to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, while the president is hoping to hold on to Iowa after winning it handily 4 years ago. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Ohio, a critical battleground state right now. 64% of the estimated voted in. Look at how close it is in Ohio right now. Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In Ohio, 49.5% for Biden. Look at that, how close it is. In North Carolina, 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have almost a 65,000 vote lead over Trump, 50.1% over there. In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is narrow, only 22,000 vote lead, 50.7% to 47.4% in Wisconsin. In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1% he's got there. In New Hampshire right now, 22% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has increased a bit to nearly 20,000, 54.3% to 44.4%. Let's take a look at 3 more states right now. Actually 5 more states right now. Florida right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead, 379,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in. Trump has an impressive 224,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Michigan. Right there in Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty impressive lead there as well, nearly more than 364,000 vote lead over Biden in Georgia. 16 electoral votes there. In Texas, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of 170,000 votes over Biden in the state of Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes. In Virginia, 45% of the estimated vote is in. And look at this, Trump still has a pretty impressive lead of more than 311,000 votes in Virginia, 56.4% to 41.7%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So remind us, big picture, where we are right now in this race to 270.
Well, you're getting the building blocks, right? The building blocks are the solids, the states that you depend on. The Democrats depend on certain states, the Republicans depend on certain states. And the way this map is filling in right now, nothing here is a surprise. So both campaigns doing the building blocks to try to get you in a contention. To get to 270, you got to pass 100 first. We're getting close. 89 for Joe Biden, 72 for the President of the United States. And again, everything we see filled in, all these reds, we had them solid Trump coming in. All these blues, we had them Biden coming in. So we don't have any surprises right now as we look at the map. The question is, where are we going? And I'm going to ask you, Brian, again, just to swing around. We'll do a little choreography here. Texas red at the moment. We haven't called that one. Donald Trump has to hold it. Virginia red at the moment. That would be a shock. That would be a Clinton state that was taken away. But again, we're waiting for Democratic votes there. We're very early on. The map is going to be different tonight as we go through these different scenarios of mail-in votes, in-person early, Election Day, different states counting them in different order. So it's going to be different as we go through. But you just mentioned Joe Biden opening a lead in Minnesota and opening a lead in New Hampshire. Come back over here and I'll show you why that's important. Hillary Clinton won both of those states, so people would say no big deal. The Trump campaign understands. It understands. We'll go back to his map. It understands if we come back to the 306, 232, this was 4 years ago. The Trump campaign fully understands that Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. So even if you just take Wisconsin, right? Even if you just took Wisconsin away from the president here, if you take away this, right? So you're down, you're going away. And you take away this, right? So you're down some more here. And then you're worried about if that goes away, then you're underneath. So the Trump campaign, knowing that Joe Biden was more competitive in the blue wall states, was thinking, what can we get? So they were looking at states they just lost, right? They just lost. Minnesota was very close. Republicans make a run at it. I remember George W. Bush making a run at it. Republicans always make a run. They don't quite get there. But Trump thought he could get there. Trump thought he could pick this one up. I got to switch this here. Sorry about that. Trump thought he could pick this up, and then he thought maybe I can come here and get this, right? It's just, if you're going to subtract, you have to add. And so we're not done on those states. We're just counting the early votes. But you saw Mike Pence and the president both campaigning in those states in the final days of the campaign. When you know there's going to be subtraction, you look for addition. At the moment, we'll keep counting them. But at the moment, if those stay blue, that's a setback for Trump.
I want to go back to Dana Bash. She's got a significant projection in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. In Colorado, CNN can project that John Hickenlooper, the former governor, the Democratic challenger, will be the next senator representing Colorado, defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick up 3 Republican seats. And right now, the balance of power is 40 Democrats, 36 Republicans, but 24 seats remain to be called tonight, Wolf.
Big pickup for the Democrats there are. Thanks very much, Dana. So, John, we're looking at the big picture right now. The popular vote, not that it's all that important, but it's still significant. Trump has a significant lead right now, but we're really focused on the Electoral College.
We are, but it is interesting to watch it play out. Again, we're early in this chapter, and so whether the states look a little funny or different, whether some of those states are in play to change, and as you watch that play out, let's remember, we're early, right? We're still here. We're counting votes as we go. Some people are still voting out on the West Coast and everything, but it's one of the givens, if you will, was that Donald Trump would lose the popular vote again. He lost to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. At the moment, he's ahead. That's not a surprise. The red states have come in first, but let's watch that as it plays out. If Joe Biden passes him, then the question is, how does it stretch out? So that's one way to look at it. And some people out there I know, a lot of Democrats, having lived through Bush v. Gore and then Clinton versus Trump, you think we don't want the Electoral College. Well, we have it. That's the way we pick presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly, we're going to watch these states. And again, as you noted, we were just talking about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of those states. Each campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump campaign wanted Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead early on. We'll see if it changes. This one here, these are the fascinating. They're just, this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun. 13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country. Democrats, Republicans, small county, big cities. It's a huge challenge. Turnout is up. You have the mix of voting, mail-in voting, in-person early. But right now, 49.5 to 49.2 in a state the president must win. Joe Biden does not need this. He leads right now by just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. Just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55% still, you have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign quarters, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more election day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong 4 years ago, does he get the election day turnout to bring it back? That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably. North Carolina, you look at the margin now, 29,000 votes. It was above 100,000. It was close to 125,000 not that long ago. It is down, but 84% right now, 49.7 to 49.1. Just want to go back 4 years ago. This was a 3-point race, if you round up there, 4 years ago. Just look how close this is. And again, we're missing some counties. We're missing completely. See how many votes are here 4 years ago. 13. There's about 1,000 vote difference there, a little more than that, a little less than that 4 years ago. So you're looking to see what's missing in these counties. And the main place, just come check in here, up to 92%. The question is, again, what's missing? Is it they're counting early votes? Then you think Joe Biden will get more than his fair share of those. If it's all election day votes, that's where the president's campaign team thinks he'll do his advantage. So this is what our people are doing, and it's what all the campaigns are doing, calling into the places where we're still missing votes and figuring out what's missing. Which votes are they? Let's come back up here to county number 2, Wake County, up to 83%. Again, if you're Joe Biden, normally, in a normal election, you see this. You have a huge margin, 83%. You think you're going to build, right? Because you've been running it up all night. You have more votes to come in. The challenge this year is the mail-in, in-person early election day vote. They're different, right? We know Republicans were more likely to come out today. Democrats were more likely to vote early. So the normal rules don't always apply. You have to find out what's missing. So let's pull it out a little bit more. and come on the map and look at it, see if anything's changed while we've been here. I just want to check on the size of the president's lead here. 179,000 votes in Texas and some change. So we're going to wait in Texas as well. Just want to see how we're doing down here in Harris County. This is the largest county in the state, 82% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Joe Biden making it closer. The question is, can he find a way to the finish line? And we'll just pull out and look at the map. We're starting to fill it in. 50% to 48% in the popular vote. That's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 4 states, including the key battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. A total of 21 electoral votes are on the line right now. All right, we got a key race alert right now. We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well, another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana, 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still ahead. He has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here's where things stand in these key battleground states. Let's start in Ohio right now. 69% of the estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%. In Minnesota right now, 29% of the vote is in. Biden has a relatively comfortable 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 64.2% to 33.8%. In New Hampshire, more than a quarter of the vote is in. 26% of the vote is in. Biden has a nearly 20,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1%. We've got 7 more states we want to check out right now. Let's check out Florida right now. Trump is pretty comfortably ahead with 93% of the vote is in. He's got a lead of 382,000 votes over Biden in Florida, 29 electoral.
Les amis, je suis là. Je suis là, les amis. N'hésitez pas à liker, abonnez-vous et activez la cloche des notifications si vous êtes sur la Rediff. Et n'hésitez pas à me dire dans les commentaires aussi. Enfin, me dire si vous savez qui va devenir président.
Sur l'économie était très important pour eux. moitié des votes qui ont été déposés.
La marge, encore une fois, là, je vous le confirme, Donald Trump va avoir la plus grosse marge qu'on a vue en Floride pour n'importe quel candidat, à part George W. Bush en 2004. Là, je parle de sa campagne de réélection, là, pas le fameux fiasco de 2000, depuis le début du 21e siècle.
Ça parle pour les démocrates.
Deux choses pour le Midwest.
On scrute beaucoup la Pennsylvanie ce soir.
Oui, aussi l'Arizona, ça sera très important. Si l'Arizona change vers les démocrates, ça sera une grande surprise, une grande victoire.
Voici par contre un signe qui est peut-être un peu moins bon dans les
sinon, Ohio, évidemment.
On parle toujours de l'Ohio, c'est un peu le marronnier, évidemment, mais pourquoi l'Ohio?
C'est ce qu'elle veut dire, parce que c'est l'état du marronnier.
Pourquoi l'Ohio est si scruté en
France? Parce que c'est une espèce de laboratoire où vous avez à la fois des grandes villes avec des quartiers très déshérités comme Cleveland et sa banlieue Akron qui est connue de façon favorable maintenant parce que c'est la ville de LeBron James, mais ça a été une ville très déshéritée. Vous allez vraiment le long du lac Erie, vous avez des très très belles maisons, des gens qui vivent très très bien, et ensuite quand vous allez à la frontière justement avec la Pennsylvanie, le long des massifs, là vous avez les mines qui ferment, vous avez des gens qui sont dans une pauvreté mais extrême et qui ont été assez baladés par Washington, que ce soit les républicains.
Et on va parler dans quelques secondes de la COVID, parce que vous avez raison, Michel C., tout à l'heure, on n'en a pas beaucoup parlé depuis le début de cette soirée. Bien, d'abord, on donne des résultats, puis c'est très bien. Mais la COVID, ça pouvait aller d'un côté comme de l'autre. Sa gestion de la COVID, très controversée. Sa gestion de sa propre maladie, de cette mise en scène, souvenez-vous, sur le balcon de la Maison-Blanche, c'était vraiment quelque chose. Mais en même temps, il y a beaucoup d'Américains qui ont pu se dire « on ne veut pas refermer, on ne veut pas que l'économie soit paralysée, on choisit de poursuivre ». Et il a beaucoup martelé ça. Les focus groups, les groupes de discussion que les politiciens écoutent beaucoup, ont dû leur dire aussi, c'est pas vrai que les Américains sont du côté de la prudence, ils sont peut-être beaucoup du côté de il faut continuer à marcher malgré la maladie et malgré la gravité. Le fils de Trump a dit, en heure de grande écoute à Fox, taux de mortalité, il n'y a à peu près rien là. Écoutez, c'est 235 000 morts actuellement. Alors, Sébastien Desrosiers, c'est intéressant là, de voir comment la COVID n'aura peut-être pas joué le rôle que l'on croyait.
Oui, à quel point la pandémie a été grave. Voici la réponse en chiffres. D'abord, avec le bilan d'aujourd'hui, vous voyez près de 90 000 nouveaux cas de COVID-19 en 24 heures aux États-Unis. C'est l'un des bilans quotidiens les plus lourds depuis le début de la pandémie, avec près de 500 morts. Vous l'avez dit, on dépasse les 230 000. Il y a quelques jours, le président Trump a laissé entendre qu'il pourrait renvoyer
Les amis, dans quelques minutes,
Again, if you end it that way, you win. A win is a win, but we got a ways to go. 86%. This is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here. Got to give these states credit in the challenge they face. Many of these states are reporting pretty quickly. In the challenge they face with all the different kinds of voting this year, it's a good thing to see. Just want to check. We want to go back to Arizona here. I was going to check the upper Midwest, but as you see, 70% of the vote in here. And again, let's just see here, 70%. So 4 years ago, more conservative part of the state, 51. This is where we are now, 51 to 46. Let's just go back, 48. So the president actually doing fine here, right? Doing better, at least so far, right there. 26,000 votes now. 25,000. So the president doing better here, running up some votes here. The problem for the president, when you look at it this way, though, I'll come back to 2020, is that's great. That's what you want to do. You want to do better everywhere you can. The issue is way more people live here. Way more people. And so you get 798,000, 77% in. Let's compare that to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. She had 702,000 to end the night. We're not done yet. And she was at 45 with the president at 49. Joe Biden, 54%. That's game changing. If you can keep that there, we're still counting in Arizona. And again, that would be a flip. If I can walk over here, I just want to show you the significance of this as you come through this here. Let's come back to the president's map from 4 years ago. And again, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at this map, you had a very comfortable lead here coming in. That would get the president down to 290. You had a lead here. That would get the president down to 280. Then if you can pick this up here, you're at 269. Everybody at home, take a gasp right now. 269. It never ends up this way, but we do have scenarios where it happens. And then if you're Joe Biden, you look up here in the state of Maine, you think you're going to pick up that second congressional district. Just that, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, that's just as, they're not easy to win, so I shouldn't say just. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and the congressional district there. There's also a congressional district in here, Nebraska and Maine. Do it by congressional district where Joe Biden is favored. So it is possible for Joe Biden to win the presidency. That's a squeaker, but that's why Arizona is so important. You're looking at this map, you're thinking, well, Trump, is he going to pull off Pennsylvania again? Joe Biden had, 5, 6, 7 point lead at the end of the race. Hillary Clinton had 3, 4 point lead at the end of the last race, but you're not sure. You're not sure about that. You think you're going to get it back, but you're not sure. You feel more comfortable about this. You feel more comfortable about that. If you can get that, that's the game. That's the game. You look at the last guy's map, you take something away. That's why Arizona matters. Also, just remember the demographics of the United States. When I started covering presidential politics, that was red. That was purple, competitive state. That was red. That was red. The changing of American demographics is, I know tonight we're picking a president, 2020 and beyond, but we're also watching a changing country and how it votes. And it's fascinating. Now we'll come back to here because we're not done yet on these things. But here's where we are right now. As they start to build the building blocks up, this is where it gets interesting. 89 to 72. We're starting to fill in as we come over here. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yes, we are. I had to check the watch on that one. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, which is, this is where in presidential politics, 10, 11, up to midnight.
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, they're about to close at the top of the hour. Those are big states as well.
And they're counting more votes here, too. That's why, as we get later into the night, this is why it matters more. And so let's just look at it again. Again, this is one Trump wanted to flip. Joe Biden wants to flip Arizona. Donald Trump wanted to flip Minnesota. Not happening if you look at it right now. So we don't see that yet. We'll watch them. We'll continue to watch it. Just want to keep checking in on these. Again, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If you can hold those, then you hold the presidency, right? But again, we just want to remind you, you're going to see things on the map. You're going to hold for a while, but this is slower count. So we're going to see this play out. 30% of the vote in Wisconsin. You come over to Michigan. Again, some of this may come tomorrow. We'll see. They're going to do the best they can. As we get later in the night, we'll know more about that. And then you come over here to Pennsylvania. Again, very, very early in the night. You see, I just want to take a peek down here, see how we're doing in Philadelphia. Look, 70,000 votes in Philadelphia, which means nothing, which means we're just starting.
9%.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania, so we need to be careful about drawing any conclusions there. So then let's look at where we do have a lot of votes, right? This is real business now. When you get to a place, 72% in Ohio, Donald Trump up, stretching that lead a little bit, 177,000 votes. The Republican governor, Mike DeWine, thought the president would squeak it out. We'll see. Got a ways to go yet. As David Chalian noted, there's some early votes still to be counted there, so this could swing again. That's why we count to the end. And I want to come back to North Carolina, which is now red for the president, 25,000 votes ahead. This again, you're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead, up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count, but you see the swing. And we're going to see that. We're going to see some states start out blue and go back red because of the way the votes are counted. Sometimes they count the early votes first or the mail-in votes first, and today votes, election day votes later. Other states do it in a different order, and they'll swing the other way, which is why we just got to finish. Don't try to end the book before we get to the finish line. Right. 49.6 to 49.2. Let's pull this out. You see this red here. Again, this one here, I'm waiting to see, up to 54% right now. There are some Democrats in Virginia who are starting to get a little nervous, and they're calling the Fairfax Board of Elections and saying, hello, can we get the votes? So let's see what happens. We watch that one play out. and come down here, battleground Florida. Again, president's starting to inch this one out a little bit, 51-2, 47.8, but 94%. Again, this is Florida. If that holds, by Florida standards, that's a blowout, but we'll see. We'll go back 4 years ago, 49-48. One of the things we are seeing, one of the things we should make note of this, we have it earlier, is that the third-party candidates are not getting the votes they did 4 years ago, so you have winning candidates in states getting over 50%. The national vote still right there. Let's go back to Arizona and see if we've racked it up at all, up to 73% now, 210,000 votes ahead. Again, 54-45 if you round it up, 49-45 4 years ago. Joe Biden, Maricopa County is the difference right now. And again, the city of Phoenix, the suburbs around it. If you go to Arizona, if you were there 10 years ago and 5 years ago and 5 weeks ago, you just know the change that's happening. This is one of the fastest changing places in America, growing out here in the suburbs. 800,000 votes, just shy of that for Joe Biden right now. I just want to go back and look at the math. Hillary Clinton got 700,000 votes plus 702,703 if you round up Maricopa County 4 years ago. Again, turnout is up everywhere. Joe Biden's already surpassed that, 77% of the vote. That's a fascinating state. And that's fascinating. One of the questions about American politics is what's changing. Is it just a Trump change? Is it, if this finishes tonight, blue?
There are a few counties that haven't even reported.
Yes, they've got nothing in some of these counties here. Apache County out here. Again, there's not a ton of votes out here, but if you just bring it up, 17,000, 8,000. So Maricopa is 60% or more of the vote, depending on the turnout. But it matters if it gets close. It certainly matters. And so that's one of the, you look at it, every vote counts. I don't mean to discount anybody's vote. Every vote counts. But in terms of the swing of the state, this is going to determine most of it, and you're at 77%. But to your point, when you get this higher, if it's close and you get this higher, that's when you're looking around, and that has been part of the marvel of Donald Trump's winning, is that in places like that, even when he gets beat in the cities, not so much in Arizona, but in some of these other places, again, look at all the red in the middle of the map, right? Not a ton of people live here, but the president runs it up, gets his 6,000 votes here, gets his 14,000 votes here, and you go on and on and on, and that's how he does it. In these smaller counties, turnout is high, he runs it up, and so far, let's come down here. I just want to look one more time. That has stayed exactly the same, 25,482. South Carolina was blue for a little bit early on. You see that one going back to its DNA, the conservative state there. Georgia, not as competitive at the moment. Again, 52% though. So again, you're in this night where you have three different kinds of voting, different states, sometimes within a state, different counties reporting them in different order. The Democrats were hoping right here to have a closer state, but look, Fulton County, still, again, a third of the vote. This is it. This is by far. And so you move around these counties here. You have Cobb here. You move Fulton here. You come out here. It's very slow, 1% here. So we have this is the bulk of the vote in the state.
Georgia potentially could become a lot more competitive because a lot of the major Democratic counties have not reported yet.
Right, very low percentage here, all around the Atlanta metro area. And again, these are the smaller ones here, but still eighth of the county. So you're looking, Joe Biden's ahead, the 72% here. You move closer into Atlanta, 68% here, but then you come over here, just 1%. And again, you go back in time 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won pretty big here, and Joe Biden, many believe, will do even better. A, higher turnout, B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way to go. Maps can be deceptive when you have a big chunk of vote out in the Democratic area here. I just want to check down some other Democratic areas, about halfway there. Not quite though. So there's more Democratic votes to be had there. Come over to the coast here, about 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean big city like Atlanta, growing suburbs around Atlanta, you can make up some pretty big math when those votes come in, and we'll see when they come in.
I'm curious about Michigan, specifically what percentage of the vote in Detroit has come in?
So we have 30% statewide, then you come down here, and we have less than a third through Wayne County on many an election night too. Sometimes it goes really late, sometimes things get a little frustrating, waiting for the count to come in. I'll just use that word. But 147,000, 113,000, 28%. So you come up here again, now you're going to move up to Oakland County, the suburbs here, about halfway in the count here. This used to be reliably Republican territory, but it has become increasingly Democratic. So here's a question for you, right? Hillary Clinton, 51-44 when you round up the president there, 52-44 if you round up Secretary Clinton as well. Right now, Donald Trump doing a little better. So let's see what happens there. See if Michigan, again, we're very early in the count here, but that's what you're watching, right? Democrats, to win Michigan, Joe Biden has to, let me move it up a little bit. Joe Biden has to run it up in Detroit and then do well in the suburbs. And again, Macomb County, we're at 35%, so don't jump to any conclusions here. But this is one of the flips, right? This is one of the flips. Barack Obama carried Macomb County twice. Well, we call them pivot counties. You vote twice for Barack Obama, then you flip for Donald Trump. That has Democrats scratching their heads. Why did we lose those voters? And who are those voters? Well, in Macomb County, they work in the auto industry, or they work in related industries like that. Blue-collar workers, people who work with their hands. This has been a problem for the Democrats. Joe Biden said he could get them back. So we'll see. We got a long way to go there, so you don't want to jump to any conclusions. But it's also important if you just pull Michigan up again, and you go back to 2016, you don't see a ton of blue here, but you come back to 2012, this is the difference, right? Can Joe Biden, can the guy who was number 2 to Barack Obama on the ticket win back some of these areas that Barack Obama won when he carried these states, many of them quite convincingly? You see there, this is Mitt Romney's birth state. I know he moved to Massachusetts, now he's in Utah, but this is where he was born, and Barack Obama beat him by 10 points. So the question is, can Joe Biden get those counties back? We're very early in the county in Michigan right now, a long way to go. And so again, if you're looking at the map from home, you say, if you're a Republican, you say, wow. If you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh. But we're not done. We got a long way to go.
We certainly do. Let's go check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. So we need to caution our viewers out there. It's early. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Biden, it's early. We're still counting the votes. I don't know if this is 2016 or 2018. You might remember in 2018, things looked really bad for Democrats or uncertain early on. But then, you know, after not just midnight struck, but a couple days, you saw that actually it had been a really great night for Democrats. On the other hand, it could be 2016 with things breaking for President Trump. We don't know. Everyone needs to just take a deep breath out.
Which is hard. This is a nation that is on edge, so it's understandable. But as you said, and as we have been telegraphing as we've approached tonight, it could take a while, and it is bearing out. And what I'm hearing from Democrats in particular, over and over, text after text, let's just wait and see what happens up north. Let's just wait and see what happens, meaning Michigan, Wisconsin, and not as north, but more further north, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Arizona is still an unanswered question about what's going on there, but this is what happens when you have a lot of battlegrounds. And in this cycle, we had a lot of states that were on the grid in terms of competitive races where you're going to have tight competitions between President Trump and Joe Biden, and we have to wait for all the votes to come in to really know where this thing is headed. I do think that based on where we are right now, we're in the choose your own adventure part. We're in the part of the choose your own adventure where we really need the patience. We really need people to just wait until it comes in, because it's not going to be an easy, early, quick night for people. These votes are coming in little by little, and it's tight in a lot of these.
Very tight. And when the polls would say before the election that Joe Biden was up 1 or 2 points in a state, but that was within the margin of error, that meant it was a toss-up, which is what we said.
We're seeing the margin of error play
at the time,
out.
and we still don't know about Florida. We still don't know about Georgia. We still don't know about North Carolina. And as we have also been saying, even if you were to give those states, all of them, to President Trump, and we're still waiting for a lot of outstanding vote, it really does come up to the 3 states up north: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and also Arizona. Those are the states that the Biden campaign has focused most on. And we still don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, and one of the things that you heard a lot from the Trump folks leading up to today is that they knew their job was just to get their people out and just to get them to the polls and ignore all of the public polling that we've all been talking about and looking at. And I do think that when you look at the Sun Belt, where we knew that there was elevated turnout, the president is still very competitive in those states, the places that he had to hold on to: Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. He had to keep those states, and he's competitive there. And the reason for that is because his people showed up today.
That's exactly right. He needed, this was a turnout election. It wasn't a persuasion election, meaning there weren't a lot of people out there going, do I vote for Joe Biden or do I vote for Donald Trump? Pretty much everybody made up their mind. The question is whether or not they were going to get out and vote. And the Trump campaign has in cooperation with the RNC, which has been working on its, vote, what they call their voter vault since 2004, they have a really stellar operation. And they actually built it in recent years, modeled after Barack Obama's operation, because his was so good. That campaign's was so good when it came to data, and they've updated it more and more. The Democrats even will admit, and we were talking about this before, that they're a little bit slower on that, but they were relying on some of that, but a lot of enthusiasm.
And I would add that for Democrats, the task was even more difficult. Because they chose, for a lot of they would say really good reasons, not to the case, their
theory of the case.
Theory of the case.
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot speak tonight. Is that as long as they do that, they can be competitive, and that's the big question. He had to defend his term.
So, and first of all, you have to give credit to President Trump, even when it looked a few weeks ago like this thing was gone and out of his reach. He did work his tail off and get out there and get out to those counties and rally his supporters. And obviously that has paid off at the very least in making this race so competitive. And again, we don't know where it's going to end up. We have no idea. We still have yet to hear from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and there be pundits out there who were saying for weeks, if not months, that this was going to be a landslide. And, you know, as they say, you can't get high on your own supply, right? You need
Do
to
they
listen.
say that?
You need to be able to listen to everyone and all the pundits, left, right,
I feel like
center,
I'm learning
and
so
look
much
at the
about
data.
so much tonight, Jake.
Well, I just think that there are some people out there who are disappointed
No, you're
because
right.
they thought this thing was going to be over when
he's an incumbent president
Right.
who has inherent
But not just that,
advantages in
he has remarkably enthusiastic, loyal supporters all across the country.
But again, we're still waiting to hear.
We are.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. Wolf?
All right, Jake, thank you. We love the commentary. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at this. Arizona right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. And Joe Biden has an impressive lead right now, lead of more than 208,000 votes, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. More than a third of the vote is in New Hampshire right now. Biden has a 27,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.8% to 44.8%. In Minnesota, more than a third of the vote is in there, and Biden has an impressive 285,000 vote lead over Trump, 61.4% to 36.6%. In Iowa right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is 85,000, 61% to 36.9%. We've got some more states right now. Let's take a look at these other states that are coming in. Michigan, a third of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by some 210,000 votes, 54.7% to 43.4%. In Pennsylvania, almost a third of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 179,000 votes, 53.4% to 45.2%. In Wisconsin, a third of the vote is in. It's very, very close. Trump is ahead by some 20,000 votes, 50% to 48.3%. In Georgia right now, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead in Georgia of 348,000 votes. Right now, 55.4%. We have a projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win in New Mexico right now. Take a look at that. Joe Biden wins in New Mexico. There he is, the winner in New Mexico. That's 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. So let's see where the Electoral College map stands right now. Right now, with that win in New Mexico, Biden has 94 electoral votes. Trump has 72 electoral votes. The all-important race to 270 needed to win. 94 to 72 right now. 270 being the magic number. You're elected president if you get 270 votes. What are you seeing?
Well, you're seeing a map right now that is going to make Democrats nervous, and so which is why we need to emphasize the point that when you see red Pennsylvania, red Michigan, and red Wisconsin, we are very, 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 very early in the count there. However, if you look at this map right now, the name of the game, if you're Joe Biden, is takeaway, because Donald Trump's the incumbent president who won last time. And so we're not done yet. We're not done yet by any means, but you look at North Carolina, the president's stretching a lead out here, 89%. It's a modest lead, 42,423, but 49.8 to 49. Joe Biden had a lead early on. Donald Trump's election day surge puts him back in the lead. Can he hold it? We'll watch that as we play it out, but Republicans feel good about that. We're coming down to Florida now, and you look here, a 5.6 million for the president, 5.2. Higher turnout in Florida, a very competitive race. Again, we have to wait. We're going to count some things here, but Democrats are not happy, particularly with down here in Miami-Dade, 53%. You normally you see 53-46, you think that's great, but that's way below where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. So you're looking at this map here. The plus side for the Democrats is out here in Arizona, where Joe Biden right now, 75% of the vote, 54 if you round up to 45. That's a big shift from 4 years ago when the president won at 49, 45, a 4-point race. You see the president, Joe Biden, the Democrat, above 50 there. So let's just put this into context. Number one, this was the name of the game in 2016. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Some of these states could go on into tomorrow. But as you look at this map, many Democrats say it does raise the scenario many of them are worried about. An hour or two from now, is the president going to come out and say, I win, if he's still leading in those states? We're not done. That's not how we count. These states will decide who wins their elections, and we have a lot of votes to count. But the question is, the name of the game, well, if I'm going to switch maps here, is this is where we are right now. 94 to 72. There are no surprises on this map so far. Everything we see filled in is the way we thought it would go coming into the night. There are also, though, if you think about out here, where we haven't counted votes yet because it's still early in the night, people are still voting. There's we don't think there are any more surprises out that way, if you will. Nevada was the one Clinton state the Trump campaign made a run. We'll see, but we expect that to stay Democratic, which is why things get interesting now. Again, we haven't called some of these close states, but this is the calculation in both of the campaign war rooms. This is where Donald Trump started. Joe Biden has to look at this map and say, what do I take away to get him below 270 and to get me to 270? So Joe Biden wanted Florida. Not yet. We'll see. We'll keep counting. Doesn't look that way. Wanted North Carolina. Donald Trump has a lead right now. We'll see. We'll get to the finish line. Georgia, we got a lot of votes out. The Democrats had these targets of opportunity. Can we get these states can we get a surge? We'll watch Georgia. We're still missing a lot of Democratic votes. Texas is filling in red. Again, we haven't called it. We have a ways to go, but it's filling in red right now. So far, you look.
Mais impossible de tirer un enseignement définitif parce que même si les résultats sont serrés, c'est celui qui l'emportera même à quelques voix près qui remporte tous les grands électeurs et il y en a beaucoup dans ces États. Un dernier mot pour faire le point quand même où on en est à 4h30 sur BFM TV, 4h31 pour être très précis. La jauge, vous la voyez, elle progresse toujours. Avantage pour Joe Biden, 94 grands électeurs acquis à sa cause selon nos projections, 72 pour Donald Trump, mais rien n'est joué parce que pour l'instant il n'y a pas eu vraiment de surprise dans les États. Aucun n'a basculé. On attend maintenant les plus importants, les swing states. La règle, le premier qui y remporte, c'est celui qui atteint les 270 grands électeurs qui devient président des États-Unis.
Et on voyait sur votre carte à l'instant, Loïc Besson, la Floride qui était en jaune, ça veut dire que c'est extrêmement serré. N'est-ce pas, Quentin Bollier? Vous êtes sur place pour BFM.
Florida way, still red over there. North Carolina, we'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense time.
I want to check in with David Chelian, who's taking a very close look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we got to make sure we count the votes here. So what you see is Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that early vote.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to begin with. Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at it, and then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time, and all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, who want their guy to win, right? And so let's just talk about what David was talking about. We come down here, Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout, of the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out and you see the state red, okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over here to Montgomery County, 16%. Joe Biden at 89%. The suburban core around Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. You come over here. Bucks County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll see this one 48-47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up a little bit more. 50-48, that's about the same, more or less. But again, 12% there, 16% of the estimated vote here. Chester County, 25%. You come back to Delaware County, 16%. So this is where the overwhelming bulk of the votes, the way you get started in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and the suburban core around it. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And we don't have many votes. We're still in the single digits or the early teens. We got a long way to go. And so then you move over to the middle of the state. Again, 52% here, Harrisburg. The president, we know the president is going to run it up in places like this. You get these counties here. 95%, of the vote in here. The president has 70, 68%. The president has 82. Not a lot of people live here, but again, this is how the president does it. In the smaller, more rural counties, he runs it up big. So the challenge again is, we talked about Joe Biden not leading in Ohio right now, but more competitive than Hillary Clinton. Can he be more competitive in places like Washington County? Right now it's 60.9. One that a lot of people were looking at. There was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% in, 63-36 if you round it up, 64-33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to count.
We're going to take a quick break. We have a lot more coming up right after this.
Il se débrouille très bien pendant des élections. Pendant les midterms, il a même pu augmenter le nombre de sièges pour son parti, c'est du jamais vu pendant le premier mandat d'un président. Je pense qu'il y a peu de ses supporters qui parient contre lui. Comment expliquez-vous que depuis plusieurs semaines, les sondages donnent Joe Biden gagnant? légèrement. Je ne suis pas expert en la matière, mais déjà en 2016, on a vu que les sondages ne visent pas toujours juste. Je pense qu'on montre du doigt un Américain simplement parce qu'il soutient Donald Trump. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il se déclarait partisan de Donald Trump dans cette situation-là? La plupart des personnes que je connais qui allaient voter pour Joe Biden pensaient que les élections seraient déjà finies, que ce serait déjà bouclé aujourd'hui, et là on a l'impression que c'est Donald Trump qui va en effet gagner à la fin de la soirée. Mais dans tous les cas, les sondages étaient à côté de la plaque. Je ne vois pas pourquoi on leur fait encore confiance. Évidemment, c'est un parti pris de ma part. Je pense qu'une minorité silencieuse devient de plus en plus audible, mais voilà. Qu'est-ce que ça change que Donald Trump puisse être réélu? Il y a 4 ans, la réélection de Donald Trump était une surprise, mais qu'est-ce que ça va changer d'un point de vue politique s'il est réélu? Je pense qu'une des choses les plus importantes à retenir, c'est que Donald Trump a su changer durablement le Parti républicain. Il a fait avancer le Parti républicain de manière que d'autres n'ont pas su faire. C'est critique et je pense que le pays a beaucoup à gagner d'un point de vue économique à le réélire. C'est dommage qu'on parle de lui comme s'il divisait le pays alors qu'en fait, la base électorale est très diversifiée et aujourd'hui, il affiche de meilleurs résultats dans toutes les démographiques, dans toutes les sous-groupes de population où il était donné perdant.
L'avis de Ron, on sera fixé dans quelques heures ou qui sait, dans quelques semaines.
Merci Thomas Misraki à Washington pour BFM TV.
170 to win the presidency, 98 to 95. Look at how close it is right now. Actually, we have a key race alert right now. Let's check in some of the numbers. Coming in from Michigan, 37% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains. Coming in, 33% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 236,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania, 54.3% to 44.3%. 37% of the vote is in Wisconsin. It's close. 25,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.1% to 48.2%. In Georgia, Georgia, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has looks like a pretty comfortable lead of 3 in. Over Trump, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 37% of the vote is in. Biden there looks like a pretty comfortable, nearly 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 60.7% to 37.2%. In Iowa right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has a 76,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.4% to 41%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. No surprises at all so far. 98 for Biden, 95 for Trump.
And so now you're getting into the battleground states as we flip it out. But again, you need the building blocks to get to 270. First, you got to get to 100. Both candidates knocking on the door of 100 right now. But the key point is no surprises. So in the states so far, the Trump campaign hoped to flip New Hampshire. That hasn't happened. There's nothing on here just yet. The Biden campaign hoped to flip. These were all pretty reliably red states. Everything is coming in as you would like, right? Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. The question is, will there be any surprises, right? So at the moment, you're looking at this map. Both campaigns, this is their basic building blocks. So the question is, when you come back here, and again, you start to look at this map, what is it that Joe Biden hoped to change? He thought it was possible. He could flip Florida. We're still waiting on a lot of votes in Georgia, but comfortable lead for the president right now. North Carolina, a narrow lead for the president, but the president is overtaken. The whole challenge was, would there be an election day surge? We'll see if it holds up. Same thing has happened here. Early lead for Joe Biden. This is the anomaly of 2020. Mail-in votes counted. Democrats build an early lead. Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. The question is, does it hold up? We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible to flip here in a big wave election. Democrats had their hopes up that this was a statement election. Again, we're not done with Texas yet. We're still counting votes there. We don't see it yet. So then you're back to, okay, if there's not a big map-changing, game-changing election, what does it come down to? Well, then we get back to here. And we're nowhere close in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to counting. So right now, if you're looking at the map and you're thinking, what might Joe Biden flip? right now, this is, we're not done with it yet, but that gets the president down some. But then to get him down more, we'll see. If you can mount a comeback in Florida, that changes everything. If you can mount a comeback in North Carolina, that changes everything. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, you're back into this calculation up here, Wolf. And if for Joe Biden, the blue wall was why Hillary Clinton lost. And if Joe Biden's going to win, he's going to change some of those.
David Chelyon's getting some insight into what's going on in Michigan right now. What are you seeing?
This is the state of play in Michigan. You see Donald Trump's lead here, 1.1 million to Joe Biden's 907,000. 37% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we know about the early vote, okay? Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up. We expect at the end of the night, 55% of the overall vote in Michigan to be early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big Democratic area. Very, very little early vote in Macomb. No early vote at all in Kent. Those two have been sort of battleground counties. So as that share of the early vote goes up, the Biden campaign is hoping he can start to have room here to overtake that lead that Donald Trump currently holds in Michigan, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. John, let's take a closer look at Michigan right now. That's a key battleground state. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. The Democrats are hoping to win it this time.
It's made, but let me start with your point. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. You see that big lead right there. Even if the president wins Michigan, we have no expectation it would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, your Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, it's about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes. Just go back compared to 2012. But remember, so you have 519,000 then. Votes in would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here. But again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called Reagan Democrats. Political scientists study it. The president won it 53% with 224,000 plus votes. We come over here now. Again, he's leading. It's a higher turnout election. We're only at 143,000 votes. So we just need to slow down and let them count the votes in Michigan. And again, there's a possibility we don't get them all tonight. So you walk out through and just look at the map here. You come back to 2016 and you see over here, for example, Hillary Clinton won along the border here. It's a smaller county, but you just come back and look in 2020. The president's leading there right now. But again, 43% of the vote in. Just want to move around a little bit and see what the votes are. You come to Kent County. David mentioned this. This is Grand Rapids. It's red right now. Democrats think they can do some business here. Come back into 2016. You see, it was the president won the suburbs narrowly 4 years ago. This is a textbook case of that, 48 to 45. Democrats think this time it will be different. In the vote so far, about half counted, 54 to 43. So we'll see. This one stays red throughout the night. That bodes well for the president in Michigan. But we have this is to look at the major thing here. Milwaukee, you see Joe Biden with fewer than 100,000 votes. That tells us, Wolf, a lot of counting still to do. We all just need to be patient, relax, get through it.
We certainly will. We got some more projections right now. All right, let's take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois, will win 20 electoral votes in the state of Illinois, beats Trump in Illinois. Trump beats Biden in Missouri, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Trump wins in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. And here's where it stands on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 118. Trump has 105. 118 to 105, 270, the magic number. The presidential race is moving to the west right now. We're counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern and the biggest electoral prize of the night. We're talking about California. The polls are about to close there, as well as in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 78 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Joe Biden is counting on blue California to push him closer to 270. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan right now. 38% of the estimated vote is in Michigan. Trump still maintains his 240,000 vote lead over Biden, 54.7% to 43.4%. Lots of votes outstanding, though, in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 37% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9% to 42.7%. In Wisconsin, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 21,000 vote lead over Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable 372,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.4% to 43.4%. Let's take a look at some more states. We're getting some more key race alerts in Arizona right now. 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 38% of the vote is in. Biden seems to have a pretty comfortable almost 291,000 vote lead over Trump in Minnesota. In Iowa right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 112,000 vote lead over Trump, 56.4% to 41.8%. Let's walk over, as we like to do, John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states. You're looking at counties over there, and you see what's going on. But go ahead, tell us what's on your mind.
I was just doing some matching up to try to see where the president's overperforming, where he's underperforming, looking at different places. It's early, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but just trying to get deep in to study a little bit. That's what I do when I get a little chance to just study, go into some states and take a look around and study. So where are we right now? If you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time. But when you're doing your building blocks, you like the big ones, right? So you like to take those out. New York, Illinois, in the Joe Biden's column gets him up to 118. The president's at 105. But just, in the idea of just, you think about the bigs, right? We're not here. We have not called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night, the Democrats are thinking, can we get Florida? Can we get Texas? Well, those are the two bigs and two normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. The president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens when you win the big ones. You see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina, you start moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits, if you will, big double digits here, 30 plus, 20 plus, 15, you move it, then you're just moving up the math when you do the big ones. So that's what they're looking at in the Trump campaign right now. If we hold Texas, and they think they will, we hold Florida, they think they will, we're not done. We're not done. That's just what they think. North Carolina, they've pulled ahead. It's close. We have to count them still. Same with Ohio. We're still counting votes. But as you see that happen, you see the election day surge pull you ahead, you think it's going to continue. It's not guaranteed. But that's what they think. And you know what? You wouldn't get a lot of pushback in the Biden campaign. They're still hoping the votes come back. But as you start looking at the map now, you start thinking, okay, this is a more traditional map, which again gets us back to where we began or where we ended 4 years ago. Whoa, how did I do that? That was good. You do the double sometimes. It gets you. There you go. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is where this night now looks like a lot of us thought this would come down to this, and it certainly looks like it's going to again. Again, we're not done. You see Joe Biden with I think I'm going to glance over my shoulder. Yes, still leading a little bit in Iowa. You see a lead in Montana. We don't expect these to hold up, but we'll see, right? You get surprised sometimes. But so right now on the map, you're looking at this would be the only flip right now. That's the only flip we see for Joe Biden to get him up. But, it's easier to do it more quickly if you switch over here to the president's map. And so the flip we think so far, we're not done, is this. We believe so far the president's holding down here, which gets you back. Again, Arizona would get Joe Biden, plus the Clinton states. Arizona gets Joe Biden to 243. Well, then how do you get to 270, right? Could get one here if you carry Maine, but then you need more. So if that gets you to 244, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get one of these. We're still waiting on two of those districts there. Let's just say you get one of them, right? So then you're looking here, 245. So what do you need, right? Do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door because that's 20, right? This is the state of these three states in the blue wall. That's the one the Trump campaign feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these two congressional districts plus Arizona. The math gets interesting if the president can hold. Bring it out here. Sorry, now I got to fill them all in, but that's okay. Just fill them all in and come back. President does that. Do you think one congressional district could decide an American presidential election? Doesn't happen that often, but it is possible. This is where, again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, the more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district, they're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these because now we're into tense time in both campaigns. And
in those three states, those so-called blue wall states, right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding votes there. Plenty of votes. And again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like that we say it repeatedly. And a lot of the early vote is outstanding too, where Democrats will do well. It is, which is why as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004, pick your close election. That's the case. This year is even more different because of the three different ways of voting and the different ways each state is handling that, right? The mail-in vote, the in-person early vote. And so here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that, but you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. You come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia, 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver, but you're only 20% of the vote roughly there. You move up here, Bucks County. This is a more competitive suburban area, but you're still at 12% of the vote. Move out here, Chester County. This is where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround it, 30%. So you just have a long way to go. And we know, David Chalian told us earlier, a lot of the votes that are missing are the early votes, which we believe are disproportionately Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of votes, even if we were just waiting for all the votes counted today, what we have from this part of the state is so low that you just can't make conclusions. You just can't. We have to wait and see. And it looks good. The map looks at first glance to Republicans, but we're just nowhere near the finish line. Nor are we in Michigan. 39% of the estimate, 54 to 43. You think that's a big number. If you remember how close this was 4 years ago, 10,000 votes, right? 10,000 votes decided this state 4 years ago. So it is just unrealistic. Even if the president's having a very good night, it's unrealistic that he's going to win Michigan by 238,000 votes. If he wins Michigan again, maybe it's by more than 10,000 votes, but it's not going to be by 238,000 votes. We just know that. So when you see that number, that's when you know this is the anomaly of 2020 and how we count votes, and we need to be patient. Let's take a look at Arizona. Let's go out west, because this would be, so far, this would be the flip. This would be a change. We're up to 75%, 208,000 vote lead, and some change there. Again, 54% to 45%. If you go back, not since Bill Clinton has a Democrat won this state, and in 2016, not a huge win by any means. This is why the Democrats wanted to compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year, demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now, Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America in this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County, 77%. If this holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County, with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. That's the guess. That's the guess, Wolf, as you go through it. So I just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia? Again, 153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46. That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep coming in here, and we're still waiting. It's not that we could hop in the car and drive over there and be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time. This is a giant basket of Democratic votes.
If you follow governor's races, if you follow Mark Warner's Senate campaign a couple of years ago, that's the way it's gone. All of a sudden, a big dump of votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina again, 50 to 49. When you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again, Republicans feel good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens in North Carolina. One more time, just want to look at normally the closest of all battlegrounds, 94% in Florida, 51-47 there in Florida. Again, you're looking at the map. There's a lot of red, including in places that the Biden campaign was hopeful it could turn blue. You see Iowa's blue right now. We're not sure if that will last. It's competitive, though. It's a fun one to watch as we go through the night. Still a lot of math to do, Wolf. A lot of anxiety in both campaigns right now.
Yeah, they're nervous on both sides. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all. We're talking about California. It has 55 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. All right, we have some projections right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of California. That's the biggest prize at the Electoral College. 55 electoral votes. Biden will win California, beats Trump in California. CNN also projects that Biden will win in Washington state. 12 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Washington state. CNN also projects Biden will win in the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes there. Biden wins in Oregon right now. One projection for Donald Trump right now. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Wyoming. That's 3 electoral votes. In Idaho, too early to call. 4 electoral votes in Idaho. We cannot make a projection there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now. Right now, Biden has a wide lead. He has 192 Electoral College votes. Trump has 108. 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert in some of the battleground states where things stand. Let's start in Pennsylvania. 41% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 25,000 vote lead over Biden, 50% to 48.3%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead. In Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes at stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important Electoral College battle.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, locks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reasons Republicans go to California now is to raise money. 192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to 270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given you know Illinois, you know New York, you know California, you know Washington and Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work. Since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state, right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state, right? So you think that's going to happen for you. And you keep looking at the map here. Virginia, which is really interesting right now, it is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold, and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in, they're having a problem in the county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole.
Plus de solutions pour battre Joe Biden. Si effectivement l'Arizona se confirme, c'est plutôt une bonne nouvelle pour Biden, mais ça veut dire concrètement que nous n'aurons probablement pas de vainqueur ce matin en heure française, cette nuit en heure américaine, car il faudra compter bulletin par bulletin en Pennsylvanie, dans le Michigan, en Wisconsin. Dans le Wisconsin, ce sont des États qui, contrairement à ceux du Sud, dépouillent lentement. Le suspense va durer longtemps.
Et on s'en réjouit, bien évidemment. On va tout de suite rejoindre Cédric Fesch, alors que s'affiche, pour être tout à fait précis, en bas de votre écran. Donc, les votes des grands électeurs qui sont d'ores et déjà acquis, soit à Joe Biden, donc 192 à l'instant actualisé, soit à Donald Trump. Quelle est l'ambiance? Est-ce que l'on est surpris du côté de Wilmington, donc fief de Joe Biden dans le Delaware, eh bien, qu'il y ait finalement un écart pour l'instant assez grand entre ce que les sondages nationaux disaient hier et ces tout premiers résultats sur lesquels, évidemment, il faut rester très prudent.
Alors, depuis le début, les démocrates sont extrêmement prudents et ça n'a rien à voir avec...
Les amis, je suis toujours là. Ce que je viens d'entendre et ce que vous venez d'entendre, c'est que faudra peut-être compter bulletin par bulletin. Ça va être très long.
Biden, par exemple, a mis des petits drapeaux, c'est le cas pour l'Arizona, et c'est de là que viendra sans doute la première surprise. On attend l'Arizona.
L'Arizona, État qui n'a plus voté démocrate depuis 1996.
Oui, et c'est le vote latino qui est en train de faire pencher la balance. Mais ce sera juste la petite surprise parce que au final, on finira sur les swing states.
Olivier Piton, est-ce que vous êtes surpris sur ces premières tendances et quelle est votre analyse?
Première analyse, comme en 2016, les sondages se sont encore largement trompés.
Pour l'instant, non?
Non, parce que ils avaient prévu, quel que soit le résultat final, ils avaient prévu une vague bleue. Il n'y a pas de vague bleue. Donc déjà, que ce soit les États du Nord, Pennsylvanie, Wisconsin, Michigan, on a un résultat pour l'instant qui est extrêmement serré, voire très légèrement en faveur de Donald Trump. Il n'y a pas de vague bleue dans le Sud. Joe Biden pensait récupérer la Géorgie, la Floride et également la Caroline.
6 to 1.2, just to go back in time and remember, 2.9, 2.9. We have a long way to go, and turnout is higher this time, right? So this is just shy, this is just shy of 6. You add in, it's just shy of 6 million, and we're not there. We're just not there. And so if you're looking at the map as a Republican, you're grateful that it's red, but it's really early on. We got a long way to go. And again, I'm going to be a broken record here, but we're looking at Northampton County here, maybe 40% of the vote, a little shy of that. You come down here to Bucks County, key suburb just outside of Philadelphia. This is the more conservative of the suburbs in the call around Philadelphia, 12% of the vote maybe. You come down to Montgomery County, again, big suburban area, absolutely critical to the Democrats. So you see that Trump lead right now, but we haven't counted most of the votes in Montgomery County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Chester County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Delaware County. And the biggest basket of them all, Philadelphia City and then Philadelphia County around it, the suburbs around it, it's going to be overwhelmingly Democratic, and we haven't counted hardly any of it.
Only 22% of the vote.
We haven't, right.
Philadelphia County is in.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at a football game and just saying, okay, first quarter, end it. It's not the way it works.
I want to check in with Pamela Brown. She's getting some new information on what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you're talking about Philadelphia right there, and it's slow going through the influx of mail-in ballots. They've gone through around 76,000 mail-in ballots, and they have a lot more to go. In total, they have around 350,000 to get to. That's according to the city commissioner there. It's the same story over in Allegheny County. That, of course, is another big county there that has Pittsburgh, the home of Pittsburgh. They also have 350,000 mail-in ballots to get through. And in the Philadelphia suburbs alone, you have more than 500,000 mail-in ballots to get to. So I think, as we're looking at this, as we're looking at the numbers slowly coming in there in Pennsylvania, it is keeping us on the edge of our seats, especially in Philadelphia, that Democratic stronghold, John King, where we had 350,000 mail-in ballots they're going through. Right now, though, like I said, they've only gone through 76,000. That is behind schedule than what they thought. They thought by around 8 p.m. Eastern time, they would have 100,000 counted. So they're behind schedule a little bit there. And I'm told by officials they're going to be working through the night trying to quickly tabulate the influx of mail-in ballots that they got there in Pennsylvania. Remember, they just started this morning opening up those ballots. They were way behind compared to other states. They did not get a head start. And Pennsylvania is a state that does not have a history of counting absentee ballots. In Allegheny County, again, where Pittsburgh is, you have 350,000 ballots that they're having to get through there. And I'm told by officials, again, in Allegheny County, they're going to be working through the night to try to get everything tabulated. But one person I spoke to said, look, this is going to keep us in suspense because they just have to work through it through the night, and we may not have a better idea in terms of the total tabulation for those mail-in ballots for a bit, John.
What did we get on the phone from Iowa several years ago, Enid? And we may have to do that again. Look, this is where it gets interesting in the sense that the question is, will everybody have patience? And by everybody, I mean the American people, the people who live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the candidates for president, because you know this. Look, so they have all these mail-in ballots. This is Allegheny County. I'll get rid of the numbers here just to remind you. So look, Joe Biden's leading right now at 98,000 votes. The president has 23,000 votes. It's just not, it's real in the sense that these are real votes, but it's just not contextual in the sense that we know it's a higher turnout election than 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton won this county with 367,000 votes. So when you see right now Joe Biden leading at 98,000 votes, we are in the early chapter of a very big book because it's such a big state. And so that's the key point. The challenge is, do we get more in the next hour? How long does this take? What do we start to get? Will we hear from the Secretary of State about this is going to go into tomorrow? We already know there were 6 or 8 counties that said they wouldn't even, was leaning on them to get them to try to start today if they weren't overwhelmed on election day. And remember, Pam just mentioned Philadelphia. We don't have to, words of the President of the United States, who has spent the last couple of days saying he believes there's cheating and there's fraud in Philadelphia. Stay off Twitter, stop talking about this, let this play out. But does the president lose patience as this night goes on?
We're told that in Pennsylvania, John, more than 1 million mail-in ballots, Pamela Brown was telling us, more than 1 million have not yet been counted.
Right, so more than 1 million. So you come back out and you see 1.7 to 1.3, 370,000 vote lead, 373,000 vote lead, but more than 1 million. Again, more than 1 million have not been counted. So this is real, but it's just now. Again, if it's a baseball game, we're in the second or the third inning at best, right? If it's a football game, we're in an early quarter. Pick your sport. We're early in the game. You always want to build a lead. You'd rather be leading than behind, but it's not contextual. I keep wanting to say it's not real. It is real. These are real votes. They're actual votes. So if I say that, I don't mean it that way. I mean, these are real, but they're not. We just don't have the full picture. Again, I just want to show you these counties. This is look. Think about the places where we are close to the finish line. In every one of those states, we're showing you turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Well, look at this: 25,000 votes. 167,000 votes to win the county 4 years ago, and it was higher turnout now. So you're at 25,000 votes. We're nowhere near done. We're just getting started. Move over here to Montgomery County. 4 years ago, this is Joe Biden right now at 110. 4 years ago, 256,000 to win the county, and we know turnout is up now. So 256,000 then, 110,000 now. We have a long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County, again, Joe Biden with 58,000 votes and 56%. Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. We are in the early count in Chester County. You move down here, that goes into Delaware. Let me come back into Pennsylvania and come into Philadelphia. 584,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia 4 years ago. This is one of the places they felt they did a good job on turnout. 585 say. Joe Biden has 209,000 votes in Philadelphia right now. So what we have is a beginning, but we're so early in this race right now, that when you pull this out and you see it red and you see what looks like a 12-point lead for the President of the United States, in the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than 1 million, even more than that, I would conjecture, just mail-in ballots, more than 1 million, other ballots to be counted if people casted their votes today. We have a long way to go in Pennsylvania, Wolf, and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania closely. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win. The state of Mississippi beats Biden.
De votre côté, à Washington?
J'ai entendu il y a quelques instants Jean-Bernard Cagnier prononcer le mot de triche. C'est un mot que j'entends beaucoup ici ce soir. La seule façon dont Donald Trump pourrait perdre cette élection, c'est si les démocrates trichent. Attention à la Pennsylvanie, à l'Ohio aussi. C'est des États où il pourrait y avoir de la triche. C'est ce qu'on n'arrête pas.
Un indicateur, puisque c'est serré sur la course à la Maison-Blanche. Regardons du côté du Sénat. Oui. Du côté du Sénat, un siège dans l'Alabama qui va être perdu par les démocrates. Tom Tillis, Sénat en Caroline du Nord, semble bien engagé. Enfin, c'est quand même assez serré. C'est très serré. Le Sénat, on ne sait pas encore, mais en tout cas, on ne s'achemine pas vers une vague bleue. Il n'y a pas de vague bleu. Biden n'a pas gagné. On s'est dit vers 3 heures, 4 heures, on peut imaginer une vague bleue. Ce n'est pas le cas. Le seul État qu'il pourrait avoir gagné, c'est l'Arizona. Hein, c'est l'Arizona qui est un État plutôt rouge et qui là est gagné par Biden. Mais alors attention, on peut dans 1 heure, 2 heures, 3 heures se dire c'est comme en 2016, mais on peut aussi se dire finalement c'est une carte traditionnelle avec une victoire démocrate classique des États républicains et des États démocrates. Tout va se jouer dans le Midwest.
Est-ce que ça voudrait dire, Olivier Piton, que cette thématique du vote caché des électeurs Trump pourrait bien se confirmer dans les heures qui viennent?
Alors c'est amusant, les fameux shy Trumpers, c'est
C'est très important parce que ce qu'on regarde depuis le début de la nuit et qu'on va regarder toute la matinée, c'est cette jauge qui continue de progresser. Pour le moment, on va regarder ce que ça donne en termes de grands électeurs. 114 pour Donald Trump, 192 pour Joe Biden. Vous connaissez la règle. Celui qui arrive à 270 a gagné.
La Caroline du Nord, où Donald Trump, jusqu'à ces derniers jours, disposait d'une légère la Caroline
92 pour Joe Biden. Vous connaissez la règle. Celui qui arrive à 270 a gagné.
La Caroline du Nord, où Donald élément, Patrick Sauce, qui est très important. Alors qu'on voit ces images, je pense qu'il s'agit d'images de Miami. Voilà, où on commence à fêter donc la victoire qui se profile pour Donald Trump. Élément très important, c'est le vote par correspondance. Massif, pratiquement 100 millions d'Américains ont voté.
Plus de 100 millions.
Plus de 100 millions. Par correspondance ou de façon prématurée. Sur un corps électoral d'à peu près 250 millions de votants.
D'Américains en âge de voter, on calcule différemment.
En âge de voter. C'est ce qui rend compliqué le dépouillement dans certains États parce que la règle est différente selon les États.
Je vais vous prendre l'exemple qui sera sans doute le plus frappant, la Pennsylvanie, avec ses 2,5 millions de votants anticipés, dont un gros tiers de votes par correspondance. La Cour suprême de l'État de Pennsylvanie a décidé, et c'est en train de se passer ce soir, qu'on commencerait à dépouiller les premiers bulletins de vote, ceux qui sont arrivés il y a quelques semaines.
Ça dépouille en Pennsylvanie, voilà.
Ça dépouille. Alors, je vais vous expliquer, c'est extrêmement fastidieux. Il y a d'abord, ces personnes, elles prennent d'abord une enveloppe. Sur l'enveloppe, il y a l'adresse de l'expéditeur, c'est-à-dire le votant. On vérifie, est-ce que cet homme ou cette femme est éligible? Oui, d'accord, je rentre déjà ça dans mon tableau Excel. Ensuite, j'ouvre l'enveloppe. Ils sont en train de le faire. Ces dames-là sont en train de le faire. Dedans, il y a une autre enveloppe avec une espèce, allez, grosso modo, un bulletin de vote, c'est à peu près comme ça aux États-Unis. Parce que en haut à gauche, vous avez le choix entre Donald Trump et Joe Biden, parfois Kanye West dans certains États. Et ensuite, vous avez énormément de choses à choisir. Un sénateur, un représentant. Au New Jersey, on vient de voter la légalisation de la vente de la marijuana, par exemple. On vérifie que tout ça est bon et ensuite on met ça de côté et on commence à dépouiller. En Pennsylvanie, la Cour suprême de l'État a décidé qu'on commencerait avec les premiers tas, ceux qui sont arrivés ces dernières semaines, et qu'à un moment on arrêterait. C'est ce qui s'est passé. On a arrêté de dépouiller les votes par correspondance. Parce qu'il y en a trop et qu'on va maintenant se concentrer sur les votes qui ont été faits aujourd'hui, soit par voie électronique, soit par une façon soit.
Donc on va commencer par les votes physiques et ensuite on reprendra, c'est ça, les votes.
Exactement. Et on ne reprendra que demain. À l'heure de la
Donc,
Pennsylvanie.
Ce que vous nous dites, c'est que le résultat en Pennsylvanie, on ne l'aura pas, en fait. On l'aura
en Pennsylvanie, Il y a 1 heure, on a décidé au Michigan, swing states en puissance, qu'on arrêtait les votes. Et à l'instant, il y a quelques minutes, on a décidé dans
Les votes ou le dépouillement?
Le dépouillement, pardon.
Oui.
Que dans le comté de Fulton, c'est la ville d'Atlanta, c'est le comté le plus peuplé de Géorgie, on a décidé qu'on arrêtait également. Et pourtant, c'est en train de devenir un swing state.
Est-ce que l'un des deux candidats peut obtenir 270 grands électeurs sans qu'on ait terminé le dépouillement du Michigan et de la Pennsylvanie?
Non, parce que ce qui compte, c'est encore le résultat officiel. On peut avoir des projections, et c'est bien le problème, c'est ce que disait Cédric Fesch tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut avoir une première tendance, avec notamment plutôt du bleu, parce qu'on aura eu les premiers chiffres du vote par correspondance qui est plutôt démocrate. Ensuite, vous avez le vote en personne, le vote physique, où là, ce sont plutôt des républicains qui se sont déplacés. Et à la fin de ce vote physique, comme il aurait été sans doute un peu plus important, Donald Trump va dire « Attendez, c'est nous qui avons gagné ». Et au fur et à mesure, le curseur va peut-être s'égaliser, et c'est là qu'on va voir apparaître ces accusations sans doute de fraude.
Mais François Durper, pour les téléspectateurs qui nous rejoignent, on dit que le scrutin est très serré, et en même temps, on voit cette jauge qui est clairement à l'avantage de Joe Biden, 192 grands électeurs contre 114 pour Donald Trump. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il faut quand même dire que c'est très serré?
Non, c'est en trompe-l'œil. Hein. Le système politique américain, c'est pas un nombre de voix. On l'a expliqué. C'est un nombre de grands électeurs. Il faut donc aller gagner les États qui ont beaucoup de grands électeurs. Et on va regarder les États qui ne sont pas joués d'avance. Le Tennessee, c'est toujours rouge. La Californie, c'est toujours bleu. Et donc, on va aller regarder effectivement du côté de la Pennsylvanie. Et ce que dit Patrick est très intéressant, c'est ce qu'on appelle aux États-Unis le mirage rouge qui pourrait se profiler. C'est-à-dire que comme on a arrêté le traitement des votes par la poste, on va dépouiller ceux qui se sont déplacés. Ceux qui se sont déplacés, ce sont des républicains. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils ont eu un peu moins peur de la Covid-19. Probablement, ce sont des républicains. Donc, il est probable que la Pennsylvanie, dans les heures à venir, devienne rouge et qu'il faille attendre demain, ou après-demain, jusqu'à vendredi, pour compter les votes par correspondance et peut-être avoir une Pennsylvanie qui deviendrait violette puis bleue, mais avec un Donald Trump très discret pour le moment, hein, qui n'a pas tweeté depuis plusieurs heures. On lui a dit, attention, tu tweets dans un État et tu peux provoquer un phénomène de polarisation négative en disant Trump a gagné, on va voir, on va continuer à voter. Donc il est très prudent, ou il a peut-être pris son téléphone pendant la nuit. En tout cas, ce qui est important, c'est qu'on peut avoir ce phénomène de mirage rouge qui va avoir une conséquence immédiate. Il a depuis des mois, Donald Trump dit ça va être truqué, il va y avoir de la fraude. Alors imaginez si on voit cette carte se dessiner en rouge, si dans 3 jours on dit cette carte elle est plutôt bleue et c'est Biden qui a gagné, là évidemment il y a contestation.
Dans ces conditions, quels sont les États, les swing states qu'on surveille attentivement parce que les résultats vont tomber sous peu?
Alors les États qu'on surveille et qu'on va surveiller, les résultats ne vont pas tomber sous peu. Là, ça va se jouer, on le sait maintenant, en Pennsylvanie, dans le Michigan, dans le Wisconsin. La Géorgie est aussi intéressante à surveiller.
Il y a quelques États bonus, disons, c'est l'Arizona qui est en train de passer en bleu et l'Ohio qui est peut-être en train de passer en rouge.
Ouais.
Donc passionnant, ça s'annonce extrêmement serré, bien au-delà de ce que l'on avait pressenti, puisque vous l'avez rappelé, donc les sondeurs laissaient entendre qu'au niveau national, eh bien, Joe Biden disposait d'une avance confortable, 6-7 points. Dans les faits, aujourd'hui, eh bien, ce n'est pas du tout le cas. Les deux hommes sont au coude à coude, et nous allons refaire un point dans quelques instants. Il y a un élément qui est très important à souligner aussi, Patrick Sauce, c'est la participation, qui sans doute s'annonce massive très rapidement.
Alors, il y a un chiffre déjà qui peut nous étonner, nous Français, c'est que si on prend ne serait-ce que les votes qui ont été pris en compte, 46 millions, bientôt 50 millions d'Américains ont voté pour Donald Trump. Ça, on ne pourra pas lui enlever. Celui qui va gagner l'élection, même s'il y a très peu d'écart, même s'il perd un peu le vote populaire, mais gagne par le jeu des grands électeurs, il y aura de toute façon une légitimité. Il y aura peut-être une énorme fracture parce que il y aura énormément d'Américains qui voudront pas accepter le vote, mais le fait est que la démocratie a fonctionné. Énormément de monde a déjà voté et continue de le faire sur la côte ouest.
BFM TV, il est 5h30. Bienvenue si vous nous rejoignez. Édition spéciale présidentielle américaine.
5h30, bienvenue, bon réveil si vous nous rejoignez dans cette nuit américaine. L'Amérique qui retient son souffle, le monde entier aussi, alors que tombent peu à peu les résultats de cette présidentielle qui s'annonce beaucoup plus serrée qu'annoncé. Donald Trump ou Joe Biden. Jean-Bernard Cadier, vous êtes à Washington et on attend d'une minute à l'autre l'officialisation des résultats de la Floride. Jean-Bernard.
Oui, ce ne sera pas une officialisation, ce sont les médias américains qui annoncent les États et la chaîne Fox News a déjà annoncé la Floride et sur les autres chaînes, les journalistes à l'antenne disent que c'est gagné pour Donald Trump en Floride. Il ne manque plus que l'officialisation par les chaînes exactement. C'est une petite déception pour Joe Biden. Il aurait bien aimé gagner la Floride parce que s'il avait gagné la Floride, comme l'annonçaient les sondages, il avait entre 3 et 5 points d'avance en Floride selon les sondages. S'il avait gagné la Floride, c'était fini. Nous aurions pu vous annoncer dès maintenant la victoire de Joe Biden, prochain président des États-Unis. Ça n'est pas le cas. Donald Trump peut rester président des États-Unis parce que il a gagné la Floride, il est vraisemblablement en train de gagner la Géorgie, la Caroline du Nord, même si ça se resserre un peu, l'Ohio, et donc Joe Biden qui rêvait d'un raz-de-marée démocrate qui lui aurait permis de gagner très largement, n'a pas vu du tout ce raz-de-marée démocrate. Joe Biden qui se croyait à l'offensive est en train de jouer à la défensive, il est enfermé sur ces 3 États du Midwest qu'il n'a plus le droit de perdre, que sont la Pennsylvanie, le Michigan et le Wisconsin. Mais, finalement, la situation n'est pas si grave que ça pour Biden, parce qu'un État de l'Ouest qu'on a dépouillé plus tard à cause du décalage horaire, l'Arizona, présente une bonne surprise pour Biden. C'est un État qui avait voté républicain en 2016 et que Biden est en train de chipper aux républicains. Ça veut dire que sur le papier, ça sera plus facile pour lui d'atteindre 270 et donc de gagner la présidence. Quand est-ce qu'on saura le résultat? L'autre nouvelle de la nuit, c'est que on ne saura pas le résultat avant plusieurs heures. Autant les États du Sud, Floride, Géorgie, Caroline du Nord, dépouillent vite, mais les États du Nord, le Wisconsin, le Michigan et en particulier la Pennsylvanie dépouillent lentement. Ils n'ont commencé qu'aujourd'hui à dépouiller les bulletins par anticipation et les bulletins par correspondance. C'est juste une question de législation locale et de tradition. En Pennsylvanie, on dépouille lentement. Ça va prendre plusieurs jours. Et comme tout dépendra de la Pennsylvanie, il faudra attendre encore plusieurs heures, peut-être plusieurs jours, pour savoir qui est le prochain président des États-Unis.
Patrick Sauce, c'est une question très difficile évidemment, mais c'est celle forcément que l'on se pose à l'heure où l'on parle, et même si on ne connaît pas encore les résultats ou les tendances dans les swing tests, avantage à qui?
Avantage, j'irais au point, peut-être à Donald Trump, parce que on ne l'attendait absolument pas à ce niveau-là, même si, encore une fois, avec un peu de recul, parce qu'il y a toute la dramaturgie d'une élection américaine, c'est pour ça qu'on adore la suivre et l'analyser, mais pour l'instant, il n'y a aucune surprise. Il faut quand même le rappeler, c'est-à-dire que les États qui étaient censés être rouges, le reste, il y avait peut-être un espoir, et peut-être à la fois chez les instituts de sondage, comme chez bon nombre de médias américains qui se penchent plutôt du côté Biden.
Rouge, c'est républicain, il faut le répéter à chaque fois.
Rouge, c'est républicain,
bleu.
On n'a pas les mêmes codes couleurs en France.
Absolument, donc c'est important. Si vous employez des couleurs, dites à quoi ça correspond.
Pro Trump, pour les rouges, vous avez raison. Et on avait l'impression quand même qu'un certain nombre de médias prenaient leur désir pour des réalités, à la fois pour l'élection présidentielle, à la fois pour l'élection au Sénat. Ce qui est en train de se passer au Sénat est quasiment une vague rouge, j'ai envie de dire. Et Trump, il est en train d'être là où il est, c'est-à-dire il gagne là où il devait gagner.
Cédric Fesch, à Wilmington, le QG de Joe Biden, quelques espoirs démocrates, notamment avec l'Arizona, mais si Biden perd la Floride, est-ce qu'il avait besoin de la Floride d'abord pour gagner?
Il avait besoin de la Floride, Joe Biden, pour gagner rapidement. Voilà à quoi servait la Floride. Mais c'est pas parce que Joe Biden aurait perdu la Floride qu'il a forcément perdu l'élection. C'est juste que le chemin est beaucoup plus étroit et ça veut dire que, en quelque sorte, Donald Trump a sauvé une balle de match. Voilà, parce que si Donald Trump avait perdu la Floride, il perdait un autre État clé et c'était quasiment mort pour lui. Là, ça veut dire qu'on est dans un chemin étroit et long. Ça veut dire qu'on va passer une longue nuit parce qu'il va falloir dépouiller des États dont on pouvait imaginer, compte tenu des bons sondages pour Joe Biden, qu'on n'en aurait pas besoin. Et c'est exactement ce que disait Patrick Sauce à l'instant. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas de surprise, à part l'Arizona, à la limite, qui est plutôt dans une bonne surprise pour Joe Biden. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas de surprise. Mais comme les sondages disaient que Joe Biden était largement en avance, on s'attendait à ce que ce soit vite plié. C'est pas le cas. C'est ça la surprise cette nuit.
Un peu plus de 23h30 aux États-Unis côte Est, et cette manifestation donc à Washington sur la Black Lives Matter Plaza, voilà, manifestation dans le calme, voilà, vous le voyez bien sur ces images. Christophe de Roubaix, alors évidemment on n'a pas de résultat définitif à l'heure où l'on parle, mais d'ores et déjà une certitude, c'est que les sondages se sont trompés.
Les sondages se sont trompés. Une nouvelle fois, ils nous avaient juré qu'ils avaient retenu les leçons de l'expérience 2016, qu'ils avaient pondéré avec. Et puis finalement.
Comment on explique ça?
Je peux pas l'expliquer. Là, non, je peux pas l'expliquer.
Alors peut-être que les électeurs de Donald Trump disent pas qu'ils votent Donald Trump. C'est une des explications qu'on peut donner.
C'est à la fin du bal qu'on paiera les musiciens, parce que souvent les élections américaines à 4-5 heures du matin, il y a une réalité qui est pas forcément celle du lendemain. Donc, il faudra voir, par exemple, sur le nombre de votes. On n'est pas à l'abri d'un scénario 2016
à l'envers.
Non mais global, c'est-à-dire y compris Donald Trump devancé de 5, 6, 7 millions de voix, et finalement les sondages se sont peut-être pas finalement tant plantés que ça au niveau national, mais ils se sont clairement plantés. Au moins là, on peut dire qu'ils se sont plantés en Floride, en donnant plus 3 points de moyenne à Biden, et finalement plus 3 points pour Trump.
Parce que ce qui trompe Patrick Sauce, c'est le dépouillement du vote par correspondance. C'est ça?
D'une part, et en Floride, on peut pas dire qu'il y a une seule Floride. Encore une fois, lorsqu'on va voir les comtés qui sont dessinés au gré des élections, vraiment les élections locales, c'est-à-dire qu'un démocrate qui arrive au pouvoir lorsqu'il devient gouverneur, et c'est la même chose pour un républicain, l'une des premières choses qu'il fait, c'est de regarder la carte électorale et dit mais attendez, ce comté-là, il a voté pour
vote is at stake. 57% of the estimated vote is in Biden has a 16,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.4% to 44.8%. In Arizona, a lot more of the vote is in. 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 203,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.5% to 45.1%. In Minnesota right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 220,000 vote lead over Trump there as well, 54.3% to 43.6%. There's more states. Let's continue the key race alert right now. In Ohio right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has an impressive 434,000 vote lead over Biden in Ohio, 53.2% to 45.3%. In North Carolina right now, 95% of the vote is in. Relatively close, only a 75,000 vote Trump lead over Biden, 50% for Trump to 48.3%.
Qu'attendez-vous pour les mois à venir?
Honestly, no matter what happens tonight,
Très honnêtement,
peut-être une énorme fracture.
of what we've seen already,
on va voir les événements de ces dernières semaines se répéter. Personne ne sera fixé dans le marbre avant la passation de pouvoir au mois de janvier. Ce sera un moment difficile.
Comme vous le voyez, c'est la fébrilité qui gagne le camp démocrate. Ce soir, la musique s'est peu à peu baissée dans les rangs des manifestants. Tous ont désormais les yeux rivés sur leur téléphone pour regarder les résultats tomber peu à peu.
Oui, alors évidemment, on n'a pas de résultat, ultime résultat, Ashley.
Oui, on vient tout juste de recevoir les résultats dans le Mississippi, dans le Wyoming, des États remportés par Donald Trump. Ce n'est pas une surprise parce que ce sont des États qui sont acquis à la cause républicaine. Quand on regarde la carte, rouge pour Donald Trump, bleu pour Joe Biden, n'est pas un État clé. Historiquement, seulement dans les dernières semaines de l'élection, les sondages donnaient les candidats au coude à coude. Et vous voyez, pour le moment, ce serait, selon les projections des médias américains, Donald Trump Trump qui aurait l'avantage avec 51% des voix. On va regarder ce que donne la jauge actuellement, cette jauge des grands électeurs qui est très importante, 114 grands électeurs pour Donald Trump, 192 pour Joe Biden. Joe Biden qui se rapproche des 270, mais on ne peut tirer aucune conclusion de cette jauge pour le moment parce qu'on attend encore les résultats dans des États clés très importants, la Floride ou la Caroline du Nord par exemple.
Pensez, Patrick Sauce, que le Texas deviendrait peut-être un swing state. Sur les premières tendances, apparemment, ce n'est pas le cas.
Et je reviens encore sur la façon de calculer et de découper un État. C'est-à-dire qu'au début de la soirée américaine, on s'acheminait vers quand même une surprise puisque le Texas n'a pas voté démocrate depuis Jimmy Carter en 1976. Et on a commencé par le dépouillement des grandes villes, Dallas, Houston. Houston, la ville natale et où est enterré George Floyd. C'est quand même important. Houston qui a été touché par l'ouragan Harvey et qui a vu que la gestion était relativement chaotique du côté de Donald Trump. Et puis au fur et à mesure, on est descendu et les derniers dépouillements concernent les comtés frontaliers sur le Rio Grande et étonnamment, autant le vote latino que le vote, alors ça c'est moins étonnant que le vote américain vraiment de souche, a voté en large majorité pour Trump. Ils sont face au mur de Trump et ils ont voté pour Trump et c'est ce qui est en train de faire la différence.
Mais comment l'expliquer ? Comment l'expliquer alors que justement on disait le Texas, il y a une démographie qui a changé, le bastion républicain est en train de basculer, le vote par correspondance ne va pas peser lourd.
Sans doute parce que la démographie va un peu trop vite pour le vote, en tout cas le côté électoral.
Qui ne s'est pas mobilisé.
Pas forcément. Et il y a une vraie déception dans d'autres parties du pays, notamment sur le vote afro-américain. On pensait que tout ça allait exploser, c'est pas forcément le cas.
Alors il faut dire et répéter donc que les résultats des swing states ne sont pas encore là. Dépouillement. Certains de ces dépouillements vont durer longtemps.
Le Michigan annonce vendredi pour un résultat.
Vendredi pour le Michigan. Et la Pennsylvanie ?
Le temps qu'il faudra, mais demain, après-demain, il y a encore des centaines de milliers de voix et de bulletins à ouvrir, ne serait-ce qu'à ouvrir.
Voilà, 192.
Ils ont 3 jours. Ils ont 3 jours en plus. La Cour suprême leur a donné 3 jours pour recevoir les bulletins. Voilà, donc on a jusqu'à la fin de la semaine.
192 grands électeurs acquis pour l'instant pour Joe Biden et 114 pour Donald Trump. Avant de retrouver Jean-Bernard Cadier à Washington, Adeline, on voudrait vous montrer les dernières images et les dernières déclarations vraiment très courtes des deux candidats. En commençant par Joe Biden.
Ouais, Joe Biden qui s'est rendu en Pennsylvanie dans la nuit et qui s'est recueilli sur la tombe de son fils, Beau Biden. Séquence presque gênante. Regardez, on va retrouver Jean-Bernard Cadier à Washington pour nous l'expliquer.
Voici mon fils, Beau Biden, que beaucoup parmi vous ont aidé à élire au Sénat du Delaware. Voici ma petite fille, Nathalie. Attendez, ce n'est pas Nathalie.
Jean-Bernard Cadier gênant, disait Adeline, et c'est vrai, voilà, il se trompe et ça confirme ce que l'une des caractéristiques de Joe Biden.
Joe Lagaffe.
Joe Lagaffe, voilà.
C'était déjà Joe Lagaffe quand il était jeune. Il a été connu toute sa carrière politique pour faire des gaffes. C'est pour ça d'ailleurs qu'il avait perdu ses 2 premières tentatives d'être président en 88 et en 2008. Mais effectivement, il fait des gaffes et il en fait de plus en plus. Celle-là est particulièrement triste parce que confondre sa petite fille avec son fils, présenter son fils alors que son fils est décédé en 2015, dire que son fils a été élu au Sénat alors que son fils n'a jamais été élu au Sénat, c'est effectivement extrêmement embarrassant. Mais vous notez aussi que comme d'habitude, Joe Biden se rattrape immédiatement. C'est pas la première fois dans la campagne. Dans la campagne, il a une fois confondu le nombre de morts du Covid et le nombre de chômeurs. Il s'est tout de suite rattrapé. Une fois, il a aussi dit, vous comprenez, moi, mon adversaire, c'est George. C'est George. On pensait qu'il parlait de George Bush. Il s'est encore trompé. George, enfin, je veux dire Donald Trump. Il commet des gaffes terribles, très embarrassantes, et il se rattrape très rapidement. Il a 77 ans. Il va avoir 78 ans dans 2 mois, dans 2 semaines exactement, le 20 novembre. Et il fait plus vieux que ce qu'il n'est, en fait. Mais les Américains le savaient, ils ont vu dans les débats qu'il était pas bon dans son expression orale, c'est peut-être une résurgence du bégaiement de son enfance, c'est pas exclu non plus parce que c'était un bègue et peut-être que ça revient avec l'âge. Les Américains le savaient, les Américains l'ont choisi néanmoins à la fois dans la primaire, et l'a choisi dans la primaire, et là vous avez vu qu'il y en a quand même beaucoup qui votent pour lui cette nuit, parce que nous sommes dans une période très particulière pour l'Amérique où on a besoin d'une figure tutélaire, on l'appelle Uncle Joe, l'oncle, le vieil oncle, le bon grand-père. Les Américains ont besoin d'être rassurés par une personne âgée et c'est un peu la chance de Joe Biden.
Il est 5h45, merci de vous réveiller avec notre édition spéciale consacrée à cette longue nuit américaine.
D'abord, Adeline, redérouler les résultats, dire que les résultats des swing states ne sont pas encore là, que certains sont très difficiles à se dessiner, que ce sera très serré dans les premiers résultats, d'ores et déjà, et c'est la tendance qui fait mentir les sondages, d'ores et déjà. Ce sera donc très, très serré entre Joe Biden et Donald Trump.
Avec ce rouge, le rouge des républicains, le rouge de Donald Trump qui gagne les pays Midwest, le bleu de Joe Biden et le jaune de ces swing states, de ces États qui sont au coude à coude. Et cette jauge qui peut paraître trompeuse à nos téléspectateurs qui arrivent, 192 grands électeurs acquis pour le moment à Joe Biden, 114 pour Donald Trump. Et la Floride, que l'on surveille depuis le début de cette nuit, qui a priori tombe ce matin dans l'escarcelle de Donald Trump, c'est ce qu'annonce Fox News depuis quelques minutes. Quentin Bollier, vous êtes en Floride. Quelle est l'ambiance ?
Oui, effectivement, à Miami. Alors l'ambiance est plutôt à ranger les affaires. Il est tard ici, les gens travaillent demain. Mais effectivement, ils ont célébré il y a une petite demi-heure à peu près quand Fox News a annoncé le résultat, a annoncé que la Floride était pour Trump, que Trump gardait la Floride qu'il avait gagnée il y a 4 ans et que Obama avait gagné il y a 8 ans. Et donc effectivement, à ce moment-là, ça a été des applaudissements, des cris, mais rien de dingue non plus. On est ici assez modeste, on fait un petit peu attention parce qu'on sait que la tendance, elle peut se retourner. Et c'est pas parce que Donald Trump a gagné la Floride que l'élection est faite, mais quand même plutôt à l'optimisme. Je suis avec Alberto, électeur de Donald Trump. Bonsoir. Pouvez-vous me dire, according to you, how did Donald Trump manage to
comment est-ce que Donald Trump a pu garder la Floride? Eh bien, je vous le dis, il habitait à la Trump Tower à New York et il se battait avec les démocrates qui étaient là-bas. Il était mal vu là-bas, on n'en voulait pas à New York et en Floride et il a eu l'impression d'être bien accueilli. Il a dit que Mar-a-Lago c'était chez lui maintenant et les Floridiens l'ont beaucoup apprécié. Il a fait un travail d'ailleurs formidable durant sa campagne. Il est souvent venu en Floride, il était très ouvert à la communauté latino ici et d'ailleurs il a dit des choses tout à fait remarquables. Il a fait un très bon travail ici, il mérite sa victoire. Mais Biden était donné gagnant dans tous les sondages ces derniers mois. Comment expliquez-vous cet écart? Eh bien, vous savez, ça dépend de la méthodologie des sondages, ça dépend de quels médias sont derrière. Et ça dépend comment on choisit les sondés. On l'a vu en 2016 également. Les sondages ne correspondaient pas du tout aux véritables résultats. Et la situation aujourd'hui est similaire et très éloignée de ce qui était attendu. Si on regardait les sondages, la Floride était pour Biden, la Pennsylvanie également. Et là, aujourd'hui, nous voyons des États complètement inattendus qui sont pour Trump, comme l'Arizona, qui n'a pas été pour Trump cette fois-ci.
L'État est gagné, c'est une bonne chose. C'est 39 grands électeurs pour Donald Trump. Et donc ici, les gens sont satisfaits, en tout cas chez les républicains. Et on attend la suite de la soirée électorale pour savoir si d'autres États vont tomber dans l'escarcelle de Donald Trump.
29 grands électeurs pour l'État de la Floride. Alors, si vous nous rejoignez, les chiffres qui sont en bas de votre écran sont très importants. 114 grands électeurs acquis à Donald Trump. 192 pour l'instant à Joe Biden. Mais lorsqu'on regarde la carte, il n'y a aucune surprise. Voilà, les États qui devaient être républicains le restent, et les États qui devaient être démocrates le demeurent également. En revanche, la Floride en compétition donc bascule plutôt du côté de Donald Trump et Jean-Bernard Cadier, et c'est ça qui est très important, c'est très serré dans pas mal de swing states.
C'est plus serré que prévu. Alors les sondeurs diront que c'était dans la marge d'erreur des sondages, et c'est vrai qu'ils ont des marges d'erreur qui sont confortables, 3 points, 4 points, et effectivement ils diront non, cette fois nous ne sommes pas trompés, nous étions dans la marge d'erreur. Sauf que ils avaient quand même annoncé en Floride que Biden l'emporterait avec 3 ou 4 points d'avance. Biden est en train de perdre la Floride, donc il y a vraiment un problème du côté des sondages. C'est très serré, on va essayer de rappeler ce chiffre ce chiffre magique de 270. On sait à peu près comment va finir la soirée. Ça va finir à 230 pour Biden. Ça va finir à 230 pour Biden. Il lui en manquera donc 40 pour aller jusqu'à 270. Ces 40, il peut les trouver parce qu'il y a encore ces 3 États à dépouiller. Si on a Pennsylvanie, Wisconsin, Michigan, ça va prendre du temps. C'est pas sûr non plus. Mais là, la marge était un peu plus large. Donc là, les 40, il les a. Mais comme c'était pas très sûr dans les sondages, ces 40, il risque d'en perdre une dizaine au passage. Sauf que il vient en ramasser une dizaine supplémentaire, 11 exactement, dans l'Arizona, et sa marge n'est plus donc de 40, elle est de 50. Donc il a une petite marge, il peut se permettre d'en perdre un des 4. Ça va se jouer dans un de ces 4 États, Arizona, Pennsylvanie, Michigan, Wisconsin. Là, on ne sait pas qui va gagner à l'arrivée. Ce qu'on sait en revanche, c'est que ça va prendre du temps parce que ce sont des États, notamment Pennsylvanie, Michigan, Wisconsin, où on dépouille plus lentement. C'est pour ça qu'on n'aura pas le résultat avant mercredi soir en heure d'ici et peut-être jeudi matin. Ça veut dire jeudi à la mi-journée en heure française.
Soufiane Al-Sabag, vous qui êtes un spécialiste de la politique américaine et en particulier du Parti républicain, est-ce que vous n'avez pas la sensation de revivre la nuit de 2016 ce matin ?
En quelque sorte, mais c'est vrai que quand on regarde précisément la carte de 2016, au fond, Donald Trump ne fait que répéter sa performance. Donc on ne peut pas vraiment être surpris, même si c'est vrai, les sondages annonçaient Joe Biden beaucoup plus haut dans les États de la Sun Belt, notamment en Floride, en Géorgie ou en Caroline du Nord. Donc il faudra suivre de très très près ce qui va se passer effectivement de nouveau dans le Midwest, qui sera le juge de paix de cette élection américaine.
Est-ce que Donald Trump, selon vous, peut une nouvelle fois faire mentir les sondages ?
Eh bien, dans le Midwest, ça reste encore à déterminer. Vraiment, il est impossible aujourd'hui de dire si le comptage des votes anticipés, le comptage des votes qui ont lieu en présentiel aujourd'hui et qui semblent donner tout de suite des États plutôt rouges dans le Midwest, eh bien, va tenir. C'est vraiment très, très compliqué. Ce qu'on sait aujourd'hui, c'est que la meilleure opportunité de
votes, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. So let's go back.
It is indeed. And so again, that's 2016. Let me come back to 2020, come through my time warp here and pull out Arizona. It is significant. Now again, it's a flip, right? It would be a flip. It's a traditionally red state, so you're going to always be a little bit more cautious before you call it. And so we want to wait and see. But you're up to 76%. You're up to a 207,000 vote lead, 1.2 vote lead. Vote Maricopa County, 54%. Let's just go back and take a look. Hillary Clinton, 700,000 votes, 702. 702, the Democrat this time, 798. So 96,000 more votes, and we're not quite complete yet here. Again, what does this tell you? Number one, it tells you the Biden campaign did a good job. But number two, it just tells you more about the suburban revolt. And again, we're seeing other places that are closer than they were 4 years ago. This would be a very important pickup for the Democrats if it continues to trend this way. And again, 54 if you round up to 45, so a 9-point race there. If you go back 4 years ago, it was close, but it was a 4.5-point race in favor of the Republicans. The demographic shifts in Arizona, the suburban revolt against President Trump, and this could be very, very important on a night where the other opportunities for the Democrats, at least as of now, do not seem to be bearing fruit. Florida's still red, Georgia's still red, North Carolina's still red, Ohio's still red. So if you're the Democrats and you're thinking, how do we take away, and I can walk over here and show you, how do we take away from Donald Trump's math? This is where we are right now with the states that have been projected. So this part is done. Nothing here is a surprise. So the question is, if you're Joe Biden, how do you get to 270? Well, that would help, right? 205 gets you up to 216. That would help. Doesn't get you all the way, but it helps. Not only does it help you go up, it takes it away from Donald Trump's 306. And so then you're looking at this map. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at this map, you assume this one's going to come your way. We're not done there yet, Minnesota. And you're looking around here, you assume most of Maine is going to come your way. Right now, President Trump was leading. The president is leading. The Democrats think they're going to get that, but again, they thought they were going to get some other places too. We'll watch. I'll take it off as a toss-up. So you're at 229 and you're the Democrats. How do you get there if you're Joe Biden, right? Well, you can't count on Texas right now. Are you still leading in Iowa? No, you're not. You're not leading in Iowa anymore. You're going to get Hawaii when we go a little deeper into the night. That gets you up to 233. And so then, again, it sounds redundant, but you come here, and even those two, not enough. So you're looking at that. Do you do that there? Or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You come that? You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the math as we go through this for the rest of the night.
Let's take a quick break. A lot more coming up. We're waiting to see what happens in Arizona. Can Joe Biden pull off a win in that state? We'll find out. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
Point de pourcentage. En quel cas, ce serait incontestablement une victoire pour lui, mais si l'écart se referme, ce sera un problème pour les républicains de simplement annoncer une victoire dès à présent. C'est très intéressant. Les sondages se sont trompés. Je voyage avec les journalistes pour la Maison Blanche. Je vais dans les États comme l'Ohio, comme dans la Pennsylvanie, comme dans le New Hampshire. Les États qui sont de véritables champs de bataille. Et 25% des personnes que je rencontre lors de meetings là-bas sont des démocrates, mais ils assistent aux meetings parce que l'économie se porte tellement bien sous Trump, avec la fracturation hydraulique, avec l'exploration pétrolière, avec l'industrie militaire, la réouverture des mines. Les États-Unis sont désormais leaders en énergie. Merci beaucoup, David.
Me disait, je ne sais pas si vous avez eu la traduction en direct, mais c'est qu'il y a un décalage entre ce qu'analysent les sondages ici aux États-Unis et la vraie vie des Américains. C'est pour ça qu'ils se sont trompés en 2016 et qu'ils pourraient s'être trompés une fois encore cette année. Steve Bannon me disait tout à l'heure, Donald Trump va gagner. Il va remporter 289 grands électeurs. Bien, c'est ce que nous verrons dans quelques heures ou dans quelques jours.
On se trompe comme les instituts sondages.
Ouais, ou dans quelques semaines, 3 semaines, disait votre interlocuteur qu'on a très bien entendu traduit. Petit crochet par Wilmington devant la tribune où doit s'exprimer Joe Biden. Mais quand? C'est toute la question. Il a promis qu'il le ferait, quel que soit le résultat. Sauf que de toute évidence, nous n'aurons pas le résultat. Et vous voyez les voitures devant. Voilà, on va peut-être enlever le bandeau pour voir les véhicules. C'est en mode drive-in. Autrement dit, ceux qui vont assister au discours de Joe Biden, eh bien, sont dans leur voiture. Quand même, quel que soit le résultat, François Dupert, quel que soit le résultat, Donald Trump aura réalisé une performance. Parce qu'il est peut-être en passe, là, donc, de gagner son 2e mandat à la Maison-Blanche. Et quoi qu'il en soit, ce sera très serré.
De toute façon, il y a 2 manches, il a gagné la première. Il y a 2 routes pour arriver aux 270 grands électeurs. Il a déjà gagné la route du Sud, à part l'Arizona et le Nouveau-Mexique.
C'était prévisible dans des tels...
Non, parce que on l'a dit, les sondages se sont trompés. Il reste la route du Midwest, évidemment. Donc cette élection, elle n'est pas complètement jouée. Mais quand on dit les sondages se sont trompés, il faut évidemment tout de suite se dire qu'est-ce que les sondeurs ont sous-estimé dans cette élection. Et ce que les sondeurs ont sous-estimé, c'est d'abord, on le voit, dans certains comtés, c'est un peu technique, mais leur réflexe, la loi et l'ordre. La question de l'autorité. Oui. On le voit beaucoup, on a parlé de la majorité silencieuse, c'était 68, c'était Nixon.
Outstanding in Michigan, still plenty of votes outstanding as well. 48% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 54.4%. Biden has 43.8%. Trump is ahead by 289,000 votes. In Wisconsin, 61%, 605,000 vote lead over Biden, 51.6% to 46.8%. In Arizona, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 53% to Trump's 45% in Arizona. 207,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump in Arizona. As we follow some of those crucial undecided races, we're getting closer and closer to another poll closing just minutes from now. Voting ends in Hawaii. 4 electoral votes are at stake out of the 270 needed to win this contest. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, right now, Trump has 114 electoral votes. Biden has 205.
Right, and so you just mentioned we're going to get Hawaii at the top of the hour, and it would be a shock if this went any way other than that. So we'll just do that, and we're going to wait for Alaska, but we assume that will go red. So let's assume here, then you get Joe Biden to 209, right? And so we're from there. Again, we're not done here yet, and we're not done here yet. But that's what it looks like it's trending there.
Hawaii is too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise. And if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that. You're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around. And again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut. We'll come back in there. It's a little small. My fingers don't quite get in there. I started my career in Rhode Island, and I never thought we'd get past 11 o'clock before we call it. It's just that's the year we're in, right? But we expect that goes Democratic. So then you're looking at the map, right? Virginia's now back in the Democratic fold. You're in the Biden campaign. You can't count on this anymore. You weren't counting on it, but your hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out. We'll just wait a little bit and be patient. But again, you're back in this place here, right? Where you expect that if you're the Democrats, you think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this congressional district and just put it back in the toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Just let's take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden math, right? Because the president starts at 270. Joe Biden starts at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract to take it away. And so you're looking at the map now. Where else do you go? It gets you back right here again. Now, again, we assume, we haven't called this yet, we assume that's going to go there, right? And let's just see. We're waiting on Iowa, but the expectation is that that goes there. So if these all stay, right, and this is the wild card. I'm going to do this last because, again, we're a lot of votes waiting.
Joe Biden aurait aimé remporter la Floride. Il est clair d'atteindre les 270 en pouvant ajouter l'Arizona. Pour ça, il faut qu'il gagne le Michigan, le Wisconsin, la Pennsylvanie. Pour ça, il faut que les sondages dans le Michigan, en Wisconsin, en Pennsylvanie ne se soient pas trompés dans la même proportion qu'en Floride. Donc c'est pas garanti, même si dans ces États que j'ai cités, sa marge dans les sondages était plus élevée. Mais ce qu'on sait aussi, c'est que ça va prendre du temps parce que autant dans le sud des États-Unis, on dépouille vite, dans le nord, notamment en Pennsylvanie, on dépouille lentement. Il faudra attendre toute la journée de mercredi, peut-être une partie de la journée de jeudi, pour savoir qui a gagné la Pennsylvanie. Et il est clair que celui qui gagne la Pennsylvanie gagnera la présidence. Il faudra donc attendre mercredi ou peut-être jeudi pour savoir qui entrera à la Maison-Blanche.
Accueillons sur le plateau de l'édition spéciale Christine Ockrent. Merci.
Bonjour.
Christine Ockrent, merci d'être avec nous. Marie-Cécile Nave, spécialiste des États-Unis, et Randy Yaloz, qui vous êtes le président des Républicains Overseas. On va évidemment écouter aussi votre commentaire avec beaucoup d'attention.
Patrick Sauce, on parlait à l'instant de l'Ohio, qui vient de tomber donc dans l'escarcelle de Donald Trump. On dit de l'Ohio que c'est une Amérique en miniature.
Oui, quand l'Ohio vote d'un bord, l'Amérique vote du même bord, et ça avait été le cas notamment en 2016 où Donald Trump avait fait une campagne extraordinaire, on peut le dire très objectivement. Il y avait un profond rejet à l'époque, non pas des démocrates, mais de Hillary Clinton, et ça avait largement joué parce que moi j'avais fait des reportages pour BFM TV à l'époque, et
fédéral local, même si c'est un État qui est pour le moment
du tout dernier résultat. On va le voir, ce dernier résultat, c'est en Ohio et c'est un signal. C'est un signal parce que l'Ohio, traditionnellement, est un État baromètre, un État qui vote comme le vainqueur, et il se trouve que cet État a été remporté à l'instant par Donald Trump, selon les projections des médias américains, 53,3% pour Donald Trump. Ça lui fait 18 grands électeurs en plus dans son escarcelle, et justement ces grands électeurs, on va regarder où on en est, parce que c'est le plus important, c'est le chiffre qu'on va regarder toute la matinée, en tout cas tout le début de la matinée. Il faut qu'un candidat atteigne les 270 grands électeurs pour qu'il soit déclaré gagnant, 132 grands électeurs pour le moment pour Donald Trump, 205 pour Joe Biden.
Marie-Cécile Nave, quel est votre premier regard sur ces résultats?
On est dans le pire scénario pour les observateurs, c'est-à-dire que...
C'est pour ça que je vous pose cette question ouverte.
Surtout tôt le matin.
Surtout le matin, surtout quand on n'a pas d'heure.
Non, mais bon, un premier renseignement, les sondeurs laissaient entendre qu'il pourrait y avoir une vague bleue, une vague démocrate. Cette vague démocrate, elle n'aura pas lieu. Est-ce qu'on est d'accord?
Certains sondages, mais pas tous. On s'attendait à ce que dans les 3 États de la Rose Belt, ce soit... on n'ait pas le résultat tout de suite. Les votes par correspondance sont dépouillés selon un calendrier qui est propre à chaque État, et même à chaque mini-territoire dans l'État. Donc... rien n'est fait. En fait, rien n'est fait. Et pour la Floride, c'était vraiment dans la marge d'erreur. Le Texas et la Floride, c'était vraiment dans la marge d'erreur. Donc
vous êtes plus gentil, vous, avec les instituts de sondage américains.
C'est trop tôt, en fait. C'est trop tôt.
Mais est-ce que Trump ne fait pas mieux que prévu? Enfin, disons les choses simplement. Pour l'instant.
Il faudrait voir le vote populaire. Il faudra voir le vote populaire au total. Mais en tout cas, il résiste bien. C'est sûr que le Trumpisme est là. Le Trumpisme résiste, ça c'est sûr.
Randy Allos, votre lecture?
Il résiste par rapport à tout le monde. Les sondages, les réseaux sociaux, les médias du monde. Tout le monde a pensé que c'est fini pour M. Trump. Et aujourd'hui, son attitude jusqu'au boutiste l'amène jusqu'à la fin. Même si Biden gagne le Minnesota ou le Nevada, il aura que 243 voix. Et ça veut dire, même si on ne tient pas compte de la Pennsylvanie, qui a 20 voix, Trump gagne. Et c'est ça où on est aujourd'hui. Et il montrera à tout le monde qu'il a gagné une nouvelle fois. Et là, il aura le vote populaire en plus. Et j'espère que tout le monde va reconnaître sa légitimité par rapport à ça. Et j'espère qu'on peut faire une réconciliation entre la gauche et la droite aux États-Unis. Et c'est ça mon souhait. Voilà. Au début,
Allez-y.
Non,
allez-y, finissez.
Non, c'était important parce que on arrive là, tout le monde est sous le choc. Pour nous, on savait et que voilà, personne voulait nous entendre et on l'a dit et ça fait des semaines et des mois on dit que ça va être soit serré, soit on va gagner, mais c'est devenu très serré. Mais on va gagner et je suis très 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 confiant.
On va prendre la direction de la Floride. Voilà, la Floride, c'était un swing state. Le résultat était très incertain. Et puis c'est Donald Trump qui l'emporte. Quentin Bollier, vous êtes sur place à Miami.
Oui, effectivement, Donald Trump l'emporte à l'issue d'un sprint final assez haletant. Où il a fait effectivement à la fin mentir les sondages. Effectivement, on était dans la marge d'erreur. Il y avait à peine plus de 2 points de différence entre Biden et Trump sur les tout derniers sondages de ce week-end. Trump est venu 6 fois en 3 semaines en Floride. Il a tenu son dernier meeting dimanche soir à 23h30 sur un aéroport non loin de Miami. Et il a tout donné pour gagner notamment le vote latino. Il a réussi à convaincre les Floridiens. Je vous propose d'écouter un électeur de Donald Trump.
En Floride et il a eu l'impression d'être bien accueilli. Il a dit que Mar-a-Lago c'était chez lui maintenant et les Floridiens l'ont beaucoup apprécié. Il a fait un travail d'ailleurs formidable durant sa campagne. Il est souvent venu en Floride. Il était très ouvert à la communauté latino ici. Et d'ailleurs, il a dit des choses tout à fait remarquables. Il a fait un très bon travail ici. Il mérite sa victoire.
Donc ici à Miami, chez les Républicains, on a fêté effectivement la victoire en Floride avec des applaudissements, mais plutôt avec modestie parce qu'on sait que il va falloir encore beaucoup de temps pour avoir des résultats définitifs et savoir si Donald Trump est réélu ou non président des États-Unis.
Donald Trump qui est donné vainqueur également dans l'Ohio, qui faisait partie, Marie-Cécile Nave, des États très disputés et qui étaient susceptibles de basculer dans le camp démocrate. Et Fox News donne également Trump vainqueur au Texas. C'est une avance considérable qui se dessinerait si ces résultats sont confirmés.
Oui, mais Biden leur chip l'Arizona quand même. C'est quand même une belle prise.
Est-ce que c'est une prise qui sera suffisante dans la quête de la Maison Blanche?
Ah ben non, il faut encore gagner au moins 2 des 3 États de la Rust Belt côté Biden pour l'emporter.
Alors nommer ces États, la Pennsylvanie,
Wisconsin, Michigan.
Wisconsin et Michigan.
3 États, Patrick Sauce, dans lesquels le vote par correspondance va peser lourd à la fois en termes de bulletins et en termes de temps de résultats.
Oui, notamment la Pennsylvanie. Là, je regarde un peu les tweets des journalistes du grand journal de Pittsburgh qui a soutenu Donald Trump et donne le résultat actuel, c'est que Donald Trump, il a 500 000 voix. C'est énorme, 500 000 voix d'avance en Pennsylvanie, à l'instant T. Sauf qu'on vous explique depuis tout à l'heure qu'il y a un énorme tas de bulletins encore à dépouiller, un énorme tas, 1,5 million de bulletins encore à dépouiller, sachant qu'en grande partie, ce sont plutôt des démocrates qui ont voté par correspondance, ce qui fait que dans quelques heures, les médias vont sans doute annoncer que la Pennsylvanie passe en rouge pâle, donc plutôt pro-Trump, et il va falloir attendre que les 1,5 million, c'est considérable, puissent être dépouillés. Et ça va être vraiment le cas en Pennsylvanie.
que les démocrates avaient perdu en 2016, les fameux États du Midwest, Pennsylvanie, Wisconsin, Michigan. Il joue en défense, Joe Biden. Il est sur la défensive sur ces 3 États. Sauf que il a une petite marge de manœuvre qui pourrait lui être donnée dans l'ouest du pays par l'Arizona. En gros, Joe Biden, pour arriver à 270, a besoin impérativement de ses 40 grands électeurs du Midwest. 40, c'est vraiment juste, s'il passe de justesse, mais s'il gagne l'Arizona, ce qui semble être le cas, il a 11 grands électeurs de plus, il arrive à 51, ça lui donne une petite marge sur le papier, c'est une bonne nouvelle pour Biden. Sauf que ça va prendre du temps, ça va être très long, notamment en Pennsylvanie, où le mode de dépouillement est beaucoup plus lent, ça va peut-être durer toute la journée de mercredi, toute la journée de jeudi, et si on attend, on sait que Donald Trump va essayer de jeter le doute sur le dépôt.
Is this going to happen to us again? So what does Joe Biden have to do? He has to say, let's wait and let's count, which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or the president. However, if you're looking at this map now, again, if you come back, this is where we are right now. And Nevada, a Clinton state, we'll see what happens. We're still counting. Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought, we're not done with these counts, but Democrats thought that would just be game over. That would be game changer, game ended, right? That one we've projected. That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet, or finished with this one yet. But those were states where Democrats thought if you get this one or that one, you block Trump's path. You get this one, you absolutely block Trump's path. Didn't happen. We're not done here either. It's a weird night. There's some interesting votes still to be counted. But again, Trump's leads are starting to grow. The election, the whole Republican strategy will get you on election day. So far, we're seeing it. Again, we have to get to the finish line in these states counting the votes. So if you're Joe Biden and you're looking now, number one, you do think you're going to change this. It's not enough to get you there. It's not enough to get you there. So the rest of them will come here. Congressional district here, perhaps. Congressional district here, perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics in the last several years, and it's going to be tonight. And it seems increasingly, it's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
We have another key race alert. In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
It does look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53-46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in. However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here to Cobb County. Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in. As you move over here, let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 186,000. Come back and look at it here. 20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, they were still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back, it's going to make it closer.
Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls closed. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if it's Fulton County's going to wait, so you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? It's a slow count. And so again, we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. So you say 30% there. Again, this is a place where you look at that big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in and you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So we got a long way to go. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 251,000 votes just in this county. And so you're still counting votes, which means there's some to be banked. Does Joe Biden get them all? We don't know. But we do know that he's doing better in the suburbs. He tends to be doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays out. Again, the vote count is incomplete, so sometimes this can get you a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is where's Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5% or more? It's right here around metro Atlanta. So he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up, and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race with Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand that everybody be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. But we're not done counting. So let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden won Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The two congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's second congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the second congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes, 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the second congressional district. You know, John, it's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, one each, are going to be significant.
Well, that's why I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute, but that it gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. You know, one of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the second district last time. You think it looks like he's going to win Nebraska. He'll win the state in the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The second congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the President of the United States he won the two congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the Trump campaign, he went there on purpose. He went there on purpose to try to get this back this year. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, the president has a narrow lead here right now. So for Republicans watching me do this, they're going to be offended. Just if it comes back that way, for the math for Joe Biden hypothetically. And if you come in here, and you can get the second congressional district here. So you take 2 away from the president. Normally you would think 2. Why is that a big deal? Well, it can be a big deal. It can be a big deal. If you're looking, again, if you get Nevada and you get Arizona, and so then you're at 293. We have Rhode Island done here on the map here. So then you're looking, so where do you go? You can do it from here, and Joe Biden can win the presidency without Pennsylvania. And the ones matter, right? Or if you pick another one here, let's just say, the president somehow came back and did that, then you're at 261, 267, then it would come down to here. So you're playing with the math on the margins a little bit, but it helps. Every single one helps. When you're at this point and you're in the nail bite phase, you'll take every single one you can get, and hopefully they hold up for you. But this is where we start, and we count from here.
That's 2016. That's what happened then.
That's 2016, and here's where we are now. As you figure them out, Joe Biden, that looks like a lead because of California, but we got Texas to add and Florida to add. As we get a little bit later into the night, or now we're into the morning, I'm going to call it the night. Election night lasts until it's over. Then Trump's going to catch up. When you throw Texas and Florida in, then you're going to match it up if they hold that way, and then it gets interesting. And again, very rare do you come down to one here and one there, but it's possible, which is why you compete for them.
That's what happens. They're counting the votes, and they're counting the votes relatively slowly in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right, and so that's the map. This is the map here. And again, if you're watching at home and you remember 2016, if you're a Democrat, this frightens you. If you're a Republican, it overjoys you. And we just need to keep saying, and you can get mad at us, you can get mad at the coronavirus, you can get mad at local election officials, you can get mad at anybody you want, but it's simply the way the process works, especially when you have mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and the election day surge. And these election officials around the country, especially in these states where turnout went up, they're overwhelmed, right? There's not a lot of them. Many of them are volunteers. And so they're going to take their time, and they're going to count the votes, and we're going to watch. And you see here, 666,000 votes. Normally, you're after midnight, you're into Wednesday morning. In a big state like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you'd look at that and you'd think, wow, except. And again, we'll go west to east again. We're still at 17% in Allegheny County, 17% in a giant basket of Democratic votes in western Pennsylvania. So we need to wait. More importantly, nothing against the people of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. There's just more votes here. Philadelphia County, we're up to 43%, 264,000. So you think you're starting to count them up here. You are getting more Democratic votes here. But again, Hillary Clinton had 584,000. So if you think about that Trump statewide lead, a giant jump in the vote here, if it stays Democratic, as it is right now, the question is, do the margins change at all the percentages there? But Joe Biden there, then you'll come up to Montgomery County again. Joe Biden at 61% at 196. Hillary Clinton got 256. So are there 60,000 more votes there for Joe Biden? If turnout's higher, are there more votes than that there for Joe Biden? That's why we have to wait for them to count the votes. And you keep moving around the suburban caller. Again, Chester County, Hillary Clinton gets 141 to win it with 52. Right now, Trump, that's interesting, right? If that holds up, that would be a big deal. And that's unexpected, but we'll see what happens. If President Trump's running stronger in the Philadelphia suburbs, that would be a big deal. But again, we're waiting on a lot of votes. You see 107,000 right there, 141 to win it 4 years ago. So we're just not, we know turnout is up this year. So turnout's going to be at least even, and in most of these places higher than it was 4 years ago. When you see these numbers, you just have to say, let's be patient. And again, if you're a Democrat, you're nervous to a degree. There are other reasons where you look around this way. If you look in these places where the president's running it up big, it's 100%. It's 100%.
That's 2016.
That's 2016. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. It's 95%. I was in here earlier and they were up high. It's 95%. It's 99%. That's going over. Yeah, 99%. And so in the places where the president is running up big, a lot of the votes have been counted. And so that's why if you're a Democrat, look, you don't like this map when you're looking at it, but you do know what we're missing starting right here. The vote that's outstanding, the biggest baskets of votes that are outstanding are Philadelphia, the suburbs, and then out in Pittsburgh. The blue spots, the spots that tend to be blue on the map of Philadelphia, that's where we know we are slow counting the vote. And again, this has been a complaint from the president in the final days of the campaign. He was railing on the governor. He was railing on the city of Philadelphia. He has been quiet tonight, at least to the best of my knowledge, which is a good thing. Let's let them count the votes. There are people from both campaigns watching in all of these key counties. If anything goes on, they will raise their hand, but it's going to take time.
Let's get an update on Michigan.
Sure. Let's go. Pull out here. Come back in. It is still red. We're up to 53%. Again, you're coming down here. This is just to give you a look at the map. It's 2020. There's 2016. Looks pretty similar. And so you're looking at, why is the difference? Why is the president up by 294,000 votes? And again, you're looking at these states and you're wondering what the issue is. Michigan was 10,700 votes 4 years ago. Okay, we expect it to be close again this time. Joe Biden had a decent lead in the polls, but no matter who wins Michigan in 2020, it's unlikely to be by 300,000 votes or 290,000 votes. So that tells you the picture we have right now is incomplete. And it's incomplete because I'm going to start over here, and you just start coming across 65% in here, 95,000 votes. This is to the southwest of Detroit. You just go back, it was 128,000. That may not seem like a lot, but that's 30,000 votes, right? That's 30,000 vote difference here, 2016 to 2020. Then you move over to the biggest of all, about 20%, 18, 19% of the statewide vote will be here in Wayne County. It's up a little bit from where we were before, 55 to 42, 164,000 votes for Joe Biden. Again, Hillary Clinton had 519,000 votes, and Democrats hoped turnout would be higher there this time. It's just a lot of counting to do.
Let's check in with David Chalian. He's got an update on Michigan. What are you finding out, David?
Yeah, this is the state of play in Michigan right now. Donald Trump currently in the lead here, and 54% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we understand about the early vote. Of that 54% of the vote that's in, 20% of the current vote is early vote. And we think that's going to go much, much higher. We think when all the votes are counted, 55%, a majority of the vote in Michigan, we expect to be early vote. And Joe Biden is doing much better than Donald Trump in that early vote. And you see, there's much more early vote to come in. So there is the potential, not guaranteed, there is the potential for Joe Biden to narrow that gap with Donald Trump in Michigan as more and more early vote gets counted. Wolf?
Thank you. It's very clear. We saw that huge swing in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead, and all of a sudden, Biden wins Virginia.
Right, and so you're thinking Fairfax County in Virginia is not quite the size of Wayne County in Detroit here as you come back in. There's just a lot of votes. And David makes the key point. We saw this in the data all week long. Democrats disproportionately voted early. So if the votes that haven't been counted are early votes, we have to count them to be certain, but everything we know tells us Joe Biden has a very significant advantage, especially in Democratic areas where he's going to have an advantage anyway. The early vote comes in there, so we have to wait. We just simply have to wait. 30% is not enough. Wayne County is the most important. And again, we went through this in 2016. Late in the night in 2016, remember, I kept being asked, is there any possibility? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? We kept talking to people in Wayne County until we got up to the finish line in 2016. She got 519,000 votes, and it was not enough. It was not enough, but it's just implausible. It is implausible. She gets 519,000 votes 4 years ago. We are not anywhere close to done the night with the Democratic with 164,000 votes. We're just not. And so everybody has to be patient and wait it out. You can be frustrated at the count if you want to be. If that's up to you, that's your right, but it just takes time to do this. And again, move over. Oakland County, the suburbs north of Detroit, used to be more Republican, trending Democratic. You see that they say about 70%, 68% of the estimated vote. And again, you're waiting for more votes to be counted. Joe Biden with a 53 to 45, but 284,000 votes. Hillary Clinton had 343,000 votes. So you just do this math at home. There's a lot more votes potential. We have to see them and count them. But there's just a lot more potential for Joe Biden to get more votes out there. You move over here. This is interesting, Macomb County. And this will be interesting if the president holds this. But again, if we're waiting for early votes, that's the question, right? A lot of union workers here. Joe Biden tried hard here. This would be an interesting number if the president can hold it, because when he won Macomb County 4 years ago, it was by a lot more narrow margin, 53 to 42. But again, the president won this county with 224,000 votes and change 4 years ago. He is leading this county now with 152,000 votes. It just tells you, no matter where you look, we know turnout is up this year. I'm just going to move over here. St. Clair here. We know turnout is up this year, Wolf, so we just know there are a lot of votes missing. We need to count them, and we need to be patient.
Let's do a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead. He's ahead by some 664,000 votes right now. Very impressive. 61% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 56.9%. Biden has 41.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. It's 61% of the vote is in. So there's still plenty of opportunity for Biden to try to catch up.
Yeah. So you say 61% of the vote is in. You see a lead like that, and you would think your first instinct is that's insurmountable. But then you have to remember, what are we missing? That's key. And it's different this year. Philadelphia is always a little slow. The big urban areas are traditionally sometimes slower than the smaller counties. But so what's missing, right? So you just go through again. I'm going to go through some of these counties where the president does quite well. 84% is in here in Blair County. 93% is in Cambria County. You move over here, Indiana County. What do we have? 69% of the vote in there. So you pull it back out. That doesn't mean there's not more votes for the president to make up in these rural counties, but you have a much higher percentage in than when you come over to the Democratic counties. In Allegheny here, you see 18%. And again, Joe Biden leading 79% of the vote. 109,000 votes. The president only has 27,000, almost 28,000 votes in Allegheny County. You go back in time, the president has 27, just shy of 29,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. He lost the county last time. He got 259,000 votes. It just tells you everything you need to know. There's a ton of votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania. It can be frustrating, but it's where we are, and we just need to wait it out.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota. Biden beats Trump in Minnesota, wins 10 electoral votes in the state of Minnesota. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. With that win in Minnesota, Biden now has 215 Electoral College votes. Trump has 136, 270, of course, being the number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in Arizona. A key battleground state, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, it's very, very early. Less than 1% of the vote is in, but Trump has a lead of 8,700 votes, 74.6% to 22.2%. So let's take a look at where things stand right now in the Electoral College. It's impressive for Biden, 215 to 136, but there's still several states out there where Trump will do very well.
Right, and this has been, Hillary Clinton lived this. Hillary Clinton lived this, I can show you, 4 years ago. You can get close, but not get there, right? Hillary Clinton got to 232. So you see Joe Biden at 215 now, and you think, okay, we're getting close to the finish line, and we're closer than him to the finish line right now. That's a fact of where we are in the state of play. Again, things can change. Everything is subject to change. But where we are right now, it looks like that stays red. It looks like that stays red. We'd have that one red. That's possible to stay red. So we see right there. So right there, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, unless we get some late returns that change the trajectory of those, and they're not done yet. That's why they're light red. They're not done yet. But if they stay that way, then all of a sudden you're in that, and then we're just going through. Then we're just going through it, right? We're just going to go through. We expect this one is going to be blue. We expect this one is going to be red. Right? We expect this one, it's close, but let's just lean that one red for now and see. You just mentioned that the president's leading in the early returns in Nevada. That would be a surprise. That would be a surprise, Bob. So I'm going to leave it alone for now. Joe Biden is leading right now in Arizona. We're not done yet. We're still counting votes. I'm going to leave Nevada alone. We'll just let the process play out a little bit. The Democrats certainly expect that. This is a Trump state that it looks like Biden is going to flip. That's a Clinton state. That would be a big deal. President Trump, right so far, has not taken anything away from the Clinton map. So that's Joe Biden's foundation, that 232. That hasn't happened yet. But we'll just watch Nevada as it plays out. So then, again, you're in this place now where we're waiting on here. It looks like we might have to wait till tomorrow, especially the metro Atlanta area. A lot of votes still out. President has a healthy lead right now, but there's a lot missing. And this is the story of 2020. Patience, let them count the votes. If we have to wait till Wednesday or Thursday to know who our president is, it's frustrating, but it's the way it's going to be. And so you're looking more through this. Again, I'm just going to say, this one looks like it's going to go this way. We're not sure about that yet. That's 230. Here we go. This is where we are right now. You're in a very, very competitive race now. And so, where does Georgia go? We don't have Rhode Island in on this map. I think we should be getting that one pretty soon. So I'm just going to move Rhode Island in and see if I can get my finger in. That gets you to 234, 230. And then you're in a slugfest, essentially. And if, let's assume for the sake of argument here, that Nevada comes back, we're going to watch it. I'm not trying to anger Republicans out there. If the president can pull that off, that would be a big deal if he can switch that back. That would get Joe Biden to 240. The president would be at 230. And so then what are you waiting on? You're waiting on Maine. We expect the Democrats to get most of these. Maybe the president, I'm going to take away for toss-up purposes the 2nd congressional district. And so here's where we go. It looks like we're going to be tight, Wolf, and we're going to walk these through.
We have a major projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Florida. A big win for President Trump in Florida. 29 electoral votes go to Donald Trump over Biden. That's a big win. Take a look at where things stand right now in the race to 270 needed to win. Biden still has 215 electoral college votes. Trump now has 165 electoral college votes. He just won Florida. That's a big, big win for the president of the United States. Democrats were hoping there could be some sort of upset in Florida. Not happening.
Right, and so we entered the night with the possibility of a big statement election where the Democrats flip several Trump states. Florida was one they had. Not going to happen. Texas was on their chart. Doesn't look like it. We still have votes to count. We're going to be patient, but it doesn't look like it. North Carolina, cliff hanger, closer than it was perhaps, but it doesn't look like either. So that's where, so the statement election, the big blue wave appears to be out the window. Again, we have some places where it's still going to count. The one thing that looks like it might flip is Arizona. We're not done there yet, but it looks that way. So if you look at it from the perspective
et peut-être au-delà. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes en bonne posture. On se sent bien. Ce soir, je vous le dis, nous sommes en bonne voie pour gagner l'élection. On savait, avec le vote par courrier, que ça allait prendre longtemps. Il allait toujours falloir être patient le temps qu'on fasse le dépouillement et il va falloir attendre que chaque voix soit comptée. Mais on se sent bien. On se sent bien, on est en bonne posture. On est en bonne voie pour remporter l'Arizona. On a retourné la situation. On voit le Minnesota et nous sommes encore en lice en Géorgie. On se sent vraiment bien pour la situation dans le Wisconsin et dans le Michigan. Et d'ailleurs, il va falloir du temps pour compter les voix, mais on va remporter la Pennsylvanie. J'ai regardé à Scranton, Allegheny County. Et on pourra peut-être connaître le résultat demain matin. Mais comme je le dis depuis le début, ce n'est pas à moi ni à Donald Trump de déclarer le vainqueur de cette élection. C'est au peuple américain. Mais je reste optimiste quant au résultat. J'aimerais remercier chacun d'entre vous qui vous êtes déplacés pour voter. Et d'ailleurs, Chris Coons, félicitations pour le Delaware. Et John, toute l'équipe a fait un formidable travail. Je suis vraiment reconnaissant auprès de nos bénévoles, de nos militants, tous ceux qui ont participé à ce processus démocratique ici à Delaware et partout aux États-Unis. Merci, merci, merci. Je l'ai déjà dit. À chaque fois que je sors de la maison de mon grand-père à Scranton, il faut garder la foi. On garde la foi, on va gagner. Merci, merci, merci. Vous faites preuve de beaucoup de patience.
Voilà donc pour l'intervention de Joe Biden aux côtés de son épouse Jill. Patrick Sauce, donc on est en bonne posture, dit Joe Biden. Il va falloir attendre, être patient. C'est la méthode Coué ou est-ce que ça correspond à la réalité? On est en bonne posture.
Alors, Non, et c'est sûr qu'il est en bonne posture autant que Donald Trump. C'est encore une fois, il essaye de couper l'herbe sous le pied de Donald Trump parce que c'est un peu le chiffon rouge agité par les démocrates depuis plusieurs jours. C'est la crainte que Donald Trump arrive à l'heure du prime time pour déclarer sa victoire. Vous allez sur le compte Twitter de Donald Trump. Il n'a pas bougé, il est vierge depuis plus de 24 heures.
Ça ne lui ressemble pas.
Ça ne lui ressemble absolument pas, donc il a décidé de se taire et justement de contrer ce que voulaient peut-être les démocrates, c'est-à-dire aller beaucoup trop vite.
Quand même, il a mangé du lion, Biden, là, pour dire on va remporter la...
Il revient à la tribune.
Oui, je me demandais si c'est lui.
Non, voilà, c'est un salut pour la presse. Marie-Cécile Nave, on est en bonne voie pour remporter l'Arizona, le Wisconsin et le Michigan, et on va aussi remporter la Pennsylvanie. Là encore, c'est de la méthode Coué où ça correspond à un réel espoir.
À ce stade, rien n'est fait. Donc, il est quand même tenu d'avoir un discours optimiste, parce que d'abord, c'est l'esprit américain d'être toujours optimiste, il faut le dire. Et puis, non, rien n'est joué. Donc, il veut aussi continuer à encourager ceux qui recomptent, ceux qui contrôlent, et couper, comme vous l'avez dit, l'arbre sous le pied à Trump, qui pourrait, comme il l'avait laissé entendre, annoncer sa victoire ce soir, alors que rien n'est fait. Donc non, ça fait partie de la dynamique, c'est normal.
Cédric Fesch à Wilmington, étonnant de combativité de Joe Biden.
Oui, une grande forme, presque plus que pendant la campagne. Et donc, on sait désormais pourquoi Joe Biden est venu par surprise. Parce que, je le rappelle quand même, cette prise de parole, alors qu'on n'a pas encore le résultat, elle n'était absolument pas annoncée. Il avait répété qu'il viendrait faire un discours, qu'il soit vainqueur ou vaincu dès le soir. Et en fait, il est venu demander de la patience et remercier ceux qui le soutiennent de sa patience. Il l'a dit.
have to win Wisconsin. That's because at this point they don't believe they'll win Michigan. And so, you get a sense of the president is tweeting that he's very confident. He thinks he's going to win tonight. But certainly some anxiety inside the campaign right now, especially about Arizona right now, Jake.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. The fact that the president misspelled polls is just chef's kiss. I do want to say a couple things. First of all, the fact that no one's trying to steal the election. Counting votes is how this works. And the idea that the president immediately says that is just factually incorrect. That said, they are also trying to make the exact opposite argument in Arizona, because as Jim noted, a different network called Arizona for Biden. We have not, and most networks have not. The governor of Arizona came out, a Republican, Governor Ducey, and said, count all the votes. That's the argument that the Trump campaign is making when it comes to Arizona. Right. It should be the argument they're making for every state.
I can't believe you're looking for consistency.
Count all the votes. But let me just give one other insight as to why Vice President Biden was projecting optimism. And again, I have no idea how this is going to end. Certainly either candidate could win. But the perspective of the Biden team is, remember how Virginia stayed open for so long, even though it's a reliably blue state, generally speaking, these days. And it looked like Trump was ahead. And in fact, people were sending me screenshots of it, of people projecting a Biden victory, even though Trump was ahead a lot. And I've heard from Biden campaign people who have said, Virginia is how we see what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and those three states, in the sense that it looked like Trump was ahead, and then the major population centers, Richmond and Fairfax County in Northern Virginia, they started sending in their votes, and then it wasn't close. And then it became clear that Joe Biden was going to win the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what the Biden people think is going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know that they're right.
pour dire j'ai gagné cette élection. Lui anticipe en disant non, regardez. Et d'ailleurs, on n'est jamais si bien servi que par soi-même. Les commentateurs américains se disent bon, en Géorgie, c'est un petit peu serré. Lui dit les Géorgie, on s'apprête à la gagner parce qu'on n'a pas encore comptabilisé Atlanta avec le vote noir. Et donc la Géorgie peut encore tomber du côté démocrate. Alors cela dit, s'il perd cette élection, il y aura beaucoup de regrets, parce qu'il avait le verbe haut et fort, et on voit que c'est quelqu'un qui aurait pu être une bête de campagne, alors que le choix de la campagne de Biden a été le maximum de discrétion pour être en phase avec un certain état d'esprit américain en période de Covid-19. Donc là, ce qu'on va attendre, c'est évidemment la réaction de Donald Trump, imminente, parce que là, il est blessé, il est touché, et il va évidemment répliquer, et lui, il va dire, parce que lui...
Physiquement, on peut préciser pour les téléspectateurs qui nous regardent, il est où Donald Trump en ce moment ?
Il est à la Maison-Blanche,
et il peut s'exprimer sur le perron de la Maison-Blanche ?
Tout à fait, et il peut tout à fait...
Non mais là, en nuit électorale, comme ça ?
Et on sait déjà ce qu'il va dire. Lui dit je gagne cette élection. Et lui a préparé en amont. C'est peut-être l'avantage des républicains, et c'est qu'il a préparé cette scène-là. C'est-à-dire que du côté démocrate, on s'attendait quand même à gagner plus tôt. Et du côté républicain, on s'attendait à ce que ce soit serré. Et rappelez-vous ce que Donald Trump a dit pendant des jours et des jours. Il a dit je veux connaître le nom du président des États-Unis le jour même. Election Day, pas des semaines électorales, un jour électoral.
Le chiffre d'or, c'est 270. Voilà, le premier qui réunit 270 grands électeurs, donc est en principe est le président élu des États-Unis. 165 grands électeurs acquis, donc selon les tendances à Donald Trump, 215 pour Joe Biden. Quel suspense, Jean-Bernard Cadier. On n'aurait pas parié sur un tel suspense hier soir, avec le sentiment donc que l'élection va se jouer avec les résultats du Michigan, du Wisconsin et de la Pennsylvanie.
Oui, et avec ces deux candidats qui déclarent eux-mêmes qu'ils ont gagné, Biden qui dit qu'il sent venir la victoire, Trump qui dit qu'il a remporté une grande victoire. Et effectivement, on peut déjà penser que Trump va contester le déroulement du dépouillement. Il l'avait annoncé. Alors il s'appuie sur un raisonnement qui est tout à fait discutable. Il dit on doit annoncer le nom du vainqueur le soir de l'élection. Rien ne le dit, ni dans la loi, ni dans la Constitution. En 2000, il a fallu attendre jusqu'au 12 décembre pour annoncer le nom du vainqueur. Mais dans l'idée de Donald Trump, c'est une façon peut-être de s'autoproclamer vainqueur, on verra ce qu'il dit, mais dans tous les cas, de semer le doute sur la suite de la procédure, semer le doute sur la suite du dépouillement. N'oublions pas que Joe Biden était un
incumbent president who ran on this map. Why is the Trump campaign so upset about Arizona? Well, Arizona, right now, we have not called it yet, but Arizona would be the first takeaway, right? Everything else, but after you take this one away and Joe Biden gets that, the president's still above 295, but then think about where we were, right? Think about where we were. Let's, for the sake, just for now, let's take these off and make them toss-ups, right? Because we're waiting for votes to be counted there. That gets you down to 243, 249. The Biden campaign is pretty confident they're going to get Maine's second congressional district. There's still one on the table here, but where are you right there? 244 to 248, right? So it is possible that if Joe Biden can get this and get this, that Joe Biden get to 270 with Wisconsin and Michigan and not even win Pennsylvania. Now, the Biden campaign thinks it has every chance to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but that is why that is so important. Without that, Joe Biden needs to run the board in the blue wall states. If he has that, he can get there with 2 out of 3. And again, They had a healthy lead in Michigan coming in. We need to count these votes. We need to count these votes. But the Biden campaign thinks had a healthy lead, had a relatively healthy lead. If you come over here and look at where the count is and where the votes are missing in both Wisconsin, both Wisconsin, votes are missing here in Democratic areas. Over here in Michigan, votes are missing in Democratic areas. So the Biden campaign thinks if they can pick up that in Wisconsin, that would be the flip. That leaves them a little bit of wiggle room as we go wolf through the night into the count in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They hold Arizona. They don't have to win all three. They could do it with just Wisconsin and Michigan. We'll see.
We shall see. President Trump says he will speak tonight. We're standing by for that. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Let's take a look and see where it stands right now. The race to 270 electoral college votes. Biden is at 215. Trump is at 171, 270 once again needed to win the presidency. We have a key race alert right now in two key battleground states. Let's take a look at Michigan right now. 57% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead, 278,000 vote lead over Biden, 53.4% to 44.8%. Once again, 57% of the estimated vote in Michigan is in. In Pennsylvania, 64% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a very impressive 668,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.6% to 42%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to David Chalian and take a closer look. So here's the question. You're looking very closely at these numbers. Can the former vice president catch up?
Oh, the answer to that is possibly so, and I'm going to show you why. This is the state of play in Michigan right now. You noted Donald Trump's lead in Michigan. 57% of the vote is currently in Michigan, according to our estimate. What do we know about the early vote? 22% of that current vote is early vote at the moment, but we don't expect it to stay that small of a share. We believe in Michigan, the early vote is going to make up a majority of the overall vote, that 55% of the overall vote in Michigan, once every vote is counted, will be early vote. And I just have to stress, right now in Michigan, Joe Biden is winning the early vote 65% to 35%. It's a huge Biden strength. So as the share of early vote goes up in Michigan, Joe Biden could benefit from that and possibly overtake Donald Trump in the state. It's a similar story in Pennsylvania, Wolf.
Similar.
It is a similar story. Take a look at the state of play in Pennsylvania right now. 64% of the estimated vote is in Pennsylvania, and you noted Donald Trump has this lead, 2.5 million to 1.9 million for Joe Biden, okay? But how much of this is early?
Dans le Sud, les sondages se sont... Quatrième État va peut-être donner un peu d'oxygène à Joe Biden, l'Arizona qui avait voté Trump en 2016 et qui apparemment pourrait être gagné par Biden. Ça lui donnerait une petite marge de manœuvre. Quand est-ce qu'on saura qui a gagné? Ça va prendre plusieurs heures. Pourquoi? Parce que ça prend beaucoup de temps de dépouiller en Pennsylvanie et plus cela prendra du temps, plus on attendra, plus Donald Trump sera tenté de contester. Il a toujours dit qu'il n'y avait que deux hypothèses. Soit je gagne, dit-il, soit le camp d'en face a triché. C'est exactement ce qu'il a commencé à dire il y a quelques minutes sur Twitter. Biden accuse le camp d'en face d'avoir triché.
Alors justement, 270, c'est évidemment le chiffre clé. Le premier des deux candidats qui réunit donc 270 grands électeurs remporte l'élection. Compteur qui pour l'instant s'établit à 215 pour Joe Biden, 171 pour Donald Trump. La première leçon, effectivement, c'est que donc les sondages se sont trompés. Deuxième leçon, que le suspense est total. Adeline, et de façon assez étonnante, il y a une vingtaine de minutes, Joe Biden a pris la parole.
Surprise, au milieu de la nuit, le candidat démocrate est monté à la tribune dans son fief de Wilmington, dans le Delaware. On l'écoute.
On savait que l'attente serait longue, mais qui aurait cru que ça pourrait durer jusqu'à demain matin, voire plus longtemps encore. Mais écoutez, on sent que c'est en bonne voie. Vraiment. Je suis là ce soir pour vous dire que nous sommes en bonne voie pour remporter cette élection.
Déclaration de 2 minutes à peine de Joe Biden, il y a une vingtaine de minutes maintenant, qui a regonflé à bloc, évidemment, les militants démocrates, qui a regonflé à bloc aussi Donald Trump, qui depuis son téléphone a tweeté pour accuser les démocrates de vouloir voler cette élection, pour lui aussi prédire une grande victoire du camp républicain, de lui-même, et pour annoncer qu'il allait bientôt s'exprimer. Et dans la foulée, regardez, Twitter a précisé que ce message, une partie de ce message, pouvait être trompeuse.
Ulysse Gosset, c'est la question qu'on se pose ce matin. Voilà, on pensait, évidemment, tout le monde en se réveillant, pensait connaître le nom du nouveau président des États-Unis. C'est bien parti pour qui ?
C'est bien parti pour Donald Trump, à l'heure qu'il est, mais je vous rappelle qu'il y a quelques jours, tous les experts et moi-même vous ont dit il faut faire preuve de patience, et les Américains vont devoir s'armer de patience. C'est d'ailleurs le double message subliminal chez Trump qui dit ils ont triché et on ne peut pas accepter qu'il y ait des votes après le jour J. D'un côté, et de l'autre, on a Joe Biden qui dit aux Américains j'ai confiance, gardez la foi, mais vous allez devoir faire preuve de patience. Il faudra sans doute plusieurs jours avant de connaître les résultats.
Quand il dit ils ont triché, est-ce que ces arguments tiennent ?
Pour l'instant, absolument pas. Il n'y a aucune preuve. Mais il est clair que quand vous avez 100 millions d'Américains qui sont allés voter avant le 3 novembre, il y a certainement, dans certains comtés, dans certains États, des contestations possibles sur des bulletins qui auraient été mal remplis, certains qui auraient été annulés et qui n'auraient pas dû l'être. On se souvient de ce qui s'est passé en Floride, où on a compté bulletin après bulletin. Et d'ailleurs, ce matin même, Joe Biden a dit « Nous allons recompter chaque bulletin un par un ». Donc il tient en fait le même discours que Donald Trump d'une certaine manière, sauf que Donald Trump lui dit déjà qu'il y a eu tricherie. C'est le discours de Donald Trump depuis le début de la campagne. Cette élection est truquée et je conteste les votes par correspondance. Il l'a dit à plusieurs reprises. Ce qui est intéressant avec Donald Trump, c'est qu'il dit en fait ce qu'il pense sur Twitter. Et donc là, on a clairement le message du président qui est en train de l'emporter, car si effectivement il a gagné la Floride, comme on le dit aux États-Unis, alors ça serait évidemment un très très bon signal pour les républicains.
Cédric Fesch, vous avez suivi depuis Wilmington cette intervention de Joe Biden il y a maintenant une vingtaine de minutes. Le camp démocrate regonflé à bloc, on le disait, après cette intervention du candidat.
Il est très réveillé, tout à fait.
Of elections on election night all the time.
By the way, Vice President Biden has just saying it's
worse.
Before you go, I just want to say a couple of things. I think a lot of Democrats are hurt tonight. I think there's a lot of hurt out there. There's a moral victory and there's a political victory. They're not the same. They're not the same thing. The political victory still may come. But I think for people who saw babies being snatched away from their mothers at the border, for people who are sending their kids into schools where the N-word is now being used against them, for people who have seen this wave of intolerance, they wanted a moral victory tonight. We wanted to see a repudiation of this direction for the country. And the fact that it's this close, I think, it hurts. It just hurts. I think people got their hopes up looking at those polls. The political victory, I think, is still possible because you still have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Nebraska, too. The political victory may yet come. Mm-hmm. But I think I have to be honest tonight that I think people who, there were people who were hoping for a big repudiation, and that has not yet come. And a lot of people are hurt and scared tonight in Democratic Party. Senator Santorum, would you rather be on the Biden team or would you rather be on the Trump team tonight?
Looking at the map right now, I like where Donald Trump is sitting. I look at Pennsylvania.
In the White House.
What's that?
You like that he's sitting in the White House?
And I think he'll be sitting there for the next 4 years. But again, we're not there yet. But I feel, looking at Pennsylvania, I feel very, very good about Pennsylvania and even Michigan. Less certain about Michigan, frankly, than I am.
So when people say, well, a lot of the early votes aren't in Pennsylvania, you say what?
Yeah, I would say that unlike a lot of states, Pennsylvania's portion of the early vote isn't anywhere near what the other states are. This was the first year we've done early voting, and it's big. I mean, it's a couple million votes, but the early vote that is in, that David talked about, the 80%, it's from Philadelphia, it's from Montgomery County, it's from heavily Democratic areas, and that's why it's skewed so high of 80%. None of the smaller counties, at least from what I'm hearing, have, and by the way, Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, all of those early votes, well, from Pittsburgh and Montgomery County are in. Philadelphia still has them, and they're still counting tonight. I'm told they're still counting tonight. So there will be more votes coming in, early votes from Philadelphia. But two of the three biggest counties in the state where early votes are coming from that are going to be heavily 80% Democrat are already in. And so you're going to have early votes from central Pennsylvania and northeastern, but they're not going to be anywhere close to what the early vote is for those other states.
So where do you think the Trump path is to victory?
It's Pennsylvania, Michigan right now. And look, I've talked to some very key people in Arizona, and they're telling me that I know other networks have called. We haven't, and I think we're very wise in doing so. I know this network takes that responsibility very seriously, as they should, and I'm very proud to be affiliated with that, because I think the call of Arizona, from what I'm hearing, is premature, and that for example, the early ballot drop, the mail drop that you're seeing, it was a +2 Democrat. They believe that the actual, when all of the mail is counted, it's going to be actually +3 or 4, and that there's
+3 or 4
Republican, and that the same day. Now again, it's not a huge amount of votes in Arizona on election day, but it's going to be heavily Trump, and so they think it's possible for them to get there. Obviously it's going to be tough.
Can I just say, we're going to know. Okay. Right. I mean, the fact is that we're here to speculate and so on. We're going to know very soon because these votes will be counted. Right. And
do you think by later today, being Wednesday?
No, I don't think.
I don't really know, Anderson.
Well,
when we'll know the final count.
I mean, they're not going to count them all today.
But certainly not tonight. Well, tonight. I guess today we're now into.
Yeah, today is Wednesday.
I don't know where we are. Where are we anyway?
Will they be counted today potentially?
But here's my point. This is the process. It was necessitated by the crisis that we're living through as a country. And just to echo
what Gloria had to say, we're going to know what happened, and to suggest that somehow this process is corrupt, that the election's being stolen. We knew it was going to happen. Abby mentioned it earlier. The president's been signaling it for weeks. And so that's way out of bounds.
I would agree with you that the president should not say that the election's going to be stolen. But just to let your viewers know, the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania over the past couple of days has changed the rules. And for example, they changed the rules when they went to the Supreme Court and talked about signatures that they had to be aligned. But they basically said, no, you don't have to do that. Now, wait a minute. You're saying they're minor issues, but
that it's not being stolen, though.
But I'm not saying they're being stolen. But I didn't say. I said I agree that
those are valid ballots that have been sent in, and they contact the people to make sure.
The law says that you're supposed to match signatures, and the Secretary of State said no, you don't.
But Rick,
let me just say one other thing, because there are two things the Secretary did. The second thing the Secretary did is say that she told the United States Supreme Court that they would segregate the ballots and not count them. She then, just yesterday or last night, said, no,
de regagner est essentiel. Et donc, ce pari est gagné. Mais comme vous disiez à l'instant, on devrait avoir assez rapidement d'autres États. Ce fameux mur bleu, devient d'autant plus important. On regarde de près, donc Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvanie, mais d'autres États qu'on devrait avoir peut-être avant. Vous parliez de la Caroline du Nord, la Géorgie pourrait aussi nous donner une indication des espoirs des démocrates d'avoir pris aux républicains des États qu'il leur fallait.
Deux leçons essentielles. D'abord, pas de vague bleue qui se dessine, ça c'est la première. La participation qui s'annonce massive et le poids du vote par correspondance qui laisse pour l'instant le résultat de cette élection dans le doute, l'expectative.
C'est ça, et comme vous le disiez très justement, qui rajoute un élément de suspense et d'imprévisibilité supplémentaire. On sait que dans certains États, le vote anticipé a été dominé par des démocrates. Ce sont eux qui ont voté par cette voie-là. On sait que les républicains ont dans certains États attendu de pouvoir aller en personne. Donc il y a un décalage dans le type de vote suivant qu'il a été anticipé ou sur place.
Est-ce que cet écart plus resserré est le résultat d'une campagne menée tambour battant jusqu'au bout ?
Salut à toutes et à tous les amis, je suis toujours là, n'hésitez pas à m'envoyer des petits commentaires sur le chat et dites-moi surtout qui va gagner ces élections, Biden ou Trump. Je vous diffuse la suite.
We haven't called Texas yet. Let's move that one over. Let's assume Alaska goes this way as well. Let's assume Montana
John,
does.
hold on. I got a projection right now in a state very close to your heart. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island goes to Biden with 4 electoral votes. Took a while, but Rhode Island wins now. On the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 219. Trump has 171. with that win in Rhode Island. I believe you went to college someplace in Rhode Island.
Indeed, started my career for the Associated Press in Providence, Rhode Island. It's a great state, the state of Rhode Island. I just made it there. We just finally, this is the latest we've ever waited on Rhode Island, but that's the year we're having. So you move Rhode Island over as well, and you're going through these states right now. Again, we haven't called Texas yet, but I'm going to give it there. We're still waiting on Alaska and Montana, but the light reds means we're leaning them there. It looks like that's the way they're going, right? So let's add North Carolina to that. We have a ways to go here and everything. And so then where are you? Georgia, president's ahead, right? So I'm going to do this for now. And right now, Democrats in Georgia are saying, don't you dare. I get it. A lot of votes to count in Atlanta, the caller counties around. For the sake of argument, what happens if the president holds that? So where are we now? Where are we now? That 11, the Arizona flip is important because Joe Biden had hoped to run the board here. 1, 2, 3. That would make him president. We've got some issues, right? These races are closer than we thought. So let's take this one away. Pennsylvania we're waiting on. Joe Biden can win if he gets this main second congressional district, or one of them. He could get it in Nebraska as well. If he gets one of the congressional districts, picks up Arizona, he can win the presidency with Wisconsin and Michigan. Or if he wins Pennsylvania, then you could take away, if you do it this way, let's say you get Pennsylvania and you lose one of these. You could do it that way too. That you can't lose them both. But it makes it, you don't have to run the board in the so-called blue wall with Arizona if you get one of the congressional districts. It's very close as you play it, and we'll see how it plays out. So that's why we're going to have to watch. And again, there are Democrats saying that we think we can get this one back. We'll see how that goes.
We got a key race alert right now in those two congressional districts in Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now, the second congressional district in Nebraska with 94% of the estimated vote in. Biden has 52.7%. Trump has 45.3%. Biden is leading by some 23,000 votes in that congressional district. In Maine right now, 46% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. Look at this. Trump is ahead by some 18,000 votes, 52% to 44.5%. 46% of the vote in that congressional district in Maine is in. Those are each, John, one electoral vote.
And so let's change the map based on the vote right now. Doesn't mean that's the way it's going to end up, but let's change the math based on the vote right now. And you just said that the president is leading in Maine too, so we'll switch that one over to him. And you said that Joe Biden is leading here. Oh, sorry about that. You got to do this one at a time. I'm sorry. Let me fix it. So you come back here and you say here, and we still have one to call here. He's leading in that one. So you come back.
Il accuse aussi les démocrates d'essayer de voler l'élection, tweet qui a été signalé par Twitter pour préciser aux internautes que une partie du message pouvait être trompeuse.
Thomas Misraki, Washington, voilà. Est-ce qu'on y croit du côté des Républicains, Thomas ?
Écoutez, oui, on y croit. On estime ici que Donald Trump va l'emporter et on en est persuadé. Un mot de la réaction ici lors de cette déclaration de Joe Biden. Les télés étaient allumées et Steve Bannon, qui continue d'animer son émission, a interrompu cette émission pour écouter le vice-président américain. Il y avait une forme de stupéfaction et en même temps une forme d'embarrassement après les propos du vice-président américain. On essayait de comprendre quelle était la stratégie de Joe Biden, pourquoi il avait pris la parole, pourquoi il avait dit ce qu'il avait dit. On ne comprenait pas très bien ce qu'il était en train de faire. Il y a eu des sourires gênés, un peu comme quand on écoute un vieil oncle dire des bêtises en fin de repas. C'était un peu le type de réaction qu'on a eu ici. Mais que cette victoire attendue va se concrétiser. On reste optimiste, on reste prudent évidemment parce que il reste encore des États qui pourraient faire changer la donne. Mais les républicains ici à Washington ce soir sont plutôt confiants sur une victoire et sur la réélection de Donald Trump.
Mélissa Bell, lorsque Joe Biden dit à ses partisans c'est en bonne voie, est-ce que c'est de la méthode couée, comme on dit?
Je pense que on attend aussi donc une déclaration de la part de Donald Trump. Il a dit qu'il parlerait bientôt. Je pense que les deux camps veulent essayer de garder l'espoir par rapport à ce qui peut se passer. Et en regardant ces gens dans ce camp républicain autour de votre correspondant, c'est vrai qu'on se rend compte toutes les élections à ce stade sont passionnantes puisque le système fait que c'est état par état, parce que à un moment, un candidat l'a clairement perdu, n'a plus un seul chemin qui puisse le mener à 270, et c'est toute cette imprévisibilité du système qui se joue là dans les heures qui viennent, avec pour cette élection-ci cette particularité que les camps n'ont jamais été plus divisés, que d'un côté comme de l'autre, on imagine que c'est l'âme de la nation qui se joue ce soir, et donc cette tension très importante avec les deux candidats qui vont parler à leurs troupes pour essayer de leur donner le moral pour les heures, pour les minutes qui viennent. Mais c'est ça, c'est chaque État qui tombe maintenant nous donne une indication de ce qui peut se passer. En tout cas, avec la Floride et le Texas, Donald Trump maintient un chemin très clair vers les 270.
François Durper, on l'a bien compris à travers les interventions des uns et des autres, que désormais, voilà, tout se concentre du côté du Michigan, du Wisconsin et de la Pennsylvanie. Au regard du profil des votants, au regard de l'expérience de la présidentielle 2016, avantage à qui dans ces États?
Alors, ce qui est je réponds directement à votre question. Il y a 4 ans, à cette heure-là, les républicains avaient gagné. C'est-à-dire qu'Hillary Clinton avait perdu la route du Sud, la Floride, mais elle avait perdu aussi la route du Nord, ces États que vous venez de citer, le Midwest, Michigan, Pennsylvanie, Wisconsin. Là, on n'est pas dans la même situation. Et si, dans quelques heures, ou je sais pas, demain, on nous annonce que Donald Trump gagne ces 3 États, là, l'erreur de sondage est beaucoup plus massive. Je réponds à votre question. Michigan, plus 6 pour Biden. Pennsylvanie, plus 3. Wisconsin, plus 7.
Vous permettez que je rappelle un chiffre?
Bien sûr.
Pennsylvanie 2016. Trump gagne la Pennsylvanie avec une avance de 44 000 voix sur un total de 6 millions de votes. Ce que l'on entend depuis le début de cette édition spéciale, c'est que Trump fait des scores beaucoup plus importants que les sondeurs l'avaient dit. On peut imaginer donc, s'il gagne la Pennsylvanie, qu'il demeurera à la Maison-Blanche.
Oui, et ce que vous dites est valable du Michigan, où il avait gagné de 10 000 voix. Là,
Allez les amis, Donald Trump va gagner, Donald Trump va gagner. Est-ce qu'on se met comme à la maison? Allez, dans 10 minutes, dans 11 minutes, ça fera 7 heures qu'on est en live. J'arrêterai bientôt le live, je serai obligé après je pars à l'école. En attendant, vu que je concentre beaucoup sur les extraits vidéo, mais je vais quand même aller vous voir, vous, ici sur le chat. On aura passé la nuit ensemble, la nuit américaine. C'est dingue, c'est une grosse. Et là, tout se joue 209 à 219. Est-ce que certains abonnés veulent venir sur Discord? Le lien j'ai recréé un Discord, un tout nouveau Discord qui porte le nom de la chaîne Twitch. Tu peux aller déjeuner, ok? Re, re. Les amis, on va voir dans 5 minutes. Je regarde combien de personnes. Les amis, j'ai mis à jour. Je regarde si c'est bon. Les amis, j'ai mis à jour le titre du live sur Twitch. Je l'ai mis à jour. Les amis, je vous diffuse la suite tout de suite car il y a des gros changements. Juste, les amis, juste j'ai une grande nouvelle à vous annoncer, comme ça je l'aurais dit, au moins dans un live, et comme ça me permettra de savoir qui est resté jusqu'au bout du live, jusqu'à ce moment-ci. Je vais passer le permis en boîte automatique. Et du coup, il y aura des lives dédiés au permis de conduire. Vous allez m'aider. D'abord passer le code de la sur donc logique. Et du coup, voilà. Après me poser toutes vos questions. Demain, je ferai un live effect autour de ça. Voilà, c'était là ce que je voulais dire. Maintenant, on repasse à l'élection américaine.
Des indications. Il a tweeté en disant que les démocrates essayaient de voler l'élection alors que les votes n'ont même pas encore été comptés. On sait qu'il va essayer d'intenter toutes sortes de procédures et de procès partout. Il appelle quasiment à la violence et c'est donc l'après qui m'inquiète presque plus que le pendant. Et là, je vous enjoins vraiment à regarder ça de près.
Factuellement, Marie-Cécile Nave, on répète donc que le scrutin se jouera dans le Michigan, le Wisconsin et la Pennsylvanie. Factuellement, est-ce que l'avantage est plutôt à l'heure où l'on parle, à Trump?
Oui, à l'heure où l'on parle, l'avantage est à Trump. Et il faudrait savoir quel type de bulletins ont été dépouillés. Est-ce que c'est plutôt les comtés ruraux, ce qui semble le plus plausible au regard des résultats partiels? Quels vont être les résultats dans les grandes villes et dans les banlieues résidentielles où on s'attendait à un vote démocrate important, et puis les votes anticipés, les votes par correspondance, qui semblent plutôt, dans les enquêtes d'opinion, à majorité démocrate. Donc on ne sait pas, en fonction des régions, des territoires, eh bien on dépouille quand les choses arrivent, quand les bulletins arrivent. Donc c'est très, pour l'instant il y a une avance de Trump dans ces 3 États, et d'ailleurs c'est pour ça qu'il tweet « Arrêtons de compter ».
Oui. Ashley Chevalier, sur les derniers résultats dans les États pivots, les swing states, où en est-on?
Alors on n'a pas Ashley Chevalier, on va se tourner vers Ulysse Gosset. Ulysse, enfin, ce qui ressort là, c'est qu'on a quand même sous-évalué ce que les spécialistes appellent les électeurs cachés. Voilà. Ces électeurs cachés vont faire la présidentielle davantage que l'épidémie de Covid. On a imaginé un temps que Donald Trump puisse être battu par le Covid. Mais non, c'est peut-être la mobilisation forte et plus importante que prévu de l'électorat républicain qui va permettre à Trump de l'emporter, peut-être.
Oui, pour être très cash, je dirais que c'est l'Amérique blanche qui s'est mobilisée aujourd'hui, 3 novembre, pour faire passer Donald Trump en tête à l'heure qu'il est. Clairement, et d'ailleurs, Donald Trump
213-220.
n'a cessé d'appeler ses partisans à aller voter aujourd'hui. Il le répétait plus que toute autre chose. Et puis je voudrais rappeler une chose qui est importante aussi sur la motivation des électeurs de Donald Trump. Quand on leur demandait qu'est-ce qui est le plus important pour vous dans cette campagne, l'économie en numéro 1, l'économie. En numéro 2, le Covid, pas du tout. 5% seulement des électeurs républicains considéraient que le virus, que le Covid-19 était important. À l'inverse, pour les électeurs démocrates, la priorité, c'était la question raciale. Et en numéro 2, le coronavirus. Donc vous voyez, d'un côté, on a l'économie, et Donald Trump a plutôt bien réussi dans son premier mandat, même si son bilan a été complètement chamboulé par le Covid. Mais néanmoins, les gens qui ont voté pour lui espèrent que s'il reste au pouvoir, il va pouvoir redoper l'économie malgré le virus. Et je rappelle ce chiffre incroyable. Seulement 5% des électeurs républicains considèrent que le virus était quelque chose de capital dans cette élection. On imagine donc qu'ils sont allés voter pour avoir un bon steak dans leurs assiettes, quelle que soit la situation de la pandémie, qui a quand même fait 230 000 morts aux États-Unis.
Marie-Cécile, vous avez un mot à rajouter?
Oui, les Blancs, mais il faut regarder aussi l'électorat latino en Floride, parce qu'en Floride, Trump quand même gagne assez largement, je trouve, par rapport aux projections qu'on avait pu voir ces derniers jours, même si on était dans la marge d'erreur. Il faut voir l'électorat latino, notamment l'électorat cubain masculin.
Vu des États-Unis, Léa Pizarre, vous pensez qu'on saura quand?
Je pense que ça prendra quelques jours parce qu'il y a encore beaucoup de bulletins à dépouiller. Et comme vous le comprenez, ces bulletins, certains États ont comptabilisé les votes anticipés en amont et d'autres le font après. C'est notamment le cas de la Pennsylvanie. Ces bulletins ont tendance, probablement, à favoriser Joe Biden. Donc on risque de voir encore le genre de basculement qu'on a vu en 2018 lors des élections législatives de mi-mandat, qui favorisait dans un premier temps les républicains, ce fameux mirage rouge, pour ensuite évoluer progressivement vers les démocrates. Donc ce n'est pas encore plié pour un côté ou pour l'autre, et il faut malheureusement prendre son mal en patience et je pense attendre quelques jours, en sachant que, quel que soit le résultat, si Joe Biden est donné gagnant, Trump contestera, fera des procès, fera tout ce qu'il pourra. Donc on n'est vraiment pas sorti de l'auberge.
Franchement, Mélissa Bell, quel système compliqué pour une démocratie comme les États-Unis. Enfin voilà, des règles différentes d'un pays à un autre, des résultats que l'on peut compter avant, d'autres après. Enfin, est-ce qu'une harmonisation ne s'imposerait pas pour rendre les choses plus lisibles et moins susceptibles d'être fraudées, quoi, voilà.
Je pense qu'elle est en place pour des raisons historiques. Il était important qu'ils aient ce système de grands électeurs pour s'assurer qu'aucun État n'ait plus de poids dans le choix du président. Je pense que ce serait très difficile à réformer à l'heure qu'il est. Les Américains y tiennent. Par contre, je pense que pour revenir à ce que disait Ulysse,
Bon, je vous remets tout ça, les amis, car alerte info CNN. Il y a de la pub sur CNN.
Inattendu, c'était le plus important. Maintenant, vous le savez, 270, le nombre de grands électeurs nécessaires pour devenir président des États-Unis.
Doucement, évidemment, ce compteur se fiche parce qu'il faut du temps. On l'a compris, pour dépouiller tous ces votes et notamment les votes par correspondance. Ils peuvent atteindre des centaines de milliers dans certains États comme le Wisconsin ou la Pennsylvanie. Et c'est d'ailleurs un sujet qui a été évoqué par Joe Biden lors de son intervention il y a un peu plus d'1 heure maintenant.
On savait qu'à cause des nombreux votes par courrier, cela prendrait du temps. On va devoir être patient.
Welcome back. Let's take a close look at where the Electoral College count stands right now. 270 needed to win the presidency. Right now, Biden has 220. Trump has 213. We're watching this very, very closely. Let's get a key race alert right now. In Arizona right now, 80% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden maintains his lead of about 155,000 votes. He has 52.4% to 46.3% for Trump, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has the lead there by about 48,000 votes. He's at 51.4% to 46.8% for Trump. 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. John, you fixed that map for us. We're watching it closely. This is still a nail-biter for all practical purposes.
And it's going to be, I think, through the night as we go. You just mentioned, in Nevada, Joe Biden has pulled ahead out there. We're waiting for the votes out there. But you're looking for anybody who's going to flip, right? Who's going to flip? This was a Clinton state. It looks like we'll have to keep counting votes there, but it looks like that one stays. The one flip on the map so far in terms of a state would be Arizona if we get this to the finish line, 42 52, I'm sorry, to 46 right there. Again, this is Maricopa County and the suburbs embracing Joe Biden 4 years after Donald Trump carried the county narrowly, but carried the county. It's the biggest part of the state. So you see that. That's a big deal because if you're Joe Biden, you're trying to flip something on the map and you've been disappointed in Florida, disappointed in Texas, disappointed in Ohio, probably to be disappointed in North Carolina. So that's one that you're looking for. And again, we have the congressional district in Nebraska. It's in here. It doesn't show up on this map. You pull it out. The congressional district here in terms of the electoral college, that's one. You get to Joe Biden there as you're looking to pick it up. So then you come back over here. This one's interesting. We were just talking about it when we had the little glitch. It's interesting because Donald Trump opened up an early lead and we said, let's wait, especially because here, Atlanta and the suburbs, and the blue ring, it's more blue now than it used to be in years past because Democrats are doing better in the suburbs. But you also see it in other places as well. We come down here to Columbus. We're at 89% here. But you see Joe Biden's lead here. So we're still counting some votes here. If you're the Democrats, you're thinking where might votes come in for us. Let's come over here to Savannah and see here. You're up to 80% here. So there could be a
des seniors disant ah non, on va pas voter Trump, on va voter Biden.
Non. Eh bien, regardez, même les hispaniques, ils sont très très proches, ils ont voté aussi beaucoup Trump, c'est kiff en Floride. Le Texas, on en rêvait du côté démocrate, État rouge, ça sera du côté de Donald Trump. Alors c'est plus complexe, Géorgie, Arizona, c'est plus complexe. Mais la course du Sud, elle est perdue pour les démocrates. Ça veut dire qu'on va pas avoir un résultat franc, tranché, net, et qu'il faut tourner nos yeux désormais vers le Midwest, vers ces 3 États, Michigan, Pennsylvanie, Wisconsin, et le temps des électeurs est fini, le temps des avocats va arriver. Pourquoi? Mais parce qu'il y a des votes qu'on ne compte pas, ce sont les votes par la poste.
Oui.
On va les compter d'ici vendredi. Tweet de Donald Trump qui dit « On ne peut pas compter ça après la fermeture des urnes ». D'ailleurs, Twitter signale le tweet en disant non, parce qu'on est au cœur de la démocratie américaine. Si on arrête l'élection maintenant, et si Trump dit on va compter, eh bien Trump va gagner l'élection, il va être président des États-Unis. Sauf que Biden intervient, fait un discours et dit non mais il y a des voix à compter là, il y a des voix à compter dans le Michigan, en Pennsylvanie et en Wisconsin, ça va prendre du temps. D'ici vendredi, les sondages le donnent vainqueur, mais avec plus d'avance qu'en Floride. Floride, c'était 1 point d'avance. On peut dire les sondeurs se sont trompés, mais c'est 1 point. Ils se sont trompés peut-être d'1 point. Mais là, on a du +6, +7 dans le Michigan, en Pennsylvanie et dans le Wisconsin.
Mélissa Bell, est-ce qu'ils ne se
dans un tableau où ça va se jouer sur un plan judiciaire, et c'était un peu la crainte des uns et des autres. C'est-à-dire que l'avantage pour le système tout entier d'une vague bleue, c'était qu'on n'entrait pas dans ce qui était annoncé, c'était des contestations de la part de Donald Trump et cette question sur les votes. Donc juste sur cette question, on est préparé par Donald Trump depuis des semaines maintenant sur le fait qu'il allait contester l'élection si elle lui était pas favorable, qu'il allait dire il fallait qu'à minuit tout soit compté. Ça n'est pas comme ça que le système fonctionne. C'est-à-dire que les voix sont comptées jusqu'à ce que les voix soient comptées. C'est comme ça que le système fonctionne. Et donc, on rentrera beaucoup plus dans quelque chose qui va être un peu plus compliqué, un peu moins net, un peu moins clair, et sans doute, on passera à des questions qui seront réglées par des avocats et par des cours éventuellement locales et puis suprêmes s'il le faut. Juste sur la question du vote postal aussi, ça a été un des autres grands discours de Donald Trump pendant cette campagne. 2 États, historiquement, Oregon et Utah, votent majoritairement par la poste. Il n'y a aucune évidence que ce sont des votes qui apportent plus de fraude que des votes en personne. Et pourtant, ça a été le discours de Donald Trump pendant toute cette élection parce que, et encore une fois, c'est la chose unique dans cette élection, c'est la première fois qu'on a au centre et tout en haut du système électoral quelqu'un qui en conteste la légitimité. C'est nouveau, c'est inédit. Et plus ça va, plus les heures passent, plus les jours passent, plus on rentre dans un territoire où cette contestation risque d'être importante et très compliquée.
Et dans ce suspense intégral, dans cette nuit de tension, chaque camp entretient la tension en prédisant sa future victoire, ce qu'a fait Joe Biden dans son intervention il y a un peu plus d'une heure maintenant, ce que fera peut-être Donald Trump dans sa prochaine intervention dans les minutes qui viennent. Et écoutez Steve Bannon, l'ancien conseiller de Donald Trump, que Thomas Misraki a interviewé cette nuit à Washington.
Je pense que le président Trump va gagner. Nous sommes au début d'une très grande victoire. Il a renversé les prédictions dans l'Ohio, la Caroline du Nord, l'Arizona, la Géorgie, ce qui ouvrira la voie vers la Pennsylvanie et le Wisconsin. 289, c'est le nombre de grands électeurs qui va remporter selon moi. Ce sera une grande victoire pour lui.
9, donc, prévoit Steve Bannon. Qu'est-ce qui scelle la confiance des républicains, Thomas Misraki?
Écoutez, d'abord, l'énergie de Donald Trump, et elle est incontestable, cette énergie, sur les quelques derniers jours. Le président américain a fait 34 meetings à travers le pays, et notamment dans ces États dont on parle beaucoup ce soir, pour convaincre les électeurs indécis, pour mobiliser ses troupes. Et ça, c'est très important. C'est ce qui permettra peut-être, qui sait, à Donald Trump d'être réélu. Sa base électorale, depuis 4 ans, elle n'a quasiment pas bougé. Entre 40 et 45% des électeurs américains font confiance à ce président. Et puis Donald Trump, il est allé se battre sur tous les terrains où il pouvait se battre. Il n'a rien lâché. Hier matin encore, il donnait une interview par téléphone à Fox News où il déclarait que non seulement il allait gagner cette élection, mais qu'il allait faire mieux que ce qu'il avait fait il y a 4 ans face à Hillary Clinton. Alors ici, on attend justement d'entendre Donald Trump. Vous le voyez, on est en fin de soirée, clairement, dans cette soirée républicaine à Washington. Fin de soirée où on continue d'écouter Steve Bannon, qui est lui toujours en direct. On continue de décortiquer tous les chiffres qui sont en train de tomber, pas État par État, compté par compté, parce que ce que me disent les experts ici, c'est que ce sont ces chiffres qui comptent et non pas les chiffres des sondeurs qui se sont trompés en 2016 et qui se sont encore trompés en 2020.
Amy Porter, vous êtes la porte-parole des démocrates en France. Est-ce qu'à la fin, si Joe Biden devait s'incliner, les démocrates ne vont pas nourrir des regrets sur cette fin de campagne, avec un Donald Trump sur tous les terrains qui fait 3500 kilomètres en 3 jours, des 5 meetings par jour, et Joe Biden, qu'on ne voit pas?
Vous ne voyez pas Joe Biden en France, mais je peux vous dire qu'il est excessivement visible aux États-Unis. Il a fait autant de meetings que Trump, mais ce ne sont pas les mêmes. C'est-à-dire que Trump met tous les gens côte à côte, sans masque. Il y a une étude qui vient de sortir de Stanford qui dit qu'il a infecté avec ses meetings, je pense que c'est 30 000 personnes, et il compte 700 morts qui devraient avoir lieu à cause de ces meetings. Et puis je ne comprends pas trop pourquoi on écoute encore Steve Bannon, qui n'a aucun rôle dans la campagne de Trump, et qui est actuellement...
À écouter l'analyse de l'homme. Juste un mot, Amy. Est-ce que vous y croyez encore?
Absolument. Je viens d'avoir un message du camp Biden qui a dit « Il faut juste attendre patiemment ».
D'ailleurs démocrate, mais perdu il y a 4 ans pour la première fois depuis 1988. L'avantage de Biden dans les tout derniers
Biden is ahead in Arizona. In Nevada, 78% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by nearly 30,000 votes, 50.4% to 47.7%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Georgia right now, 91% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a lead, but it's narrowed down to 118,000, a vote lead over Biden, 50.6%. to 48.1%. And as we're waiting to hear from President Trump, let's go back to Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. Well, of course, this year has been fraught with so many developments that it makes sense that we don't have a decisive answer as to what exactly is happening on Election Day. It is already the day after Election Day, but we see in a number of important battleground states, it is way too close to call. They are still counting the votes.
Right, and these are states that include the so-called blue wall that Joe Biden has been promising for months to build back for Democrats, from Michigan to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. We simply do not know what is going to happen in those states, particularly a place like Pennsylvania, where the Secretary of State there has said that they could be counting the votes until Friday of this week.
Now, Pamela Brown just said that they still have 2 million of ballots, write-in ballots, I'm sorry, not write-in, vote-by-mail ballots, yet to count.
Yeah, and frankly, we've been telling everyone this for days and weeks now, so it's happening. And hopefully we prepared everyone at home to be patient and just to wait for this to happen. I think what we're about to witness as we wait for President Trump to come out is really important. It's a very important moment for him. He is the incumbent president of the United States. He gets to set the tone for how this goes for the rest of the country. Will he
Que dès lors que le résultat n'était pas net, et le résultat n'est pas net parce que Trump a résisté mieux que prévu et aucun vainqueur ne se dessine. On savait que si aucun vainqueur ne se dessinait, Trump allait tenter un coup. Il l'avait prévenu en disant il faut absolument qu'il y ait un vainqueur le soir du vote. Il a dit il n'est pas normal qu'on attende plusieurs jours après. Le soupçon, c'est qu'on pensait qu'il risquait, et c'est peut-être ce qu'il va faire dans quelques minutes, de soit s'auto-proclamer vainqueur, soit jeter le doute sur la procédure en disant on essaye de me voler l'élection. C'est d'ailleurs ce qu'il a dit en toutes lettres sur Twitter il y a quelques minutes. Il est 2h du matin à Washington. Le président des États-Unis, qui annonce le camp d'en face d'avoir volé l'élection, va s'exprimer. Que va-t-il dire? Comment va-t-il gérer ça par rapport au droit américain? Parce que aucune infraction n'a été commise. On n'est pas obligé d'annoncer le nom du vainqueur. Personne ne le dit dans la Constitution. Il va falloir aussi qu'il se mette d'accord avec des
Les amis, je vais être obligé de vous laisser. Je dois aller à l'école. Mais promis, je vous retrouve en live ce soir.
Donald Trump. C'est une intervention cruciale et qui va déterminer le sort de l'élection sans doute, et en tout cas les prochains jours avec les dépouillements. Pourquoi? Parce que on va voir s'il répète à la Maison Blanche, donc c'est quand même le cœur symbolique du pouvoir, ce qu'il a dit dans un tweet où il a dit ils sont en train de nous voler l'élection et on ne peut pas voter après le jour du scrutin. S'il répète cela ce soir...
Pourquoi dit-il ça? Parce que factuellement on peut voter après le jour du scrutin?
Dans certains États, on peut effectivement, mais vous savez qu'il y a 50 États et à peu près 50 législations différentes, on peut effectivement enregistrer des bulletins de vote après le jour. Non pas voter physiquement, puisque les bureaux de vote sont fermés, mais les bulletins qui continuent d'arriver, notamment par la poste, sont valides. Et c'est sans doute ce qui inquiète Donald Trump, parce que ça va laisser peser un doute sur le résultat de l'élection pendant au moins plusieurs heures, je dirais au minimum plusieurs jours, et peut-être certains disent quelques semaines.
Ça voudrait dire mettre au pilon, par exemple, les bulletins par correspondance en attente de dépouillement?
Depuis 3 semaines, Donald Trump n'a cessé de répéter que cette élection était truquée, et que s'il perdait, c'est parce qu'elle était truquée. Et truquée comment? Par les votes par correspondance. Donc, si ce soir, depuis la Maison-Blanche, lieu du pouvoir aux États-Unis, il annonce effectivement qu'ils sont en train de lui voler l'élection, sous-entendu les démocrates, alors ça va changer la donne et ça va donner un caractère, laisser peser une ombre sur ce scrutin.
Mais Marie-Cécile, est-ce que dans ces conditions, Trump ne prendrait pas un risque considérable? Parce qu'en fait, ces votes, ou ce vote en Pennsylvanie, dans le Wisconsin ou le Michigan, pourrait très bien lui être favorable.
Oui, mais s'il dit ça, c'est qu'il est quand même un peu inquiet. A priori, quand même, les enquêtes d'opinion montraient que le vote par correspondance était plutôt favorisé par les démocrates. Il faut le vérifier, évidemment, hein. Et que ceux qui ont voté en personne hier pour nous, cette nuit pour nous aux États-Unis, c'était plutôt les républicains. Mais ça faisait partie des anticipations, il faut voir. Mais voilà. Et ce qu'il faut voir aussi, c'est est-ce que la Cour suprême va pouvoir statuer sur un certain nombre d'États, et notamment la Pennsylvanie, où elle avait donné un avis favorable pour que on continue à dépouiller pendant 3 jours, en laissant plutôt les tribunaux décider localement, en disant c'est aux tribunaux de décider. Il n'est pas exclu qu'elle revienne